I was like the choreography of this three-person waltz, all flowing sleeves and graceful turns, upholding my three rules: don't refuse, don't promise, don't take responsibility. Aurora really did save me, Harry said, catching the edge in Cho's voice. He might not understand her exact intent, but he heard the frustration behind it. Cedric nodded. It's true. Without Aurora, I might not even be here now. His gaze was sincere, unwavering. Cho's eyes widened. She had wanted to wound me, but instead, she herself had been cut. Don't dwell on it, Cedric. You know I never expected repayment. Of course you wouldn't. That's why may I at least be next in line after Draco and Harry. Chapter 458. The Collision. Oh, should we be handed number tags or something? Fleur, speaking in her French-accented English, linked arms with Roger Davies and glided toward us with elegant steps. She scrutinized my attire carefully, her gaze finally lingering on the heart of the ocean at my neck, unable to look away. Beach clothes really do make the person. Roger Davies quickly soothed Fleur's pout with gentle words, though his eyes kept darting in my direction. Fleur noticed, and in a fit of anger, stomped sharply on Roger's foot. Everyone, the ball is about to start, someone reminded us. I joined hands with Draco and Harry, exchanging a small smile. Nervous? Draco whispered. A little. Don't worry, Harry and I are right here with you. I noticed Rita Skeeter had arrived early with her photographer. She smiled and waved at me, then instructed the photographer on angles. As a star reporter for the Daily Prophet, she knew all the tricks to please her superiors naturally, by keeping the children of investors in mind. Fleur de Lacquer and Madame Maxime had made several moves against me during the first competition, all carefully noted by Lucius. As a result, after the first match, a number of unflattering official photos of Fleur leaked. The half-blood beauty, obsessed with her image, had torn countless copies of the Daily Prophet in frustration. Every morning at Hogwarts, Fleur received letters from home at breakfast. Roger leaned in, and she quickly tucked the letter away. Her expression was solemn, her mind clearly troubled. Lucius had casually mentioned a few small acquisition projects in France, though whether this related to Fleur's sour mood remained unclear. Lucius always had his own ways of protecting the family's interests. Fleur lifted her proud head, held her gown and glided gracefully to her place, Roger leading the way. 4 of us champions took positions at the 4 corners. As the music began, we bowed to our partners. Teenage boys and girls, their eyes bright with excitement, each harboring strong feelings for one another, paired off for the Christmas ball. A subtle tension filled the air. I had completely forgotten earlier irritations, swept away by the romance of the music. My arm rested on Draco's shoulder, inhaling the comforting scent of him, earthy and calming. He scanned the room, alert to every movement. De Lacquer and Davies keep glancing our way. They might pull something, I whispered. He snorted dismissively. In group dances, especially with complex choreography, accidents were easy to cause, particularly during challenging moves. Thankfully, this was just a casual social ball. Yet we, seasoned from many past encounters, could easily spot their intentions. Yes, Fleur de Lacquer wanted to embarrass me publicly. The choreography for the trio involved more step changes than the other pairs. Any misstep during the live performance could not be blamed on Fleur. Harry noticed their odd behavior as well. He held my waist firmly. Careful, they're heading straight for us. Harry and I turned in step, but Fleur and Roger's linked elbows rammed hard into Harry's back. He let out a muffled grunt, struggling to keep his balance. The force behind that shove was undeniable. Had it been me instead of him, the consequences could have been far worse. Such a cheap trick, Draco growled, pulling me into his arms. We shared a glance heavy with unspoken understanding. After years of dancing together, we didn't need words to know each other's intent. If they wanted to play dirty, then I wouldn't hold back either. Switching places with Draco, I spun faster and faster, to the rhythm of the music, drifting toward the center of the floor. Fleur, anticipating my original path, suddenly stuck out her foot. But with a laugh, I flung out an arm, catching her braid and scattering it into a wild mess. The momentum from my spin lent strength to the motion, leaving Fleur's hair disheveled and her appearance pitifully undone. Her flawless plan collapsed the instant I changed direction, wasted effort on her part. Rita Skeeter's photographer, crouched at a cunning angle, captured every frame of her attempted sabotage. Madame Maxime gasped, glaring daggers at me. When the opening dance ended, she stormed onto the floor to collect Fleur herself. She gathered her pupils' loose hair into order with a firm hand. Dumbledore, is this Hogwarts' way of treating its guests? Her patience had clearly snapped. At a ball, well, small frictions are to be expected. Dumbledore tried to smooth things over, his eyes sliding toward the nearby reporter. Perhaps, madam, you'd care to join me in clarifying the truth. But Fleur and Roger's guilty faces already told the whole story. Maxime's gaze sharpened. Unnecessary. Fleur, her bravado gone, slunk after her headmistress. She cast Roger a venomous glare. Useless, nothing but a liability. Humiliated before the crowd, Roger's pride couldn't bear it. He stormed off as well. At last, the pests are gone, I murmured over Harry's shoulder, watching their retreating backs. What pathetic fighting power, Draco scoffed, slipping his arm around my waist. Now wedged between the two of them, I wriggled. You're both too tall, I can't see a thing with these walls of meat in front of me. Enough, Harry said, they're out of the way. Aurora, from here on, the night belongs to us. The two boys exchanged a knowing smile. You too, I started. Cedric won't get a chance, one of them cut in. Seeing my pleading look, one of them covered my eyes gently. Maybe Christmas Eve is best spent with family, Draco coaxed. But my parents, I hesitated. Relax, they won't be at the manor tonight. As the lights over the dance floor dimmed, Harry and Draco all but carried me away. Godfather, why didn't you attend the ball? I asked as we spoke the password to Snape's office. Inside, just as I expected, he was hunched over a desk grading papers. He glanced up with a sidelong sneer. Waste of time. Classic Snape. But what startled me was the man seated beside him, Durmstrang's Karkaroff. In the original tale, when Barty Crouch Jr. cast the Dark Mark, it had thrown former Death Eaters into a panic. Karkaroff had come to Snape at the Yule Ball, desperate for help. And now, here he was again. This couldn't simply be a friendly reunion. Lucius's child is your godson? Karkaroff looked genuinely surprised. No wonder the Malfoys are the best at investments, he sneered, though his smile never reached his eyes. I hear it was he who introduced you to that person. I had always thought he had a decent relationship with Lucius, but now it seemed I had been thinking far too simplistically. Snape shot Karkaroff a warning look, signaling that we were still present. The cunning Lucius, his child could be a blank slate? Karkaroff shook his head. Miss Malfoy, have you ever seen the dark mark on your father's arm? A chill ran through me. Mr. Karkaroff, I don't understand what you're saying. You'll understand eventually, he said, leaving it deliberately vague. His thick Eastern European accent, his black and yellow teeth, radiated an almost palpable menace. Aurora, let's go, Draco interrupted. Godfather, may we borrow your fireplace? Snape didn't spare us a glance, merely waved casually in reply. What did Karkaroff mean just now? Harry asked after a moment of thought. He's hinting that this competition might have something to do with Voldemort, Draco said, his expression darkening. How dare he? This is Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's very nose. Just like in first year. Maybe he's found some way to possess someone again. A shiver of unknown fear clung to me. Until now, relying on the original storyline, I had avoided danger, preemptively neutralizing threats before they could grow. But now I was exposed in the spotlight, the enemy hidden in the shadows. The other potential Horcruxes, aside from the missing Nagini and Hufflepuff's cup in Gringotts, were not to be trifled with. This time, which Horcrux was orchestrating the danger? And who could possibly be colluding with Voldemort? Don't think about all that nonsense, Draco frowned. Your little brain is always plotting something, it's annoying. He looked slightly aggrieved. What, are you upset now? I teased, pinching him lightly. Tonight's Christmas Eve, you know. He sighed and in front of Harry, pressed a kiss to my neck. Stop, Harry's watching. I protested, leaning back, only to bump into a firm wall behind me. Harry, you. He wrapped his arms around my slim waist and cupped my neck. His lips pressed against my forehead. In an instant, my defenses crumbled. Ginsong Lixie, Draco muttered a spell, and my legs went weak, I almost collapsed to the floor. Fortunately, Harry caught me around the waist. "Where are we going?" Alarm bells rang in my mind. Lucius and Narcissa wouldn't be home tonight. At Malfoy Manor, it was just the three of us. And beside me were two adolescent boys, full of unspent, predatory hormones. No matter how I thought about it, I realized I had fallen right into it. "Don't worry, Harry and I aren't going to eat you." Draco's teasing voice came from above. "You're my brother. How could I watch my own sister being taken advantage of?" "This isn't taking advantage," Harry said, lifting me onto the bed. He leaned down over me. "It's us, loving you together." "What's the matter, Aurora? Did Karkaroff's words scare you senseless?" Seeing my face flush pale and then pink again, Draco asked with concern. Only then did I realize everything that had passed a moment ago had sprung from my own imagination. Draco and Harry hadn't done anything to me. Harry was already heading for his room to wash up. I watched his retreating back and felt an odd mix of relief and disappointment. My magic was full and unrestrained. I was free to move. Draco would never force me without first asking my consent. Draco stood behind me and took the heart of the ocean from my neck, placing it in the jewelry box on the dressing table. "What now? Once I take the makeup off, I'll turn back into Cinderella," I teased. "Nonsense." Draco yanked me into the washroom. "Aurora, I have to admit, I'm not as magnanimous as I thought." "What do you mean?" I asked, though I knew full well. "I mean watching you and Harry being so close." He carefully worked the invisible zipper at the back of my dress. My smooth, unblemished back was revealed. His fingers traced it, like a pen drawing lazy strokes. "That's a bit chilly," I murmured. His fingers slid down my spine to the hollow of my waist. My cheeks burned. In the mirror, I saw myself draped over the washed and, my back bared, hair cascading down. Behind me the boy with the same light hair stood immaculate, not the least discomposed. Why did I look so disheveled while he seemed completely unfazed? I turned, clutching the skirt that threatened to fall. "I can do the rest myself," I demurred politely. "Hivich, burning your bridges." Without asking, he scooped me up horizontally and carried me into the bathtub. "The gown gets soaked, it'll be ruined," I whispered. "Since when is couture meant for swimming? And who wears an out-of-season gown willingly?" He scoffed. Still, he gently took the dress from me and, along with his suit jacket, set it aside. "Except this one. We must keep it safe." Soon the room filled with steam, like some misty fairyland. "Do you like it?" Draco asked, suddenly seated in the tub as well. He stretched his long legs, and the space that had been empty felt suddenly cramped. "This tub's for one person," I protested. He lifted me from behind and held me. I didn't dare move, afraid that even a tremor might set something off. "Aurora, don't be so tense," he murmured. "How can I not be?" I complained softly. "You're like a beast starved for days, ready to tear me apart at any moment. Only I would let myself be coaxed back into a place where my parents aren't present." Draco didn't continue that thought. Instead, aided by the slickness of the water, he pulled me into his arms. One hand, less well-behaved, wandered to the softness at my chest. "That's not comfortable," I protested in a small voice, which, to my surprise, sounded a little coquettish. "Was I too rough?" Draco apologized at once. "No, it's just strange." My hand covered his large one. I was too embarrassed to admit that his every move stirred a little desire in me as well. "Don't give me that innocent look, you were the one who seduced me first." Draco casually picked up the strap tied around my waist and covered my eyes. Blindfolded, I had no choice but to rely on him. I hung on him like a sloth, clinging to his body. With every rise and fall, I pressed closer, gripping his neck as if afraid of falling. "You always know how to tease me." I heard the slight catch in my own breath, feeling embarrassed. "How is this teasing? It's just simple communication of feelings." Feeling Jen you cared for, I couldn't help but move closer. "Aurora, don't rush," Draco's soft laugh whispered in my ear. "It's all your fault." I realized my longing for Draco was growing stronger by the moment. Perhaps ever since the moment the seed was planted in my heart, he had been planning, waiting for the day I would surrender. Compared to Lucius, Draco was far more unpredictable. He had a thin skin, blushed easily, and could flare up with the slightest provocation, seemingly innocent and easy to manipulate. But now, I deeply felt that was just a layer of camouflage. Who knew? He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. One of his hands was locked around my waist, the other cradling the back of my neck. He was like a hunter enjoying his hard-won prize. The vines within me writhed wildly in response to his emotion. "Aurora, Draco, how long are you going to be?" Narcissa's knock came from the door. "They were back already?" Draco froze for a moment, reluctantly answering. "Aurora is still removing her makeup, so it's taking a bit longer." I quickly untied the strap from behind my head and pinched him. "It was obviously you, why blame me?" "We can't exactly tell them we were doing that," Draco said with a wicked grin. "I guess they already know, otherwise they wouldn't have come back so quickly." Heaven knows how I suppressed the surge of disappointment inside me. "Aurora not satisfied yet?" Draco immediately noticed the change in my mood. "Not at all." I stepped out of the bath, gently towel, drying my long hair, casually throwing on a jacket. The faint red marks on my neck were evidence of our recent intensity. I hurriedly dabbed on foundation to cover the spots, asking Draco to help with the hard-to-reach areas. His hand rested lightly on my back. "Don't rush, there's still more." The reflection in the mirror showed him with a triumphant smile. I suspected he was doing it on purpose. "Hurry up, Mom's nagging again." I let my damp hair fall naturally over my shoulders to air dry. Draco draped a jacket over me, slipping his arm around my shoulder as he muttered, "Don't make Mom wait too long." When we emerged, the Malfoys and Harry were already gathered around the Christmas tree. "Draco, Aurora, come open the presents." Harry had changed into casual clothes. His eyes were fixed on me, dark and unreadable. Looking down, I realized the jacket I was wearing belonged to Draco. I tried to remove it, but he gently reminded me, "Some spots aren't fully covered yet. Are you sure you really want to take it off?" "Ugh." I didn't miss the sly flash in his eyes, nor the way he looked at Harry with a provocation. "Aurora, you're sweating, give me your cloak." Harry's hand had already reached for my shoulder. "No, it's fine." I pulled my cloak tighter and fastened each button. Harry kept his gaze down. A pang of guilt rose in me. I was caught between two choices. Sweat had caused the foundation on my skin to streak. If I took off the cloak, those compromising marks would be exposed for all to see. "Draco, you've really done me in," I muttered inwardly. He said nothing, only smiled more broadly. I rolled up my sleeve and found, to my horror, a red mark on the inside of my forearm uncovered. Of all places, there too. "What's this? Mosquitoes in winter?" Harry said, taking my hand. He reached out and touched the spot. "Yes, some wretched mosquito bit me all over," I ground out through my teeth. "Here, let me put ointment on it." "No need. It'll clear up in a couple of days." Draco hurried to stop him. "What? You can't even take care of your own sister and won't let anyone else help?" Harry raised an eyebrow. I looked to Narcissa for aid, but the Malfoys sat impassive, unwilling to intervene. "Harry's trying to be kind, Draco, don't be petty." Lucius flashed a teasing look. "You're no paragon of generosity yourself," Draco muttered. A warm wetness prickled between my brows. Harry kissed my forehead. He'd undone all my defensive charms. Then, the inside of my forearm went cool to the touch. He knew how to make my gift fail. "You!" Could it be? Harry had regained the memories of his past life. I stared at him, unsettled, silent. The marks on my arm smoothed and vanished, as if they'd never been. He took my hand. "Your arm is beautiful, don't hurt it." His gaze was honest and raw. I surrendered. "All right." This Harry, in this life, had never shared skin-to-skin intimacy with me, so he would know nothing of what those marks signified. In the last life, even though we'd lived together for a long time, I usually appeared in unicorn form. Suddenly Draco's large hand cupped my forehead. "You feel a little warm," he said, then kissed the mark on my brow. I knew he worried my secret might slip out in front of Harry. Aurora ill. Everyone crowded around, testing my temperature and flinging diagnostic charms over me. Draco cut off Lucius's attempt to probe further. "Father, I'll take Aurora back to rest." He carried me up without waiting for consent. "We'll unwrap gifts tomorrow." "I'll help look after her," Harry said, anxious. I started to speak, but Draco clapped a hand over my mouth. "Harry, I'll take care of her." "Your kind of care is what leaves Aurora covered in wounds." Harry refused to back down. "But those weren't wounds at all." A small whimper escaped me. I couldn't form the words. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a smile. Those two unreliable adults simply let Draco and Harry take over. This time, it wasn't my imagination. The moment we entered the room, Draco laid me gently on the bed. "What are you two up to?" Finally, I could speak freely. "Harry, have you recovered the memories of your past life too?" Draco and I exchanged a knowing glance. Harry nodded. "For some time now." I couldn't imagine what he must feel, seeing Draco and me so intimate every day with memories restored. He was probably laughing at me in his mind. My nose tingled, and I nearly burst into tears. "Do you remember what triggered it?" I asked softly. After inheriting the Potter estate, fragments of the past began flooding back into my mind. Harry stepped closer, gently wiping away my tears. He was so close, practically holding me in his arms. Draco's eyes were red as he watched our interaction. I knew he was restraining the impulse to tear Harry apart. "Draco," I whispered weakly. "Aurora, your choice is—" Draco stepped forward. With Harry flanking me from the other side, I was cornered. Why must there be a choice? Why can't I have both? I only dared to think it in my mind. Unsurprisingly, Draco's face darkened. Well. He smacked my bottom playfully. "Is this how you usually treat Aurora?" Harry grabbed his wrist. "What Aurora likes, you understand her too little," Draco said with a mischievous grin. "I've spent just as much time with her as you have," Harry argued reasonably. "Oh, but at the end of your past life, you never truly had her." Draco pressed me closer to his chest. His heartbeat was fast, far from the calm confidence he tried to show. "And you? You didn't even give her a proper wedding. 1,000 years ago you abandoned her and married someone else." "That wasn't me," Draco protested. Harry looked disappointed but said nothing. "We're of different paths, and I won't allow either of you to hurt her this lifetime." Tears blurred my vision. 1,000 years ago, Harry had given everything for me. I had nothing to repay him with. "Harry, I will be happy," I whispered. He took me gently from Draco's arms. "Aurora, with Harry here, there's an extra layer of protection for you and for the Malfoy family." "Draco, you." Harry's expression was a mixture of emotions. Draco turned his head aside. "You know my animagus is a dragon, and dragons are the most possessive creatures, bar none. Allowing you near Harry is already my limit." His hand trembled slightly. "I understand. Whether in your true form or as a dragon, your senses are incredibly sharp, and I'm no different. The Potters made their fortune with potions. Our senses are far keener than normal. Every time you're close to Aurora, I can feel it." Goodness, these two bloodhounds were even comparing notes. Was this their way of baring their hearts to each other in front of me? "You too." "So, Aurora," Draco closed his eyes, gathering his courage, "are you willing to allow both of us to take care of you from now on?" "Did you two talk about this in private?" In the original, the two of them, normally at odds, actually set aside their differences because of me. "No way," Draco denied at once. "If I were worried about making things difficult for you, why on earth would I have gone to him and offered to step back?" His arm was almost pinning me to his chest. "You are Malfoy blood, born into that name because of me. We grew up together, both awakened to elf blood. We were made for each other, meant to belong together from the start. If it weren't for this fellow barging in, well, he did play his part." Draco's expression was tangled and unreadable. Was it guilt, regret, or sorrow? The time Harry and I spent together in Albania was a barrier Draco could never fully cross. Not because he resented our past, but because he could never erase what Harry had done for me. "Don't say that. You're both the most important people to me." When Harry heard that, there was nothing left to misunderstand. His large hand cupped my throat, his lips pressed against mine with an unusual softness. He actually kissed me in front of Draco. Like a reckless boy, he came at me headlong. All I could manage was a muffled little cry for help. Draco quickly gave him a push on the shoulder. "You hurt Aurora, that must be it." First he wiped my lips off with a look of annoyance, then, with darkened eyes, he slowly and gently began to savor my mouth. He explored tentatively, entwining with me until our rhythms matched. Familiar with one another, the passion he stirred in me began to ache for release. When the kiss ended, Draco traced the shape of my lips with a look of lingering appetite. My mouth was swollen and my eyes full of warmth. I bowed my head quickly, not wanting Draco to gloat or Harry to notice anything amiss. I see. Harry blinked, suddenly adopting a look of earnest study, as if he had a quill and notebook ready. Careful observation of Aurora's reactions is key, Draco offered, almost instructing. Harry nodded in agreement. Aren't you afraid the student will grow fat while the master starves? I teased. I'm not without other winning tricks, Draco said, visibly pleased with himself. The vines inside me stirred. They were the embodiment of Draco's desire for me. Aurora, can I try again? Harry asked, eyes sincere. You do need a fair bit of practice to turn quantity into quality, Draco summed up. We should strike while the iron's hot, Harry pushed forward. Draco wouldn't be outdone. He tossed my hair up over my shoulder. Is that why you forbid Aurora from taking off her coat? Harry's face clouded. Harry, what's wrong with my back? I can't see it, I asked. Harry looked reluctant. It's like a canvas, dotted with little plum blossoms. Well, at first it tickles a little, but it's not painful. On the contrary, I stammered, stepping in to defend Draco. You'll learn in time. Aurora likes it when I do this to her. Fine, I'll give you a chance to practice, but if you don't show progress. The threat in his tone was unmistakable. Are you sure you're just going to watch? Harry teased. Draco ignored him, taking the initiative instead. His solid chest pressed against my back. Ugh, the spots I just covered. Next time, even foundation won't hide them. I muttered softly, only to be met with an even more intense retaliation from him. Aurora, looks like you need a distraction. Harry adjusted my chin and pressed his lips clumsily to mine. Quick to learn, he gradually gained the upper hand as things progressed. Neither of them would yield. Their competitiveness was now entirely focused on me. Handling Draco alone had already left me exhausted. Now there was a second contender. In the original story, he was like an indestructible force of nature, boundless energy and resilience, surviving Voldemort's grasp time and again. Now, all that vitality was being unleashed on me. My mind felt dizzy, reduced to a mushy haze. My hands were restrained, my waist locked in place. Forced to endure attacks from both directions, I gradually went still. In the last moments of consciousness, I heard Draco and Harry holding me, calling my name. When I slowly woke, I found myself lying on the large bed, flanked by two familiar figures. Aurora, you're awake. Draco sensed my awakening first, attuned to me instinctively. What happened just now? For the first time I see someone actually faint from a kiss. Draco teased, was it too thrilling? You too. Harry had awakened too, draping his arm over my shoulder. Sorry, Aurora, you might not be used to my closeness yet. Ugh, don't use that as an excuse to benefit yourself. Draco positioned me against his chest, keeping a careful distance from Harry. But you still need to get used to it quickly, Draco sighed. Harry and we might not be able to wait that long. What to Aurora, greedy little unicorn, it takes both of us to satisfy you. That wasn't my request, I said, knowing that admitting it would force Draco to make up for it. Oh, Draco dragged the word. Stop teasing her. Harry smoothed my disheveled hair. It's me who's fulfilled a vow spanning 2 lifetimes. He kissed my brow tenderly. Too bad someone beat me to the spot. Gently he traced the mark on my brow. You can see it? Only elves could see this mark. Harry nodded. This body carries dark elf blood too. It's no surprise I can see the leaf-shaped mark. You don't mind? Mind what? Harry asked, puzzled. Aurora is already mine, Draco said deliberately, leaving it ambiguous. You're just showing off with words. If you really did anything, you wouldn't have survived right under my cousin-in-law's nose, Harry scoffed. Draco was visibly irritated this time. Enough, both of you. You've tangled with me all night. I need proper rest. I dove under the covers, wrapping myself tightly from head to toe. Harry lingered awkwardly at the side, while Draco had already lifted a corner of the quilt and slipped beneath it. Harry, out the door, turn left, don't forget to close it behind you. Draco smirked with a fox-like grin. The mattress dipped as someone else climbed on. To my surprise, Harry had come prepared, blanket in tow. Well, you came ready. I underestimated you, Draco muttered, half sneering. I ignored the two hormone-fueled idiots. Safe in the familiarity of a warm embrace, I curled into a comfortable position and drifted into sleep. In my dream, I sank into the depths of the sea, ensnared by a colossal octopus. Each tentacle was as thick as a tree trunk, lined with rows of sucking discs. Starved for months, the beast had finally found its feast. No matter how I thrashed, I could not break free of its grip. When I opened my weary eyes, the truth was plain. Draco's and Harry's arms and legs together added up to 8. So the octopus had been here all along. You two are suffocating me. I shoved them both away. Sorry. I toss and turn when I sleep. Harry quickly retracted his limbs. I remembered when Harry first came to Malfoy Manor, he'd slept clutching a single pillow. Even when the stuffing burst through the seams, he couldn't let it go. It had been the only thing he'd brought from Aunt Petunia's house. For a boy with no sense of safety, it was his only comfort. Now it seemed he had mistaken me for that pillow. His green eyes shone like pools of water, his unruly black hair sticking up in tufts from sleeping poorly. I reached out and smoothed it down. His hair was surprisingly soft, softer even than Crookshank's fur. What, your great-grandfather's sleek, Easy's hair potion doesn't work on you? I teased. It worked wonders even on Hermione's stubborn curls. It made no sense that Harry's hair resisted it. He won't use it, otherwise he couldn't tempt you into touching his hair. Draco cut in, exposing the ploy. What? I blinked. But Aurora clearly prefers blondes. He slipped off the ring that concealed his elven form, and his cropped hair lengthened into shining locks. As Draco grew older, his elven guise resembled the Legolas from memory more and more. Aurora, it's me. Draco noticed my sudden stillness. My fingers slid through his long hair. I had once adored that silken platinum mane, smooth as flowing satin. In memory, I could no longer touch it, but here it was, real again. Sorry, I still need time to adjust. He guided my hand across his features, his sharp elven ears, the elegant bridge of his nose. It's fine. From now on, take your time and get used to it. Spreading the great wings at his back, he moved to cocoon me. But Harry stepped in front. What do you think you're doing? Nothing, just an elven way of showing affection. Draco lifted a single brow. Dark elves had no pointed ears or wings aside from black hair and blue eyes. They were indistinguishable from humans. They couldn't know the pleasure of enfolding someone in their wings. Harry snorted. What's so special, Birdman? What did you just call me? Draco's expression darkened. Think it over before you answer. By your logic, Aurora is a bird too. Draco lightly patted my back. Even without shifting form, I sprouted a pair of wings. Draco moved behind me, gently brushing the soft down at the base of my wings. The most sensitive spot. Don't. Draco lifted me from behind. We two bird people. Shouldn't we set some boundaries? After all, we haven't fully evolved yet. Don't twist my words. Harry was completely captivated by my wings. Aurora, can I touch them? You've touched them before. When I shifted into my unicorn form, the wings had always been with me. It's just, I never realized your wings were one of your weak spots. That spot is hidden. No one can touch it except my partner. Draco's past life as an elven prince made him nearly untouchable among elves, second only to Thranduil himself. Other elves could not refuse his requests. Just now, he had invoked that power to make me spread my wings. Here, only I can touch. Draco pressed, becoming more possessive. Is this how you bully her? How can this be called bullying? He noticed my toes curling unconsciously and grinned triumphantly. Aurora likes it this way, right? My eyes reddened, brimming with involuntary tears. Don't cry. Draco kissed away the tears as they spilled over. Why are you teasing him like that? I whispered into Draco's ear. The one being teased isn't Harry, is it? The platinum-haired boy teased back. Clearly, your reactions are bigger when he's watching. Is that really true? Harry heard this and froze. Wait, time part of your play? Not exactly. Draco's hand continued exploring the seam of my wings. I had no strength left and could only collapse into his arms. You hypocritical bird. Draco deliberately used the term Harry had mocked him with to describe me. All you do is bully me. Harry came closer, looking down at me. Aurora, you've never told me about the secrets of your body. For a brief moment, disappointment flashed in his eyes. I didn't know elven wings had this weakness either. In my past life, I had never discovered this vulnerability. This isn't Aurora's fault, Draco said, unwilling for me to be misunderstood. It was my father who told me. That's true, we can explore it slowly over time, Harry said. He leaned down. Draco and Harry always had wild, unpredictable ideas. Together, their combined creativity was overwhelming. Unfortunately, it was always aimed at me. Aurora, why do you always look half asleep? Narcissa asked with concern. Is it the bed? It's not. No, nothing. Complaining only made things worse. I had known that since I was very young. How's your preparation for the second round? Lucius asked, setting down the Daily Prophet. Recently, Fleur de Lacquer's small antics at the ball had spread wildly, earning her labels like Scheming Beauty and Green Tea Vixen. I, too, had become the focus of attention because of my two dance partners. Fleur and I had completely stolen the spotlight from Cedric and Crumb. The Godfather found me gillyweed. These past few days, I've been testing how long I can keep breathing underwater. Be careful with the dosage. I thought you'd go with the bubble head charm, Lucius said, frowning. True, the spell is more reliable, but with a bubble head charm, I'd look ridiculous. I muttered in a small voice. Winning or losing, no, your safety matters above everything else. Before the tournament, I want to see you master the bubble head charm completely. Lucius's expression was stern, leaving no room for argument. Yes, father. I hurried to answer. His tone softened slightly. The waters of the Black Lake are nothing like the temperature-controlled pool at Malfoy Manor. Sissy's made you a talisman, remember to wear it. Narcissa had fashioned it into a bracelet. Not only could it ward off attacks, it also kept the wearer warm. In the original story, the champions had to stay submerged for at least an hour. That demanded tremendous stamina and endurance. For Fleur, the only female champion, the challenge was even greater. Thank you, mother. I stepped forward and embraced her. I was almost as tall as she was now. Aside from my wine, red eyes, we looked as though cast from the same mold. Last night Harry didn't return to his room, did he? Narcissa whispered to me. Mum, how did you know? Stammered in reply. Dobby came looking for him. When he couldn't find his master, he nearly blew up half of Malfoy Manor. A faint crease appeared between Narcissa's brows. Fortunately, Lucius subdued him in time. Dobby thought we were holding Harry prisoner. Dobby had always held strong prejudice against the Malfoy family. When unchecked, a house elf's magic could rival that of a wizard. That was why contracts had to be enforced. Aurora, what do you truly think of Harry? Narcissa took my hand and guided me to sit down beside her. This was the posture of a heart-to-heart. Unless I spoke my mind, she wouldn't let it go. If it's only about repaying a debt, you don't need to sacrifice yourself. She lifted my long hair, her fingertips brushing the bare skin of my back. Lucius had already taken Harry and Draco away when Narcissa began this topic. Mother, you don't want me involved with Harry? Of course not, it's just that within Harry, a fragment of Voldemort's soul resides. One day, it may slip beyond control. I don't want you to find yourself facing the man I once loved as an enemy. Lucius and Narcissa had weathered the darkest years together, supporting one another without faltering. In the end, through Lucius's efforts, the Malfoy family's wealth and standing reached unprecedented heights. Naturally, Narcissa had no wish to see us opposed to Harry. That won't happen. Harry lives with us day in and day out. Don't you know him by now? Narcissa's lips curved with a sly smile, and I realized she had tricked me into speaking my true feelings. Why have these changes taken root? Is it gratitude, or something else? I don't know. Perhaps it's the steady flow of years spent side by side, until I've grown unable to do without him. Feelings don't need reasons to come into being. I just never imagined Draco could accept it. I couldn't picture how I would feel if Pansy appeared at Draco's side. Chapter 470. A Great Misunderstanding. The conversation was drifting further and further off course. It's muscle soreness from extra training, not what you're thinking. The words slipped out, and I regretted them instantly. Zabini only chuckled under his breath, paying no mind to my protest. Enough. Ignore him. Draco's hand slid beneath my coat, slipping inside. Don't. Relax. With the chair back shielding us, no one can see. His fingers pressed into my waist, sometimes firm, sometimes gentle. To my annoyance, it did help ease the ache. Anywhere else. The inside of my thigh, I whispered so softly, it was almost lost to the air. Draco's knowing smile was infuriating. Deep inside, the vines stirred restlessly. Stop it. Don't fool around like this in public, I pleaded quickly. A tender shoot sprouted from within, curling against my upper thigh. You know as well as I do this isn't the place for it. Harry caught my strained, half-laughing expression and instantly knew Draco was at it again. Quit tormenting Aurora. Or do you want everyone to see that expression of hers? Fair point. The vines reluctantly receded, and I exhaled in relief. Ugh, thanks to Blaze's big mouth, people will think I'm involved with both of you. Why stop there? Draco teased with infuriating smugness. From swimming practice. That's why my back aches. Pity no one will believe such a tale. Winter swimming? Without revealing the second task, you can't explain yourself. His angelic face, paired with such devilish words, made my blood boil. You! Suddenly, a slip of parchment appeared before me. The handwriting was unmistakably Dumbledore's. Miss Malfoy, please come to the headmaster's office this evening at 7 o'clock. Do come alone. The note burned to ash in Draco's hand. No escorts? He let go at once, watching the sparks vanish. Probably something to do with the tournament, I ventured. Maybe a clue about the golden egg, Harry suggested. I just noticed the other champions received notes too. We'll wait for you outside his office, Draco said firmly, leaving no room for debate. I understood their worry. Dumbledore now held the Resurrection Stone, the Elder Wand, and the Invisibility Cloak. At present, he was far more dangerous than Voldemort, who didn't even have a body. No one knew his true purpose in uniting the Deathly Hallows. If it were simply to bring Ariana back, why had there been no whisper of it? I arrived 10 minutes early at the headmaster's office, only to find the other 3 champions waiting as well. Fleur de Lacquer ignored me completely, so I chatted warmly with Cedric and Crumb, treating her as if she were air. An eye for an eye. Come in, children, come in. Dumbledore greeted us in his whimsical house robes and half-moon spectacles, smiling as though nothing in the world could trouble him. Ah, Miss Malfoy, your 2 gallant escorts needn't stray far. They'll soon enough see you return safe and sound. He winked in my direction. Fleur rolled her eyes skyward in theatrical disgust. This time, Roger Davies was nowhere near her. Rumor had it they had parted ways after the Yule Ball. At this private gathering of the 4 champions, only Crumb and I had brought companions. Miss Granger, let's wait here, Harry said with a small nod toward Hermione. The golden trio of the original tale now addressed each other by surnames, stiff and formal. I couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Chapter 472, Not Giving an Inch of Face. Children, I'm sure you've all started forming your own guesses about the second task and are preparing accordingly. Dumbledore paused deliberately. But remember, balance is important too. He spoke with unmistakable implication. Good heavens, Dumbledore really has a way of finding a way into everything. I subtly adjusted my posture. Almost immediately, a blank parchment appeared before each champion. Children, as per the Ministry of Magic's requirements, you will need to sign this disclaimer. Dumbledore tapped the desk, and the once-blank scroll filled with dense, tiny text. Could this really be the Western equivalent of a death contract? Cedric and Crumb quickly scrawled their signatures. Fleur and I, however, approached more cautiously. I began reading every word, carefully, line by line. Then my eyes met Dumbledore's. His piercing blue gaze was intense, almost consuming. I felt as if I were an open book, my memories rapidly scanned. Was this why he had called us over? To probe our memories? When our attention is diverted, it's nearly impossible to maintain mental defenses or cast spells to shield our thoughts. And Dumbledore is a master at legilimency. I finally understood why the tournament organizers could so precisely uncover what each champion valued most. It was all thanks to Dumbledore. In his mind, who was most important to me? Had his legilimency just succeeded in retrieving my memories? I carefully signed my name on the parchment. He graciously invited us to sample the candies from the Duke of Bees, but each of us politely declined. His taste, after all, is extraordinarily unique. Fawkes the Phoenix stood quietly nearby. A phoenix is unlike any other magical creature. Through nirvana, it can be reborn again and again. Aurora. It was speaking to me in front of Dumbledore. To humans, all they heard was a clear, melodious cry. "Fawkes seems to like you, Miss Malfoy." No surprise there, as Fawkes's master, Dumbledore knew his companion's temperament well. Fawkes swooped down, wings cutting the air, and flew straight toward me. Dumbledore didn't stop him, letting Fawkes settle on my shoulder. "Aurora, have you forgotten me? All these years and you never came to visit?" He chirped and muttered into my ear. I lifted my hand and gently brushed a fingertip along his beak. "Why don't you speak to me? Is it because you can't reveal your true nature in front of them?" "Oh, so Fawkes has a chatty side after all?" Dumbledore observed with amused interest as we interacted. The others too had long heard of the headmaster's phoenix. "Professor, may I touch it?" Even proud Fleur couldn't resist reaching out to stroke its beautiful feathers. "Aurora, is she the one troubling you? Want me to peck or avenge you a little?" I gave the slightest shake of my head. "All right, since Albus is here I suppose it's not the best time to act." Still, Fawkes made his distaste for Fleur plain enough. When the half-Vela tried to approach, he turned abruptly, showing her his backside. "Professor Dumbledore, is it offering me its tail feathers to touch?" Fleur asked, delighted. But as she reached out, Fawkes flicked his tail sharply, hopped to my other shoulder, and pointedly turned away from her. Not a shred of courtesy spared. Fleur was left mortified. Had she carried herself with Cedric's or Crumb's restraint, perhaps she would not have embarrassed herself so thoroughly. Dumbledore raised a hand, beckoning Fawkes. "Another time, little Aurora. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret." Fawkes nipped gently at my earlobe, then returned to his perch. "Aurora, Fawkes asks that you visit him often." Dumbledore's voice had shifted, his tone now that of a professor addressing a student. The change in address caught me off guard. "I will," I replied politely. "Aurora, since when did you learn to lie? You'll never come to the headmaster's office on your own, I'll have to be the one to visit you." Fawkes interjected, teasing. I didn't answer, only lifted my hand in farewell. "Quite the charmer you even managed to win over a phoenix." The door to the headmaster's office had barely shut before Fleur muttered in a voice meant for only the two of us. I offered no reply. Better to say nothing than waste words. Instead, I hurried to where Harry and Draco were waiting. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "It's fine, not long at all. Did Professor Dumbledore call you in to give instructions for the second task?" This was a full-on display of double standards. My cheeks burned under Narcissa's gaze. "Mom." I was a tool crafted by Narcissa's alchemy. I was, after all, the precious child born from her own body. It was only natural that she would side with Draco and defend him. "As long as you're willing, there's no issue between Luke and me." Huh? The mother-in-law showdown I had imagined never came. "We respect your choices, my Aurora, you've grown up so much." Her delicate fingers brushed lightly against my face. "You don't blame me for changing affections?" I whispered. "Even the same soul, living in different times, can develop very different personalities." "You mean two different Dracos from different dimensions?" I realized. "Not exactly. Your father, though a reincarnation of Sarandoui's, is still an independent individual." Narcissa's brow furrowed slightly, a faint blush on her cheeks. Luke's possessiveness is too strong. In his previous life, he wasn't this intense. So Lucius had moments worthy of critique too. Oh, I never knew the scales in Sissy's heart had already tipped toward that self-righteous fellow. Lucius leaned casually in the doorway, speaking carelessly. "Luke, when did you?" Narcissa instinctively tried to hide behind me. "Yes." He half dragged, half pulled her away without giving her a choice. "Mom, will she be okay?" I asked Draco first. "Don't worry, Dad just wants to prove something," Draco replied confidently. "Prove what?" "Of course, that he's more suitable for Mom than Sarandoui," Draco said with a mischievous grin, "and that I'm more suitable for you than Harry, isn't that right?" "The beach, thinking like that, you're actually more normal than Dad. It's silly to compete with yourself. That's just their little quirk, nothing to worry about." Draco kissed the corner of my lips. "And you sneaking to see me? Is that your little quirk too?" I teased back. "Then just enjoy it." 2 weeks of vacation passed in a flash. "Aurora, you look well rested," Zabini said as he joined us at the Slytherin table. Thank you for the Christmas gift. I stepped forward and gave him a hug. You've already taken Harry under your wing too? He whispered in my ear. My face flamed. How do you? How would I know? The Savior's posture looks like a peasant turned master must be official now, right? I ignored his teasing. Behind me, the other two were watching like hawks, making me feel every bit like a porcupine. Just a verbal thank you will do from now on, Draco said, taking my hand as we returned to our seats. 2 cushions had been placed below and behind me. I shot the culprits a wary glance before bending carefully to sit. My waist and legs ached, my whole body felt ready to fall apart. I'll help you relax when we get back, Draco added another cushion behind my waist. Aurora still has a match. You two tone it down a little, Zabini remarked with obvious mischief. It's Aurora's stamina that's too weak. Draco had just said it when Harry nodded in agreement. I highlighted the fact that I'd been subjected to legilimency. Let's go back. What followed our plans weren't for others' ears. Aurora, are you sure Professor Dumbledore performed legilimency on everyone? Draco asked first. I shook my head. People vary in how susceptible they are to legilimency. I'd felt it as early as the day I was born. Abraxas had put me through it once. I knew its touch intimately. Later, Snape and Lucius trained me further. Now whenever someone attempted legilimency on me, my mind would instinctively close up the way it had been drilled to unless the attacker was truly skilled, like Dumbledore. In that case, I could only take the blows and suffer. Could it be, he wants Malfoy family secrets and is using you as an entry point? Draco suggested. I agreed with him. Of course, Dumbledore could have targeted Lucius directly, but would the wily head of the Malfoys let himself be exposed without defenses? The other Malfoys had little direct contact with Dumbledore. I, by contrast, had become an unexpected 4th champion. Isn't that a bit conspiratorial? Harry ventured uncertainly. When Draco and I stared at him as if he'd lost his mind, he hurried to explain. Though Dumbledore has sacrificed my interests for his ideals before. So you'll defend him? Draco's brows lowered. Of course not, Harry sighed. I only mean that Dumbledore wouldn't rig something against Aurora without some deeper motive behind it. How could I tell them that Dumbledore's legilimency related to the second task, the choice of the treasure? Whoever he chose as someone's treasure would inflict heavy damage on another, and I had no control over that decision. If I rescued Draco or Harry, watching the others despair from the stands would cut me like a knife. Dumbledore, with a casual move, could sow an impenetrable rift between my intimate comrades. Clever, really? I decided to lay out my suspicions. You mean Dumbledore is sifting through each champion's memories to find who is their most important treasure? Draco frowned. Why bother? Everyone knows we're inseparable. His gray eyes narrowed. Or do you think after reading your memories, Dumbledore would conclude that Harry holds a more important place in your heart? Of course, I glanced at Harry standing nearby. That was a death sentence. How had I sunk to this? So you worry Dumbledore will use that to drive a wedge between us? Harry offered to shield me. Yes, that's exactly what I fear, I told Draco. How will you make it up to me if that happens? Draco threatened. What do you mean, make it up? I repeated, bewildered. Compensate me, in muddled terms, for the emotional damage. You're just looking for an excuse to pick on me. Well, you brought it on yourself. Draco nibbled gently on my earlobe. If I were the one chosen, I'd need comforting too, Harry retorted, unwilling to be outdone. You too. I felt like crying but couldn't. Draco and Harry exchanged a swift, knowing glance. I began to suspect they were in cahoots. Make it up to us properly, Aurora. You two know I'm not feeling well. I tried to resist one last time. So don't fight it, just enjoy it. Draco placed a soft cushion behind my waist. He and Harry had begun a vicious little competition trying to outdo each other in making me feel more. The result? On the day of the second task, I lived through literal fire and water. They called it helping me train, but in reality, I slipped on my coat, double, checking for any lingering marks. It was entirely unnecessary. The swimsuit Draco and Harry had chosen for me covered me from head to ankle. The one piece clung tightly, hugging every curve. Nothing was exposed, yet the snug fit made it undeniably alluring. I tied my long hair into a high bun. No seaweed-like strands to interfere with underwater maneuvering. The second task was in winter, The biting wind made it nearly impossible to even consider taking off my coat, let alone dive into the icy lake. I fastened the bracelet Narcissa had made around my wrist, hiding the clasp with magic. At the Slytherin table I ran into Harry. A faint trace of disappointment lingered in his eyes. Professor Dumbledore probably picked Draco. I wanted to offer comfort but didn't know what to say. Every attempt at comfort would just give these two ammo to exploit, leaving me to endure their wrath passively. "You two already got what you wanted," I muttered. "But Draco will brag to me for ages." Harry's edge over Draco was in his talent for playing the victim. Add those deep emerald green eyes and... He hadn't retained his past life appearance, but those eyes gave me strength when I was at my lowest. "So what do you want to do?" I asked. Chapter 475, My Precious. "Will you make my wish come true?" It was clearly Harry's tactical retreat. I knew it was a trap, but it was delicious all the same. I replied in a voice meant for only the two of us. "Then I'll be looking forward to you rescuing me." "What?" Harry only smiled without a word. He stuffed the last of his food into his mouth in a few quick bites, then left me with a brief farewell. What was he really planning? Had Draco already swallowed the Gillywaiter potion and been lowered to the lake bed? I had asked Narcissa to hastily craft 3 identical bracelets, each with the same protective function, and place them on the wrists of the 2 people most likely to be dragged into this because of me. Why the long face? Cedric appeared, balancing a plate of food as he came over. He had already worked out what dangers the second task would bring. We'd spoken privately about it a few times before. I noticed Cho Chang wasn't preparing early the way Hermione and Draco had. Instead, she ate quietly, as though nothing unusual were about to happen. "Why is your treasure still sitting here?" I asked him in a low voice. "My treasure?" Cedric's expression was hard to read. "My treasure doesn't need my protection. She'll be the one rescuing others." His words carried a hidden meaning. "Miss Malfoy, Mr. Diggory, Professor Dumbledore wants you in the waiting area to prepare." It was Percy Weasley. He had been head boy last year, just graduated and taken a post at the Ministry, once assistant to Barty Crouch. But Crouch had smuggled his son out of Azkaban, earning the fury of the entire wizarding world. Now, all the power once behind Crouch had shifted into Cornelius Fudge's hands. That made Percy, in effect, Umbridge's assistant. Dark circles shadowed his eyes clearly. Working under Umbridge had taken a toll. He carried her affected little handbag in one hand, and a fluffy pink women's coat slung over his arm. The perfect picture of an overworked lackey. "Doesn't he look like a vampire sucked him dry?" I whispered as Cedric and I followed him. The brown-haired boy froze for a second, then snorted with laughter. "He really does." "Cedric, you've changed. You'd never have joined in mocking someone before." "Not true, Aurora. It's just, with you I can be myself." "So you're saying you used to be pretending all the time?" I deliberately twisted his words. Whenever I was nervous, I couldn't stop myself from talking. Cedric seemed to sense it too. Banter carried us all the way to the waiting area. "Did you wear your clothes underneath?" I asked him quietly. His face flushed scarlet, whatever he was thinking about. "Yeah. You two still have the mood to chat?" Lord Delacre's voice rose sharply. I had no interest in sparring with her, but Cedric's brow knit tight. "Miss Delacre, there are many ways to manage nerves. Verbal attacks aren't the only one. If we don't save the most important person, they'll be gone forever." My Gabrielle, I still hadn't seen her. For all else, Fleur's love for her sister was genuine. "Miss Malfoy, aren't you worried about your brother?" "I trust myself. I will save him." At the mention of Draco, my urge to quarrel with her eased. I answered her calmly instead. Chapter 476, Every Man for Himself. "I think you'd rather Malfoy never came back at all, wouldn't you?" she muttered under her breath. If it weren't for the dozens of eyes on me, I'd have loved to give her a good smack. I could understand it. Fleur de Lacre's beauty made it easy for her to be adored by everyone. At Beauxbatons, her excellence in both conduct and academics had also earned Madame Maxime's favor, but her arrogance and sharp tongue were unbearable. I wasn't her lackey, why should I tolerate her disdain? I wasn't like the original Harry, dragging 2 people along and saving her sister out of obligation. "Aurora, ignore her. She's deliberately trying to provoke you. If you act outside the match, you'll be disqualified," Cedric whispered in my ear. She probably thinks too highly of me. I'm only a fourth year far behind her in both age and experience. I don't understand why she keeps targeting me. Because you're her biggest threat in every way, in every sense. Cedric shook his head, clearly disagreeing with my thinking. You really know how to maximize emotional impact. I couldn't help but smirk. Crumb nodded at us, expressionless. Has Miss Granger disappeared too? Fleur asked, ever the master of spreading anxiety. Crumb ignored her and faced the wall, beginning his warm-up. Cedric and I exchanged a glance, then started stretching ourselves. Seeing no one paying attention, Fleur moved far away, warming up while quietly shedding tears. The psychological resilience of a champion is important too, I murmured to Cedric. Though Draco wasn't beside me, our empathic link remained unaffected by distance. He told me he had already taken the potion and would soon lose consciousness. He'd wait for me to come find him. A flush warmed my brow. Children, are you ready? Competition is about to begin. Ludo Bagman's voice boomed as he rubbed his hands together, warmly greeting each contestant. He lingered especially long with Cedric. Bagman reiterated the competition rules. Entry to the course would follow the ranking from the previous round. That meant the previous champion could start the hostage rescue earlier than the other competitors. The biting cold nearly penetrated my thin coat. I rubbed my bracelet, feeling the warmth radiate from within. I was immensely grateful to have a master alchemist at my side. From the distant stands, Lucius and Narcissa's striking platinum hair stood out. I could spot them instantly in the crowd. Snape sat nearby, occasionally exchanging words with Lucius. Harry was not beside them. It felt odd, but I didn't dwell on it. At Bagman's signal, Cedric was the first to step into the lake. He removed his coat and trousers, revealing sculpted muscles that, paired with his handsome face, looked like a Greek god. As the Hufflepuff Quidditch captain, his frequent training had left him in perfect shape. Screams of admiration rose from the girls in the stands. Cedric took a deep breath and quickened his pace. He submerged fully, prompting more gasps from the spectators. Will he be okay? Miss Malfoy, Miss Delacour, you may get ready as well. Ludo Bagman gestured for us to change into something suitable for the water. In one swift motion, I revealed the one-piece swimsuit I had on underneath. From the stands came a chorus of catcalls. So tightly wrapped up, nothing to see at all. Come now, it's a tournament, not a Miss Bikini contest. I glanced at Fleur Delacour beside me. She had also chosen something modest, though her bare arms and long legs were left exposed to the cold, breaking out in gooseflesh. It made her look a little less composed than usual. We locked eyes briefly, then looked away just as quickly. I tightened my grip on my wand. The seconds crawled by until Bagman's voice rang out again. I couldn't help but suspect he and Rita Skeeter were in on it together, stretching things out just to get more pictures of us in swimwear. Apologies, I thought the young ladies would need more time to change. Bagman shrugged. You may enter the water. Fleur shot him a glare and dashed forward first. Everyone knew how deep her bond with Gabrielle ran. By contrast, I must have seemed cold, even detached. From the stands, I heard people taking bets. Was my treasure going to be Draco or Harry? I shoved the gillyweed into my mouth and chewed ungracefully. We had tested this in private many times. On me, the gillyweed's effect never lasted more than an hour. If I didn't replenish it in time, I risked suffocating underwater. Heat flared behind my ears, pain tightening in my chest. My nasal passages shifted, and at last, slits opened along the sides of my neck. Relieved, I plunged my head beneath the surface. Miss Malfoy is using gillyweed. Bagman's commentary carried across the water. It's a fine method, though limited in duration and requiring constant renewal. Of course, understandable, a young lady naturally prefers to look her best, he chuckled. The bubble head charm left a person's head looking comically oversized, but that wasn't why I avoided it. In close combat, the charm restricted vision and movement. The records warned us that merfolk and other creatures would ambush the champions before we could reach the hostages. I only needed to endure 1 hour of fighting underwater. Once I found Draco, I could switch to the bubble head charm easily enough. As a unicorn animagus, I carried a natural fear of water. That made me all the more determined to keep my time submerged to the absolute minimum. Perhaps my elven blood played a role too. The fish around me began to gather, forming a protective escort. The Daily Prophet photographers were relentless. 4 of them in total, each assigned to a champion, waterproof cameras on their shoulders, bubble, head charms cast, following us into the lake. The one trailing me caught the extraordinary sight of schools of fish shielding my path. The gillyweed worked fully now, webbing spread between my fingers and toes, propelling me forward with speed and ease. Slick mucus coated my palms, making it almost impossible to hold my wand. Should I reveal my ability to cast wandless, wordless magic and tuck it away, or continue to conceal my strength? I was still deciding when the first wave of attackers struck. The swimsuit was designed to be slippery, no pockets for a wand, naturally. An idea struck me. I tucked my wand into the bun on my head, using it like a hairpin. With a flick of my wrist, I ensnared the leading mermaid. The fish swimming alongside me shifted formations, providing a protective escort. Camera's footage streamed live to the big screen in the stands. Miss Malfoy effortlessly fends off the mermaid attack. Look, she didn't even use her wand. Has she mastered non-verbal, wandless magic? The Malfoy family's education is truly extraordinary. Their commentary didn't reach my ears. We'd been diving for some time. Sound barely travels underwater. Focused entirely on finding Draco, I sped up. Few quick movements left the cameraman trailing far behind. Entangling sea, we'd tried to snag my ankles, but I pulled back before it could. House elves can manipulate everything in the world, including sea creatures. I reached the holding area first. 2 men and 2 women were bound to 4 stone pillars. Why was Harry among them? Like the others, he had his eyes closed, head bowed, black hair swaying with the water. I moved forward to untie him. The guards nearby didn't stop me. So in fact Harry was Dumbledore's chosen treasure for me? Then whose treasure was Draco? I couldn't imagine. I placed Harry aside, and swam toward Draco, only to be stopped mid-waist by a mermaid. She explained, using hands and feet, that I could only take my own treasure. Draco would have to wait for someone else to rescue him. I couldn't help but groan at the thought of Draco waking up, learning that my treasure wasn't him, and throwing a tantrum. Who was after Draco? Perfect, I could rescue Draco first, leaving the rival with no hostages and invalidating their score. With that plan, vines sprouted from my palms. I seized the mermaid's weapon, claiming it as my own. The mermaid's arrogant expression turned fierce as she prepared to call for reinforcements. Again, she reminded me that tournament rules allowed me to take only my assigned treasure. These 2, I said, pointing at Draco and Harry, are both my treasures. I don't know how the organizers explained it to you, but I'm taking 2. Stop me if you can. Fail, and it's your fault. You can report it later. I toyed with the weapon in my hand. She tried to blow her whistle, only to discover the chain around her neck had already been torn off. Looking for this? Thank you, I didn't come here for nothing. Finally, my cameraman arrived, capturing the scene. The mermaid, red-faced with fury, glared at me. I smiled faintly and drew my wand, previously used as a hairpin, slicing through the chains binding Draco with a silent, precise strike. Though I could use wandless, non-verbal magic, Draco's safety was too important to risk. The chain snapped. I wrapped vines around Draco's and Harry's waists and swam upward with all my strength. Just as I was about to leave, Crumb arrived, and we exchanged a not a silent acknowledgement. The mermaid I'd bested earlier looked extremely aggressive now. Unable to touch me, she turned her wrath toward Crumb. Breaking through her attacks would clearly take some effort. I estimated the timing and quickened my pace on the return. Chapter 479. Cooperation with Integrity. So heavy. Even with the water's buoyancy, hauling 2 people upward at once cost me no small effort. With the aid of a floating charm, I pushed my speed. Aurora, did you just steal my hostage? Cedric blocked my path. Scratches from the merfolk still marked his face. You mean Draco was actually your treasure? I looked him over from head to toe. The only hostages left, besides Hermione, were a little silver-haired girl, the one with Fleur de Lacquer's features. That had to be her sister, Gabrielle. You and Draco. I kept swimming toward the return path even as I spoke. Seeing my suspicious look, Cedric explained, Professor Dumbledore originally wanted my father as the hostage, but I worried he's not young anymore. Then Draco volunteered himself. He watched my expression carefully, so I went along with it. You're not angry, are you? So basically, it's like I carried you on my back for an entire marathon, and you only have to run the last kilometer. Is that about right? Aurora, I'm not asking you to hand Draco over, but bringing 2 people up will be a huge burden. That will have to wait until Draco wakes. You know, if the first person he sees isn't me. For some reason, my tone softened. He's nothing but a stubborn little brat. I reached out and brushed his silky, platinum blonde hair. Let's work as a team. You clear the way of whatever creatures try to block us. I gave the order. I had long wanted to ask about him in Cho Chang, but with the Daily Prophet photographers recording every moment, I held my tongue. All right, he agreed without hesitation. Cedric was a friend I could trust with my back. As the surface drew closer, I felt Draco and Harry beginning to stir. I sped up, pulling them along. Once you swallowed gillyweed, you couldn't breathe air for at least an hour. To keep them from choking as they woke, I pulled my wand, ready to cast the bubble, head charm on both. Then Draco's eyes snapped open, looking straight at me. He noticed the vine I'd tied around his waist, and a mischievous smile touched his lips. Suddenly, he surged forward. I had no time to react, only to watch as, before the whole crowd, he pressed his lips to mine. Aurora, I can't breathe, he murmured with a wicked grin. Damn it, he's using me as an oxygen tank. Did he even realize the cameraman was right behind us? Our kiss would be broadcast live to every spectator. I tried to pull back, then saw Draco's face blur and shift into Harry's. The shock left Cedric frozen, forgetting entirely to stop the hostages from turning on their champion. All right, the task comes first. Draco gestured to Harry, and the 2 of them clasped my hands. Together, we shot up toward the surface. Thunderous applause broke over the stands. Even Dumbledore himself was clapping. The Hogwarts champions, working in perfect harmony, are the first to rescue their hostages. I rushed to Cedric's side and threw my arms around him. Aurora, once again, I've been carried by your strength, he whispered against my ear. Doesn't count, I was the one taking advantage of you. I hurriedly clarified, wanting to distance myself. If it weren't for worrying that Draco and Harry would get jealous over who's my treasure, I wouldn't have bothered at all. The crowd soon surged around us, scattering us in all directions. Cedric's supporters immediately offered him warm blankets and scarves. Lucius went even further, summoning Isn't Mungo medical team to be on standby. He and Narcissa cast countless warming charms over us. Father, you forgot Mother's bracelet. The steam rising from me was practically being dried by him. Narcissa picked up a huge blanket and wrapped me tightly in it. Thank you for your effort, Aurora. By the time I reunited with Harry and Draco, their hair was dry and tidy. The thought that our underwater kiss had been broadcast live made me blush furiously. Aurora, I was a bit impulsive. Draco's face showed the marks of Lucius' long scolding, one side swollen high. I directed the narrative toward an underwater rescue. Lucius glared fiercely at Draco and Harry, but when he turned to me, his tone softened. Aurora, you did very well. Narcissa too glared at Draco. Your recklessness in private might be excusable, but how could you act so thoughtlessly here? Didn't you consider the consequences? When I think that Aurora's treasure isn't me, I can't stay calm at all. Draco looked genuinely aggrieved. I was only worried you'd overthink it, which is why even knowing you weren't my treasure, I still had to rescue you, I clarified, cheeks burning. I know. He pressed his forehead to mine. You childish brother. Draco grinned teasingly. Exactly, I'm that petty vindictive Malfoy. Aurora, you can't escape me now. Half an hour after Cedric and I reached the shore, Crumb finally surfaced with Hermione. Karkaroff pushed through the crowd, hurrying to the boy's side. He hurriedly called for Madame Pomfrey to give Crumb a full checkup. His gaze flicked over her, Hermione in Crumb's arms, and immediately looked away, as if she were something filthy. Karkaroff was the sort who worshipped bloodlines. Durmstrang didn't take Muggle-borns. As a former Death Eater, his behavior was to be expected. Crumb carefully laid Hermione on a soft chaise, and draped a fur-lined cloak brought by the other Durmstrang students over her shoulders. Madame, why hasn't Hermione woken yet? The boy asked anxiously. Madame Pomfrey produced a vial of potion and held it to Hermione's nose. Sure enough, before long the girl coughed and blinked awake. That's wonderful, Hermione, the boy exulted, pulling her into a tight embrace. Victor, you were too rough. Hermione smacked Crumb's back with mock reproach. For a boy hardened on the pitch, it was like a playful scratch. He tossed her lightly into the air and caught her again. "You're fine, and so am I." His limited English left him unable to fashion more poetic words. But the quick-witted girl did not miss the depth of feeling in his eyes. In that instant, she became the envy of countless girls. Even the normally restrained Hermione felt her heart brim with happiness. "Hermione, will you be my girlfriend?" Crumb's face was earnest. His Durmstrang classmates made teasing, good-natured remarks around him. Hermione cradled a steaming cup of cocoa. The heat had reddened her eyes and nose. Her cheeks flamed, tears gleaming at the corners of her eyes. In that moment, she let go of her reserve and nodded enthusiastically. Crumb hoisted her up, shouting with excitement. "This fellow has finally gotten his wish," Draco remarked. "What, you're that pleased for Miss Granger?" Harry began to undo the pinned-up bun at my nape, letting platinum waves fall across my shoulders. Crumb suited Hermione better than Ron ever could. His status, temperament, and reputation complemented her perfectly. He was the one to open a new world for her. Harry placed his wand in my hand. "This is part of you now, take good care of it," he instructed with care. "Your ancestors have looked after it well." Its material was neither gold nor wood, no imperishable metal, yet it bore no trace of age. "You know, the Potters have always had a legend," Harry said. "They hope our descendants will one day uncover the truth." "What truth?" I asked. "Perhaps when my life reaches its end, I'll be able to tell you," he replied. Draco and I had awakened elven blood, while Harry would one day leave us. Every day we say goodbye to versions of ourselves. "Aurora, don't worry about things that haven't happened." Harry tucked my hair behind my ear and soothed me softly. "That's your life you're talking about. How can you speak of it so calmly?" I asked, voice starting to tremble as my eyes reddened. "I'm already satisfied to have 2 lifetimes of fate with you." He pressed a gentle kiss to the center of my forehead. "Even if, from the very beginning, I knew you belonged to Draco, even if you carried so many secrets," approaching me deliberately. "Why the look of surprise? The Malfoy family took me in, invested in me, sacrificed for me. It was all the result of your careful planning. At the time, I was just a child, not foolish. You changed my destiny, linking me tightly to the rise and fall of the Malfoy family, and also to you." So, Harry had known everything I had done. He had simply been pleased to watch it unfold. I had thought I was manipulating everything in my hands, unaware that I was only unexposed. My face went pale, and I nearly collapsed. "Scared?" Harry, mimicking Draco's manner, pulled me into his embrace. "Learning from the master, how do you like my trick?" "You..." "Don't worry, I liked the outcome. Everything you did benefited me. How could I blame you when I didn't even get to enjoy it in time?" But the usually assertive Harry could not allow himself to be controlled by anyone. This was the first time he revealed his true thoughts publicly. "What did you say to Aurora?" Seeing my pale expression, Draco interrupted our conversation. "Nothing, just some casual catching up." "Oh," Draco elongated the word, clearly skeptical, finally done showing weakness. "It's time Aurora sees my true self," Harry said calmly, though his clenched fists betrayed his nervousness. "I've said it before, this guy is a master at playing the fool," Draco muttered to me. I took Harry's hand in mine, intertwining our fingers. "For the future, I hope we can take care of each other." Chapter 482. The Malfoy Family's Leverage. Fleur de Lacre finally arrived, late and flustered. She broke the surface of the water, shouting toward the shore, "Please, save Gabrielle. She's been taken by the water monster." Her lips were blue and purple from the cold, her body streaked with blood from the underwater battle. Seeing the 3 of us standing with our own treasures, she was utterly panicked. Madame Maxime rushed to her side, pulling her into an embrace. She was negotiating something with Dumbledore. Then the leader of the mermaids surfaced, handing over the only hostage who had not been rescued, Gabrielle de Lacre, to Dumbledore. Fleur's parents hurried forward to take their child, unable to hide the awkwardness and pain in their eyes. I turned my gaze away. I wasn't the Harry of the original story, and I had no sense of humanitarian duty. My world was small, and my care was reserved only for those I truly cherished. Dumbledore offered a casual reassurance. "It's only a tournament. Hogwarts will ensure every student's safety." Empty words. In the original story, how many times had Harry stood face to face with death? And Dumbledore, he had turned Hogwarts into Harry's testing ground. Harry shrugged off his coat and wrapped it tightly around me. Together, our shared warmth spread between us. Sensing my unease, Harry asked gently, "Aurora, what's wrong? I just can't understand why Merlin would be so unfair to you." My voice caught, thick with a stifled sob. "I think it's all right this way," Harry answered lightly. "In our past lives, we bound ourselves together. From then on, fate has been entwined between us." "So, you mean the reason I can resist every curse is because you deliberately left that blessing with me?" "Aurora, finally a clever thought," Draco sighed. "You too, so you've been scheming against me from the very start." I was trapped between them. "I've warned you many times, don't go selling yourself off wholesale," Draco said, the curve of his lips identical to Harry's. "Lure the enemy into the urn," I muttered, realization dawning. Not completely dense after all. Draco ruffled my fringe. "Just wait for the results." "Since when did the two of you start fighting on the same side?" I mumbled under my breath. "To figure out how to make you happy, of course we need to learn to work together," Harry whispered against my ear. Quick as lightning, I plucked a beetle from his hair and sealed it into a glass vial. The insect thrashed its wings furiously, desperate to escape, but to no avail. "An animagus?" Draco studied it in his hand. "Rita Skeeter," I said, pointing to the beetle's back. It bore the same ornate spectacles she always wore. "Her appetite is too big." Draco passed the vial to Lucius. The man's expression shifted several times before he said grimly, "I'll take care of it. The secrets of the Malfoy family, only the dead could keep them sealed." If Rita Skeeter hadn't been so curious. In this light, Hermione truly was magnanimous as a leader. Even though Rita had once cooperated with the Malfoys, if she hoarded too many secrets, she could be eliminated at any moment. This was life, licking blood from the blade's edge. "What is it? Do you pity her?" Draco studied my expression closely. "Not at all. She tried to eavesdrop on our secrets, that was her mistake. I only thought she was smarter than this." I shook my head. "She wanted leverage over the Malfoy family. All of this is her own fault." Draco didn't want to say more. Rita Coster's animagus, like Peter the Dwarf Star, was extremely dangerous. Not because their transformed forms were especially lethal, but because they were so covert and hard to detect. No one pays attention to what a beetle or a rat beside them is thinking, so there's no way to guard against it. Even if you cast a memory charm on her, who's to say one day she won't get curious again about digging into the Malfoy family's secrets? "What do you think my cousin-in-law would do?" Harry asked, genuinely interested. "Elves don't take life proactively. Perhaps the greatest punishment is to make it impossible for her to transform into an animagus ever again." "You're still so kind, Aurora." A glint of severity passed through Harry's eyes. "There are some people in the world who shouldn't be given any chance to turn the tables." I'm just saying. This is a matter for Father to decide." Harry looked surprised. "So soon I'm supposed to change my mind? What international joke is this? You? That's far from it." Draco had been eavesdropping on our conversation the whole time. I should be the one at a disadvantage, but now, apparently, I've gone from peer to junior. Harry smirked mischievously. "If you don't want to be at a loss, some people actually want to be." Draco shot a glance at Cedric not far away. Cedric was surrounded by fervent fans, tossed into the air repeatedly. "Peach, no scores have been announced yet, and clearly it was Aurora who rescued us," Draco said indignantly. "Seems men are just easier to convince than women." Whether in the East or West, figures like Wu Zetian or Catherine the Great faced endless controversy. Their achievements were no less impressive than those of men. Many things can't be changed in one generation. Besides, my life goal isn't to rule the wizarding world. I waved my hand. "Ah, you're lying flat philosophy again?" Draco scoffed. "Of course not. Advancing or retreating as needed is a Malfoy family specialty. It shows I've mastered it properly." The Malfoys had always existed in the shadows as strategists and advisors. "All right, you're first a Malfoy, then Aurora," Draco murmured, resting my head on his shoulder. "I'm the same, first a Malfoy then Draco." Ludo Bagman's booming voice shattered the moment. "Now we move to the judges' scoring." Only then did I realize the cameras had been filming each champion the whole time. Although there was no audio, my intimate moments with Draco and Harry were displayed for everyone to see. Hermione stood faced by Crumb. The boy's cheeks shone with color. You would never guess he'd just fought in a life-or-death contest. Joy does wonders for the spirit. First up, Victor Crumb. Though slightly over time, he still performed admirably in rescuing the hostage. The judges' scores were fairly ordinary. No one abstained from voting this time. Karkaroff awarded his own school's pupil a 10, drawing boos from the crowd. That's bias. Crumb clearly went over time. The other judges, unwilling to be seen on the same side as him, kept their distance. Karkaroff's face was as thick-skinned as ever. He didn't care what people thought. Actually, the Malfoys are biased too, just not so blatant about it, Draco sniffed. I didn't quite agree. In the original tale, Lucius had spared no effort to restore his son's honor. After Buckbeak attacked Draco, Lucius used his authority as a Hogwarts governor to demand the creature's execution. He even sponsored 7 new broomsticks to bolster Draco's status on the Slytherin Quidditch team. Seeing me smirk, Draco flushed. Am I wrong? You're not. I was just thinking of something funny. Am I just some reckless playboy in your memory? What? Aurora, haven't you forgotten our telepathy? So that was it. Whenever memories of the original story surfaced in my head, Draco received them too. I told myself I'd never become that arrogant Draco. He didn't deserve you. Nonsense. It was exactly that Draco I fell for in the first place. I shared my thoughts with him. Don't trick me. Draco's smile reached his eyes. You can hear me? I poked his chest with a fingertip and he clasped my hand. Don't be silly. Your score will be up soon. I'm more anxious about this than you are, the champion. On the big screen, I watched footage of myself lying against Draco's chest as we awaited the scores. Look at the Malfoy siblings, their affection is so sweet. Did you see them under the water just now? He's switching, but some muggles claim that's a form of emergency care, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Wizards aren't bothered. Have they forgotten the Gaunt family? She rescued 2 hostages at once. Shouldn't that earn bonus points? In my view, she violated the rules and should be penalized. Debate rose and fell among the audience. I paid it little mind. Winning the tournament as the 4th champion wasn't my primary concern. What worried me was the conspiracy unfolding behind the scenes. Who had put my name into the Goblet of Fire? As for whether I would make it to the end, since the mastermind behind the scenes had a plan, there was no way I would be eliminated in the second task. Next, the judges will score Aurora Malfoy. She entered the water with Miss Delacour, yet collaborated wholeheartedly with Cedric to rescue the hostages within the allotted time. However, he shifted his tone. There was a conflict with the guarding mermaids during the rescue. That moment, the mermaid leader approached Dumbledore and exchanged a few words. Ludo Bagman was certainly sparing no effort in trying to influence the judges to deduct points from me. I shrugged indifferently. If it were my brother tied to the pillars, I'd risk everything to save him too. And isn't this clearly unfair to Aurora? Why isn't Draco considered her treasure? Look at how close they are. Why would Cedric's treasure be Draco? Could there be some hidden reason? Questions and murmurs filled the air. Ludo Bagman looked helpless, glancing toward Dumbledore for support. The mermaid leader has already stated that they understand Miss Malfoy's choice. Not abandoning or giving up on family should not be a crime. Dumbledore smiled approvingly. Chapter 485. I did it for him. Earlier, the other judges and I reached a consensus to score Mr. Diggory and Miss Malfoy together. The other judges nodded in agreement. After all, we had surfaced together. Ludo Bagman's surprise was unmistakable. Exactly as it should be. He was worried your actions would lower Cedric's score. Draco smirked mockingly. You value friendship over the competition. Others aren't thinking that way. Cedric's prestige was unprecedented. I shrugged, showing I didn't care much about it. Tying scores is fine, otherwise, the controversy would be even greater. Unsurprisingly, Ludo Bagman awarded a 10. Dumbledore, likely valuing teamwork, also gave a perfect score. Umbridge pretentiously raised her number card, but aimed it at Lucius. She too was scheming for her career advancement. Lucius' eyes narrowed, as if he had everything under control. Karkaroff was the same. This was less a competition than a contest of influence among different factions. Madame Maxime was helpless. She knew that no matter what score she gave, it would either be the minimum or later invalidated. Why bother struggling at the end? So an unimpeachable 8 appeared on her card. That's more like it, Draco muttered softly. But in my eyes, you deserve full marks. That's because your filter is too thick. I must admit, you're right, Aurora. Whenever it comes to you, my heart will always lean this way. Draco kissed my cheek. Harry wasn't about to be outdone. On live broadcast, I whispered, a little reminder. What are you afraid of? The two of them spoke in unison. Fleur de Lacquer's results were never in doubt. Even Meta Maxim's last-ditch efforts hadn't produced a noticeable improvement. In the third task, she would be the last champion to enter, competing together in the maze. In the original story, the cup turned into a portkey that transported Harry and Cedric to the Riddle House for a resurrection experiment. This time, what awaited me? The moment I stepped through the door of the common room, I was startled by the rising chorus of cheers. Slytherin's collective pride outmatched every other house. That's why, year after year, the green gems in the Slytherin hourglass outnumbered the others. Everyone fought for honor, held themselves in check, and strived for the house cup together. This year, with no Gryffindor savior and no reason for Dumbledore to award points to Gryffindor, Slytherin's streak seemed endless. I had lost count of how many times we'd held the cup. Even Severus Snape, usually expressionless, looked in notably good spirits, though he stood well apart from the celebration. Miss Malfoy, after the celebrations, come to my office. He turned away from the revelry as he said it. He knew that as long as he was around, no one could revel without restraint. Thank you, everyone. It was hard to tell how much of that gratitude was sincere. Whatever the case, the Malfoy name had become more valuable because of me. Family name isn't built by one generation alone. Perhaps what Draco once wished for in the original story, I had accomplished for him. Aurora, did you and Draco actually kiss? My cheeks flushed. Draco woke up early. The situation was critical. But the video shows him initiating it. Draco's hand rested on my shoulder as he retorted, when you're suffocating, don't you reach for help with everything you've got? Of course I would. Same here. At that moment, Aurora was my only salvation. The hand on my shoulder was hot with urgency. How long did you two kiss? The footage cuts off afterwards. Was it intense? Sabini asked with a knowing leer. Draco and Harry exchanged a silent look. I don't know. When life and death hang in the balance, who has the luxury to count seconds? Living is enough. Draco shifted most of his weight onto me. So heavy, I complained softly. You shouldn't be carrying weight for too long. Won't help you grow any taller. I caught the faint curve of his smile. I am not short. At 1.72 I was tall for a girl. Yet next to Draco and Harry, I still felt petite and clingingly small. He made a vague gesture. They say a girl your age has usually finished growing. He wore a look of deep pity. Don't pick on her, she's fine as she is. Harry stroked my hair. What are you three whispering about? I suddenly noticed a flash of envy in Zabini's eyes. No one else can butt into your conversations, he mumbled. Obviously, it's because we're close. Seeing me lower my head in acknowledgement, Draco visibly brightened. Uncle Lucius, would he skip over you and hand the Malfoy family straight to Aurora? Zabini prodded deliberately. The once boisterous room fell suddenly quiet. Everyone leaned in, waiting for Draco's response. My father only ever works for my mother. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Malfoy family head is Aunt Narcissa? That can't be true. My mother is a Malfoy too, Draco stated firmly. But. Believe it or not, Draco said, arms crossed, calmly watching everyone's reactions. I vaguely remembered Lucius's family head ring. It had indeed gone missing. It must have been altered and placed on Narcissa's hand. All of this, what was it really for? I'll tell you later. Draco left the words in my mind. After the bombshell announcement that Narcissa had become the current Malfoy family head, the smiles from the Slytherin students toward me felt far more genuine. They assumed that with my sudden prominence, I might even replace Draco as the next Malfoy head. Needless to say, they were wildly overthinking. Narcissa carried the bloodlines of both Abraxas and Voldemort, recognized by the Malfoy family tree. My situation was completely different. Draco was simply backing me up, using it as an excuse to deceive them. I quickly pushed these thoughts aside. Slytherin was brimming with joy, and I didn't want to ruin it. No matter the final outcome, I had achieved a tie for first place with Cedric. In the third task, I would be the first to enter the maze. The intentions of those behind the scenes would soon be revealed. What exactly did they hope to gain from me? That night we lay in bed, finally at ease. Finally, the outsiders are gone, Draco exhaled in relief. Outsiders? Does that include Harry too? I teased. Well, Harry hasn't married into the Malfoy family yet. Draco couldn't help but laugh. You actually said that Harry could never marry, he's a boy. Why not? Madame Zabini married 7 husbands, yet didn't change Zabine, his surname. Tom is Malfoy now too. Draco's lips curved into a sly smile. Go on, set him up. I don't like being called Mrs. Potter. He pulled me tightly into his arms. Aurora, you'll only ever be Mrs. Malfoy. So that's why you told him Mother inherited the Malfoy family headship as groundwork for this. At last, I understood his little scheme. Peach, only now you catch on. Draco buried his face against my chest. The Malfoy family tree never acknowledged me. On the ancestral tapestry, symbol of the Malfoy line, my name had never appeared. That was before. The family tree changed after you regained your past life memories. Realization dawned on Draco. I can't believe I forgot to tell you. Come, let's go home. Oh right, Godfather asked me to see him. But he's surely asleep by now. I smacked my forehead. In my excitement, I'd completely forgotten. He never sleeps early. Don't worry, let's go now. We stopped before Medusa's portrait. She shot me a withering glare. Severus has been waiting a long time. Sorry, I didn't expect the celebration to drag on so long, I admitted sheepishly. But I saw the other Slytherins already back in their dormitories. She mercilessly exposed my excuse. Seeing my embarrassed face, she finally relented. Just don't let it happen again. The office door cracked open, and the rich scent of herbs drifted out. Inside, a cauldron bubbled at a critical stage. Draco and I stayed silent, waiting patiently while Snape worked through the final steps. He didn't spare us so much as a glance. His attention was wholly consumed by his potion. When we were children, we'd once interrupted him, unaware of how sacred his brewing was. Punishment had been memorable. Since then, no matter how urgent the matter, we always waited until he was finished. Aurora, I recall telling you to come alone. Snape flicked his gaze toward Draco. Godfather, I stretched the word in a playful whine. Draco isn't an outsider. If you think it necessary, sir, I can leave, Draco said smoothly, yet he didn't move an inch, as though glued to the chair. Of course Snape saw through Draco's ploy. We've uncovered some leads, he said slowly, about how your name was placed in the Goblet of Fire. The office doors and windows sealed themselves shut, locking us inside. A chill ran down my spine, every hair stood on end. It was done with the most advanced confundus charm, enough to deceive both the goblet and the Ministry's checks. Snape's brow furrowed deeply, as though weighing just how much he should reveal. Only Albus, or the Dark Lord, could reach that level. In the original story, it was Barty Crouch Jr. who tricked the Goblet of Fire into selecting Harry's name. Indeed, the Death Eaters had hidden masters. Draco exchanged a glance with me. Does the Malfoy family have leads on the Dark Lord? Snape unexpectedly probed. Our impression of him is still from his first-year possession of Professor Quirrell, I hurriedly explained. The Ravenclaw diadem, which had once possessed Cedric, had already been absorbed by Tom. If something were acting up again, it was most likely tied to Nagini or the Hufflepuff cup. And the Hufflepuff cup was still kept in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Nagini, that huge snake. How do you know about it? Snape countered. In the original story, Snape ultimately met his end at Nagini's fangs. In Voldemort's mind, Snape was a loyal Death Eater to the end. Yet for him, the Elder Wand's recognition mattered far more than any subordinate. My father told me. I had to admit, I was proud of myself for lying so calmly, without a twitch, right in front of Double Agent Snape. Draco's face went pale. It seemed he had glimpsed Snape's tragic fate from the original timeline in my mind. Godfather, you must stay away from that snake. It's too dangerous. That snake has been missing ever since the Dark Lord's defeats, Snape explained. Surely Lucius mentioned it to you as well. The Dark Lord often used it to intimidate and threaten. Voldemort would have Nagini devour incompetent subordinates alive. I suspect the Dark Lord has some innate connection with Nagini, much like when he possessed Professor Quirrell. He could very well use her to enter Hogwarts and achieve his goals. But why doesn't he attack Malfoy Manor directly? Why approach you through the Tri-Wizard Tournament? Snape's expression showed approval. Makes sense, Aurora, you carry something he needs. You must prepare in advance. For the final task, I recommend you forfeit. You don't care about Slytherin's glory? How much Snape cared about the House Cup, Draco and all of Slytherin knew very well. What value is empty prestige compared to your safety? Draco interjected. It's just that if I refuse to play along this time, the mastermind will switch tactics, likely even more unpredictable. My advantage was my knowledge of the original storyline, knowing where the pitfalls might be. I wasn't confident enough to counter everything perfectly. I'm not an invincible, all-conquering, reckless heroine. Every step had to be carefully weighed to achieve the best possible outcome. You allied with Cedric in the second task. You can do the same in the third. But there can be only one champion. I'll forfeit or concede at the final moment. No matter who the ultimate opponent wanted me to win the tournament and be transported to a specific, special realm, according to the original plot. Godfather, could you perform a final inspection of the Goblet of Fire before the third task, personally, without delegating it to anyone else? Chapter 489. Snape got kissed. Draco's brows were furrowed. He didn't voice any objection. I knew he harbored doubts about where Snape's true loyalties lay. He couldn't possibly imagine the depth of Snape's unyielding, lifelong love and grief for Harry's mother, Lily Evans. Everything had always come too easily for Draco. I will. Snape valued promises above all. In the original story, he had honored the unbreakable vow with Narcissa protecting Draco, even taking on the task of killing Dumbledore in his place. Though he and Dumbledore schemed together, there was still within it a measure of protection for his once most favored student. Thank you, Godfather. I wrapped my arms around his waist. Snape's whole body stiffened. As he grew older, he had steadily drawn distance between us. Like the way daughters pull away from fathers, he had lessened every trace of physical closeness. Lucius did the same. As he once put it, the reason I clung so tightly to Narcissa was because he had quietly nudged me that way. Snape's arms hung awkwardly in the air, not knowing where to rest, until he simply gestured for Draco to take me away. Aurora, Godfather hasn't washed his hands after working with potions. Draco strained to come up with an excuse so flimsy it barely counted as one. Snape was thin. Even with our constant reminders pushing him into regular meals, the damage from his youth couldn't be undone. He was far from ever looking rosy, cheeked. As Narcissa often said, what Snape had suffered as a child was many times worse than Harry's. Unlike Harry, who thrived in Slytherin now, Snape had been bullied not only by the Marauders, but even by some pure-blood Slytherins who had never shown him kindness. He had been crushed from both sides. Sensing I had pressed enough, I released my arms from around his waist. I could feel his visible relief as he exhaled. Snape's very presence carried an air that kept people at a distance. Even after growing up, Draco never dared throw his arms around his godfather's neck in play. I suddenly missed the days of childhood when I could cling to him without restraint. Even as he scolded us as the Malfoy brats who don't know any better, he had still taken such careful care of us. Snape lifted his eyes toward the clock on the wall. A silent reminder. Give him back his space, he had research waiting. Godfather, we'd like to go home for the night. What? Haven't had enough celebrating in Slytherin? Planning an after-party at Malfoy Manor? Snape sneered. His words were sharp, but his tone implied consent. Thank you, Godfather. I darted forward again, and he subtly shifted aside before I could pounce. Go on then, but don't be late for potions tomorrow morning. Which meant he was letting us spend the night at Malfoy Manor. Taking advantage of his guard being down, I leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. He froze like he'd been petrified. Aurora, going home doesn't require that much sacrifice. Draco's voice came from behind, lowered in a forced whisper, sharp with exasperation. Honestly, are you jealous of my godfather now? I brushed his cheek with my fingertip. I've always thought of him as a second father. But you've hardly ever kissed father. Draco's voice brimmed with wounded grievance. Father has mother to kiss him. Godfather has no one except us when we were children. I could still faintly recall those days clinging to Snape every day, trying to help him through the grief of losing the love of his life, Harry's mother. Life and death are part of an endless cycle. Fallen leaves decompose into nutrients, feeding the soil that nourishes new growth. They become spring mud that protects the flowers. Lily Evans gave up her chance at life to protect Harry. The time she spent with him was invaluable to both of them. Even when it was hot, Snape always wore long sleeves to cover the dark mark on his arm. Lucius, though he had long since used his elf magic to erase the mark, kept the matter private, just like Snape. When we were very young, Draco once tugged at Snape's sleeve. The sight of the hissing snake and the terrifying skull frightened baby Draco to tears. From that day on, we knew never to touch Snape's left arm. Yet just now, as I hugged him, I could feel the black aura radiating from that arm. "You noticed it too, didn't you?" I whispered. "Yeah, the Godfather's mark is active again. Who could it be? Could it really be a fragment of Voldemort's soul, returning once more? Let's not think about him for now." Draco led me to the family tree. Once, Lucius had used a confusion charm to place my name on it. Now, with Draco's hand resting on it, all magic was nullified. Look. The names above hadn't changed. I leaned closer and noticed that Narcissa's portrait was slightly larger than usual. It meant the Malfoy family headship had passed into her hands. Not far off, Lucius and Narcissa arrived, looking late but elegant in silk pajamas ready for bed. "Aurora, Draco, why are you back already?" I wanted Aurora to see this. She didn't know the family tree had changed. Draco hurriedly explained. Narcissa held me in her arms, pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead. "We noticed the change first and were planning to tell you. Yes, when I awoke, memories of my past life made me hesitant, wanting to keep calm and retreat. Why is my name on there? Have they finally recognized my contributions?" Thinking of the past, I couldn't help but feel a sharp sting of resentment. It was our man. He finally realized and stopped causing trouble. Narcissa, slightly embarrassed, pointed to the topmost portrait on the family tree. Armand Malfoy. The first-generation Malfoy. He looked at me with pleading eyes, lacking any of his former authority, as if silently asking for forgiveness. But his pride prevented him from bowing to a junior. "Armand Malfoy!" Draco suddenly raised his voice, sounding like a father scolding a disobedient son. Right, Armand had been Draco's past life, the only son of Legras. Armand's eyes reddened, and reluctantly he said, "I'm sorry, Aurora. These years, I was just being stubborn." Draco, with the face of a young boy, exuded the commanding presence of a head of house. "Aurora is a member of the Malfoy family. If I ever catch you doing these little tricks again—" "I won't, father, please don't refuse to recognize me." Painting actually called Draco father. The sight felt strangely jarring. "Let's see how you behave." Draco's expression softened. "Let's go." He took my hand. I glanced back. Armand's eyes followed Draco's retreating figure, filled with admiration and longing. Was it Armand who kept my name off the family tree? "He's still holding a grudge," Draco said carefully, watching my face, "because I didn't rekindle things with his mother. He doesn't realize that Legolas wasn't you. As I expected, very few in this world actually knew there were two Dracos from different planes. Pansy's already gone back with him to their own world." "But I saw Pansy just a couple of days ago," I said, utterly baffled. "Their souls have been switched. The Pansy here might actually resemble the one you remember from the original story." He meant the Pansy lodged in my mind from the so-called canon. For some reason, the weight pressing on my heart finally lifted. "You look lighter all of a sudden," Draco teased. "You know me, I'm me, he's him." The boy's voice was steady with promise. "Of course I know. Maybe it's just because I care too much." He bent down, lips tracing along my cheek before pressing to my neck. "Don't leave marks. If Harry saw them later, he'd think we were sneaking around behind his back." I felt Draco's lips tighten, sucking harder. Didn't I tell you not to? Why be afraid of him? I want him to see. I want him jealous out of his mind." Infuriating, listening in on my thoughts while punishing me more fiercely. Lucius and Narcissa gave us more than enough space. They didn't disturb us once that night, not even sending a house elf to wake us in the morning. So naturally, we ended up late the next day. By the time we rushed past the potions office toward class, Harry was already helping Snape hand out ingredients. He flashed a mock smile eerily similar to Snape's. "Draco, Aurora, you're late." Snape cast us a sidelong look, clearly preparing to lift his hand only to set it down lightly again. "Professor Snape, why is it that when your own assistants show up late, Slytherin doesn't lose points?" This was Gryffindor's potions class with us, and since Snape usually docked them at every turn, they'd long seethed with resentment over Slytherin's constant triumph in the House Cup. Finally, they'd found their chance to strike back. Harry blinked mischievously. House infighting, after all, mustn't damage Slytherin's honor. "Oh, that's right," he said smoothly. "Professor Snape asked you to deliver something." His eyes gleamed with mischief as we returned quietly to our seats. "I knocked on your dorm door for ages," Harry's voice dripped with mock hurt. "We went home for the night, last minute. And this is the result of your little trip home?" He brushed my hair aside, fingers grazing the edge of my collar. "Don't. I deliberately worn a high-necked sweater today to hide the constellation of marks on my skin." Harry's expression darkened. "We weren't trying to hide things from you. Why did I feel like I was only making this worse?" "Harry, you have to give Aurora your full trust." Draco fanned the flames with a straight face. "Easy for you to say. Who was it again who couldn't stand being second best?" Harry shot back. "Ahem. Oh." Snape, dark circles under his eyes, was now staring straight at us. I quickly buried my face in my textbook, trying to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. I caught a fleeting, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of Harry's mouth. Of course he'd think of using his own head of house to pressure me. "Did you rush home for some reason? Is it related to Professor Snape?" After finishing a full day of classes, we returned to the dormitory, and Harry finally voiced what had been on his mind. "Harry, the dark mark on Godfather's arm has darkened." "How could that be?" Harry's brows knitted tightly. "Harry, have you sensed any disturbances from the other Horcruxes?" Logically, as someone who had absorbed the main soul, Harry should have an intrinsic connection with the remaining pieces. He shook his head, clearly puzzled. "Have you had any strange dreams or pain in your scar?" These were common reactions for Harry in the original timeline. "None," the dark-haired boy said firmly. "Aurora, are you suggesting a Horcrux is seeking a chance to resurrect, and that you being the fourth champion in this Triwizard tournament is part of its plan?" "If we consider it alongside Godfather's anomaly, that's a reasonable assumption," Draco said thoughtfully. "Also, when we returned, Dad quietly told me that Karkaroff from Durmstrang also sought him out, and the same thing happened with his mark. Dumbledore must know about this too." As a double agent, Snape would report every detail meticulously. "I've already written to Tom," he just replied. No wonder the Golden Eagle appeared in the dormitory. It had just returned from a long journey. "Harry, let's look at it together." I noticed Harry hesitating, so I quickly called him over. Tension from potions class vanished and he visibly relaxed. A pang of guilt rose in me. He yearned for so little, yet even that I often failed to provide. "Tom says he seems to be cut off from the other Horcruxes, just like you." Ultimately, Voldemort's Horcruxes were like extensions of himself, separated from the original for different reasons. Over time, each gained its own consciousness. Like dragon offspring, each different in nature. With differing knowledge and experiences, each Horcrux could make independent decisions and life plans. They even distrusted their former selves. After all, everyone's greatest enemy is themselves. "Tom wants us to be careful. He and Grandpa will return soon to support us." Tom and Abraxas's honeymoon had been interrupted once again. We had become their greatest concern. "Harry, can you use the dark marks to locate every Death Eater?" The dark mark functioned like a GPS, letting Voldemort maintain full control over his servants. "Not just that. I can even detect their thoughts, except for someone like Professor Snape, who's mastered occlumency." Harry closed his eyes, tapping his temple with a finger. "For example, Karkaroff is currently in a state of panic. He's desperate for the Triwizard tournament to end so he can escape back to Durmstrang. Some Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban are restless as well. Among them is my cousin's elder sister, Bellatrix Lestrange, the one who once drove Neville's parents mad with the Cruciatus curse." What about her? Chapter 493. United Front. She seems to have gone mad, keeps stroking the dark mark on her arm, muttering to herself one moment and laughing wildly the next. Harry frowned. Bellatrix Lestrange, the once pampered jewel of the Black family. As the eldest daughter, she'd been spoilt from childhood. Combined with her inherited, breathtaking looks, her arrogance never stopped admirers from flocking to her. But alas, in youth, she met someone too brilliant for her to resist. Falling for Voldemort ruined her life. Maybe she mistook the change in the dark mark for hope? As Voldemort's chief fanatic and admirer, Bellatrix would surely be summoned into his service as soon as possible. Should we probe her memories? There might be a lead. I'll try. Harry closed his eyes again. Seconds ticked by. No one rushed him, though his expression shifted with every passing moment. Every time I tried to speak, Draco stopped me. In his mind he was silently warning, what Harry is doing now is like a clemency by force. If he's breached, it will be dangerous. Yes, like closing the mind, attack and defense hang on a hair's breadth. Even masters such as Snape can make mistakes. All the more reason to worry about Harry, whose experience is limited. At last, he breathed out and slowly opened his eyes. I never knew Voldemort was sleeping with married women. What do you mean? Draco asked, hungry for gossip. Bellatrix Lestrange slept with Voldemort. Her head is full of that, nothing useful. Perhaps that memory had been the most important thing in her life, the thing that sustained her through more than a decade in Azkaban. I don't want to see any more. Harry looked pale. The way he glanced at me was hard to read. I knew he'd accessed Bellatrix's memories in first person inside her, being with Voldemort. For a staunchly straight, literal man like him, it must have been difficult to accept. Fine. If you don't want to watch, don't. Aurora, I need to wash my eyes. Harry wrapped his arms around me from behind and started fumbling at my collar. Let me see, how bad is it really? Is a turtleneck necessary? Aurora, why, hide it. If he wants to see, just show him. Draco's expression was provocatively challenging. Mem, one from top to bottom, one from bottom to top. Draco's kisses traced from my navel upward. Harry took the opposite approach, following and deepening the marks Draco had left yesterday. Why, is it only my wounded world that comes true? I couldn't help but let out a small, anguished sound. I don't mind you helping Harry literally wash his eyes, but you should earn a little interest for the favor. Aurora, as a Malfoy, you ought to uphold the family principle of maximizing our gains. Draco coaxed and bargained at once. But, you only maximized your gains. I shut back. What difference does that make between us? He asked, entwining his fingers with mine. And besides, you lying here quietly enjoying it, you're already a beneficiary. Aurora taking advantage, and then acting coy, Harry chimed in. When did the two of them unify their front? You too. Playing hard to get, Aurora. Draco's whisper tickled my ear. What followed was enough to make me blush every time I recalled it. Great, now it wasn't just high collars. Fortunately, although the harshest part of winter had passed, Hogwarts still required long sleeves and trousers. I looked exhausted, while Draco and Harry behind me wore expressions of utter satisfaction, a stark contrast. It feels like you two are draining all of Aurora's energy, Zabini teased. Do you really think you can handle the third task like this? After mocking Draco and Harry, he winked at me. Stop teasing me. I pulled my collar higher. Those two boys seemed to possess endless energy and vitality. Fine, you get the night off, Draco reluctantly conceded. Managing one of them alone was exhausting enough, let alone both. Narcissa had often sympathized with my plight, subtly warning me to think twice. Your father once used a time turner. Anyway, I worry your body won't hold up. Malfoy men are said to be extraordinarily gifted. Back then, I was naive and didn't grasp the deeper meaning behind her words. Which of course led to my current predicament. We had tried everything but could find no clues that Voldemort was planning another return. All we could do was hold our positions. Days passed, and soon the third task would begin. Aurora, your concerns are valid. Snape called me into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had been waiting there all along. The usually kindly old man was grave now. Miss Malfoy, can you tell me why you suspect the goblet was tampered with? Headmaster, it's obvious. Neither I nor the Malfoys put my name in. The plot is aimed at me plain as day. The cup has been turned into a door key, and the destination is Tom Riddle's old manor. Dumbledore exchanged a look with Snape. The opponent will surely rig the contest, so I'm the first to touch the cup, I said, understanding at once. Aurora, you need to discuss with Lucius whether you'll continue, Snape said. Dumbledore rubbed his eyes, cutting the potion's master off. Miss Malfoy, what do you want to do? From the start I haven't cared about winning the tournament. I want to unmask whoever's pulling the strings. I prefer to be in the open while the enemy hides. Dumbledore's eyes shone with approval. The Sorting Hat can be mistaken too. What? You'd suit Gryffindor better. Albus, Snape's face went ashen. All right, I know that for a Slytherin that's no compliment. The old man touched his nose with a whimsical air. But I still need your protection. Of course. How about we turn their tactic against them? Dumbledore's blue eyes were bright. I will have Severus lie in wait at the Riddle House in advance, and if you don't feel reassured, we can send more hands. Having my godfather watch over me in secret will be enough. From the original story's perspective, Snape proved unexpectedly reliable whether guarding Harry or Draco. He had no children of his own, but perhaps he thought of those two boys as sons. Snape's face remained impassive, but only those who truly knew him would notice the good humor beneath. Severus, Miss Malfoy trusts you greatly, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. In my heart, godfather and father are equally important, I replied. That's wonderful, Dumbledore murmured. His eyes behind his spectacles burned with thought, unreadable. A double agent, walking the line between light and dark, marked by the dark mark, a stain he could never wash away. Yet he had turned, risking everything to protect what he loved, only to be doubted again and again. He lived under constant strain, a life like walking a tightrope. Even in sleep, Severus's body had built muscle memory, his mind closing itself tens of thousands of times. In canon he'd endured the Order's suspicion and the crushing solitude of more than a decade. This time, without Harry as the center of things, his charge was me. Could he, as in the book, protect me with the same reckless devotion? I doubted it. What did you say? The goblet's a key? Draco was stunned. He gripped me hard enough to hurt. Knowing it's a trap, you still want to jump in? You're hurting me, I struggled. This concerned your safety. You didn't even plan to consult me, Draco shouted in anger. No, I wasn't trying to hide it from you. And besides, godfather, I want you to meet me at the Riddle estate too. I had never realized the sheer difference in strength between men and women. His hands were like iron clamps, holding me firmly in place. His face flushed deep red, not from embarrassment. Is that really true? Of course, I just came from the headmaster's office, and you're the first I wanted to tell. That's better. Draco was so easy to please. I'm going to write to Dad immediately. The boy who always had my dad on his lips had reappeared. No need to alert too many people. Too many ambushers might spook them. That's perfect. You know, every time I watch the tournaments from the sidelines, it feels like surviving an ordeal. Draco let out a long, heavy sigh. I'm afraid of losing you again. He held me tightly against him. I rolled up my sleeve where he had gripped me. Several purple and blue marks were already forming. Aurora, I'm sorry I hurt you again. He quickly kissed the center of my forehead while using magic to heal my wounds. I know caring makes you nervous. With his awakened elf powers and restored memories from his past life, Draco's strength rivaled that of several adult wizards. No one, not even Harry, could give so completely for me, even to the point of risking their life. Aurora, you're too cruel, he murmured. How do you mean? You let me watch you walk step by step into the traps others set for you. And I have to pretend I know nothing. Do you know how hard that is? Draco's gray eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I've been through it too. I listened to his heartbeat. When you split the dragon's body, knowing that failure would mean utter ruin, I still had no choice but to trust your decision. Chapter 496, Taking the Gamble. People's joys and sorrows don't truly connect, even when we already understand each other's hearts. Draco sighed. Only now do I feel the torment you went through. I'm sorry, Aurora. It's a double-edged sword, hurting you while piercing me early on as well. The last fragment of the barrier in his heart finally shattered into pieces. I no longer clung to the past life. All that happened before is gone. What we can do now is cherish the time we have together, I whispered to comfort him. I'm so glad, Aurora. Draco held me on his lap. You were the first to think of me, placing me above even your parents. Of course, the one I meant to spend my future with is you. So, you've already planned me into your life? Draco repeated, confirming. Silly, do I even need to say that? The words felt like a sweet, tender confession as I spoke them. You don't know my past life self was so terrible, I was always afraid you'd abandon me. Draco, unusually vulnerable, let his guard down. You sound like a scolding wife, I poked his puffy cheek. Can't help it, my life and fortune are both in your hands. Draco said, mournful. You even left the most important corner to Harry's descendants. When I learned where your wand came from, you have no idea how many nights I lay awake, unable to sleep from sorrow. What have I done to deserve this, across lives and lifetimes letting you sacrifice so much for me? It's just cause and effect. Without Lucius and Narcissa's meticulous care and emotional investment, I wouldn't have, with memories of this life, thrown myself into supporting the house elves so recklessly. Every decision seemed preordained, arranged long before I knew it. As one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry could not easily sever his link to Voldemort. Not to mention, he'd absorbed a fragment of Voldemort's main soul into himself. We deliberately avoided telling him that the cup was a portkey. Each time I saw concern cross his face, my heart went hollow. Harry has never used me. In every life, he has spared no effort protecting me. Yet I worried his mind might unconsciously reconnect with Voldemort and leak our plans. Aurora, are you hiding something from me? Right before the third task was about to begin, Harry finally found a moment and stopped me. Stop looking. Draco's not here. His gaze darkened, an awe-inspiring pressure radiated from him, a presence born of many battles. The humiliation of betrayal mixed with confusion and grievance. Harry, the match is about to start. I glanced at Cedric. His hands were wringing with nerves. Draco's absence was that arranged between you two in advance. He stared at me, unblinking. Does that answer really matter? At this point, whether it matters or not makes little difference. It would only be an argument of words. Harry smiled wryly, the corners of his mouth lifted, but it looked like he might cry. I had thought that when someone's safety was at stake, I would no longer be swayed by another's emotions. But with Harry, I still wanted to try, even if I failed utterly again. Chapter 497. Going in his place. It's not that Draco and I meant to hide things from you. It's just that we were worried. I tapped my temple. You mean someone might probe your mind? You mean Voldemort, the one intending to harm you, him? His vivid green eyes, like the most precious emeralds, gleamed with an unsettling intensity. He took a slow step closer. If I do nothing, just give you my sincerest blessing, would that be all right? He steadied my shoulders. In front of everyone, he pressed his lips to my forehead. He knew all too well that my forehead was my weak spot. Then I saw the slightest movement of his lips. Jinsong Lixi. His voice was barely audible. You! I couldn't open my mouth, only cry out silently for Draco. It's useless. I've already arranged this with Draco. It's our decision together, Harry soothed. I was completely immobilized, utterly unable to imagine that he would make his move now. With astonishing speed, he lifted me into the temporarily set-up girls' washroom. Sorry, this might hurt a bit. He snipped a lock of my hair and dropped it into a vial of potion. Gently swirling it, the liquid quickly mixed and turned platinum. Only then did I notice a neatly arranged set of women's clothing beside him. Aurora, forgive me, Harry said as he pulled my wand from me and bound me tightly. He poured the entire potion into my mouth. Aurora, your polyjuice. Then, before me, he transformed into my exact likeness. He removed the ill-fitting clothes and clumsily dressed himself in mine, piece by piece. For a short time this should fool the organizers. Will you blame me, Aurora? His eyes were full of pleading. You're going to take my place as the fourth champion? Yes, he toyed with my wand. Smooth, flowing, integrated, this wand has always been preserved by the Potter family's descendants. We know it intimately. That was one of the main reasons I convinced Draco. In the end, I still won. He wielded my wand, clearing a heavily obstructed path. The washroom sink in front of him exploded into a gaping hole. Flying debris nearly hit Fleur de Lacquer. Hey, is this how Hogwarts teaches students? Destroying property? Fleur didn't realize the caster was me, Harry, assuming it was some Hogwarts volunteer. Harry placed me in a stall and locked the door. He walked out alone. It was you. Fleur de Lacquer fumed. You did this on purpose? So what if I did, or didn't? Didn't I avoid hurting you? Are Beauxbatons students really so petty? Harry used my identity, leaving her no room to retaliate. You, just wait. Fleur knew well enough that now wasn't the time to stir up trouble. She grudgingly turned on the taps, the rushing water making the silence between us even more awkward. My wand had been taken, my mouth blocked, even my eyes covered with a cloth by Harry. Everything amplified my hearing. Outside, announcements were calling the champions to their positions. I struggled even harder. Who would come to save me? Chapter 498. Harry's Scheme. With a sharp blast of Ludo Bagman's whistle, the match was underway. Cedric and Aurora have already entered the maze first. It was far too late. Even if I broke free of my restraints now, I couldn't stop the tournament. Harry had already taken my place as the fourth champion. Just then, the door to the washroom creaked open. I felt someone push it wide. Aurora, it's me. Brother, my tears burst forth, soaking through the blindfold tied across my eyes. I'm sorry, but this was the only choice we had. Harry's in danger. I cut him off anxiously. But it's even more dangerous if you face this alone. We can't take that risk. He draped a hooded cloak over my shoulders and held out a small vial of green liquid. Drink this, Aurora. What is it? You want to keep watching the tournament, don't you? Damn it, let me go right now. My wrists were still bound tight. No, only after the tournament ends. If you won't open your mouth, I'll have to force it down. You. I had no choice but to part my lips. I knew Draco wouldn't truly harm me. Slowly now, he dabbed at the spill at the corner of my mouth with a handkerchief. A sudden heat rushed through me, the unmistakable sensation of Polyjuice potion spreading through my body. There, another dose in an hour. I realized with a start that I was nearly eye level with Draco, my clothes clinging unnaturally tight to my frame. Let me help you change. Defindo. My garments split apart at the seams, falling away in shredded strips. A strong, male body appeared in front of me. Don't look. Draco quickly wrapped the blindfold over my eyes again. He then explained, Harry and you have switched identities, you're now in Harry's form. His hands moved over my body, but in a completely different way than his usual hesitant fumbling. In no time, he had helped me into a full set of school uniform. It's mine, clean, Draco explained, his face flushing deep red. You. The earlier transformation had been so thorough that he had even changed my underwear. The garments he had worn were now on me. He prepared to lift me horizontally, glancing at my face. Let's just walk over that way. The thought of Draco carrying Harry toward the stand struck me as absurdly funny. He supported me by the arm, and I spotted Lucius and Narcissa nearby. I was drawn into a soft, fragrant embrace. Aurora. Dad, Mom, Harry. Don't worry, Severus knows about this too, he'll protect Harry's safety. But I still owe him. You've already given yourself to him, Narcissa teased in my ear. How did you know? Before I could finish, Lucius interrupted, Sissy, Aurora's current form isn't the time for whispering. Narcissa, nominally Harry's cousin, looked so young and beautiful. The two of them together were truly a picture-perfect pair. I quickly kept some distance from her. Noticing that my hands were still bound, Narcissa glared at Draco. Hurry and untie Aurora. No. Draco pressed his hand over mine. Not until the match is over. Harry and I agreed on this. Aurora, don't let Harry's feelings go to waste. Chapter 499. My Revenge. When did you two get so close? Who spoke that? They voiced exactly what I was thinking. It was Zabini. He was sitting right behind us. You and Harry, hand in hand, his expression was hard to read. Could it be, you and Harry are actually a couple, and you've been using Aurora as a cover? Good heavens, what a vivid imagination. What nonsense, Draco huffed, reluctantly letting go of my hand, but still used his robe to cover the ropes on my wrists. Sabine, his suspicious gaze swept between me and Draco. Aurora's fighting, and you don't care at all. You're only interested in chatting with Harry about trivial things. We can't even see inside the maze. What's the point of worrying? Draco's excuse was flimsy at best. Is that so? Sabini didn't buy it for a second. He insisted that Draco's behavior was wildly inconsistent. Fine, let's just watch the match. I tugged on Draco's sleeve. Only then did it hit me Harry wouldn't do that. Draco and Harry wouldn't have such intimate interaction. You two just wait. I'll tell Aurora. She isn't someone you can bully. Oh no, it only made things worse. Sabini had already decided I was the other wife. Someone's withdrawn. Suddenly, a signal flare lit the sky. The flare's color, thank goodness, it's not Aurora, Sabini breathed out. Draco and I exchanged a look and felt a sudden, inexplicable worry. It should be Miss Delacour. Someone had already gone to rescue at the flare's location. Could Harry really face the enemy's traps on his own? Aurora, Dumbledore's protection of Harry is top level, Draco said, reading my concern. He pulled you out with great difficulty. Don't think about diving back into the enemy's snares. He summoned vines and tightened the bindings on my wrists and ankles. I was frantic, pinning my hopes on the Horcrux hiding in the shadows, hoping it would only target me. Once it realized Harry wasn't me with Snape's protection, he could get away cleanly. I couldn't be impulsive, I couldn't jeopardize everyone's plan. Waiting to be picked off felt awful, especially knowing someone important was taking blows for me. I stared at the arena. The whole maze was shrouded in mist, so no one could see what was happening inside. The so-called audience could see nothing. They all waited anxiously for the outcome. If only the wizarding world had drones' face recognition, continuous tracking of targets. Aurora, good idea. I'll talk to Father, Draco approved. I looked at him with Harry's face. He glanced at me once, then looked away. Aurora, don't look at me. I teased him on purpose. What if we can't switch back, and you have to live with this face for the rest of your life? What will you do? What else can I do? Draco closed his eyes. Aside from being awkward at first, I suppose I could get used to it. Then why won't you look at me? My God, Aurora, don't say things like that. Using Harry's face, Draco made an expression I couldn't quite read. When you change back, I'll tell him of all your great deeds. You should have thought of that sooner, plotting behind my back. Prepare for my revenge. Chapter 500. My Confusion. If I'd known revenge would be like this, I would never have let you drink Harry's concoction. I would have insisted you drink mine instead. Draco's voice dropped lower and lower. Drink yours? I teased him on purpose. Don't be ridiculous. His face flushed crimson. I could only use teasing banter to ease my anxiety and tension. He reached out, slipped his hand under the wide sleeve of my robe, and entwined his fingers with mine. So strange. Draco muttered. Even though I know it's you, it really does feel like a man's hands. Hiding inside Harry's shell, I felt an intimate, secret thrill rising as I connected with Draco. Suddenly, a flash of red light streaked across the sky above the maze. Could it be Crumb had also withdrawn? No, that's not a signal flare. It's probably the Cruciatus curse. Draco speculated. Someone has made a move. I glanced around. Lucius was gone, leaving only Narcissa holding her wand. With a downward swipe, the vines trapping me were cut in two. Draco, Aurora knows what to do. Draco gave me a steady look and handed me Harry's wand. Draco and I often exchange wands, but this was the first time I held Harry's. Hollywood, Phoenix Feather Core. The twin wand of Voldemort in the original story. I waved Harry's wand casually, and the magic flowed smoothly, perfectly responsive to my intent. Such ease only comes from absolute trust. I felt both bitter and anxious. Was Harry experiencing the same when using my wand? I silently prayed that my wand, my horn, could truly protect him. No one knew what was happening at that moment. Draco. I saw it. Our magical essence had long been split, attached to the plants and animals at the Riddle Manor. Harry and Cedric, both of them, took the cup at the same time, transported to Riddle Manor together. The tragedy I had hoped to avoid, would it still happen? Aurora. Cedric held me in his arms. Thanks to the door key's buffering effect, I had no visible abrasions. Let me go. We've been ambushed. I struggled, but it was useless. Jinsong Lixi. Cedric pointed at me. It's you. I suddenly realized. In a flash of clarity, Draco and I, as observers, finally understood. The mastermind behind all this was Cedric. But how could it be? The soul fragment inside him had already been absorbed by Tom. Are you Cedric or someone else? I asked cautiously. Does knowing this matter to you? Cedric remained gentle, yet his words sent chills down the spine. Where is this? I appeared terrified. I made a deal with the Dark Lord, Cedric said, ignoring the question. To resurrect him, to rebuild a body for him. He can't remain in me for long. And you will belong to me forever. No Draco, no Harry. So this is why you brought me here. But why is Voldemort's soul fragment still inside you? I voiced the question that had puzzled everyone. Chapter 501. The ingredients of the resurrection ritual. How can you be so sure he ever truly left? Cedric's lips curved into a sly smile. As I suspected. This was exactly the sort of move Voldemort would make, lurking in the shadows, ensuring every hidden detail was uncovered. The diadem, it had never been fully assimilated by Tom. So that's how it was. But why me? My other self spoke the question aloud. You mean, why the fourth champion? Without such a scheme, how else could he force this fellow into spending more time at your side? That wasn't Cedric speaking, it was the diadem, laying bare the truth through his mouth. You already know, if my blood isn't given willingly, it carries a curse. I was born carrying a curse, the diadem whispered. What's one more? Through Cedric, the diadem had unraveled every secret we held. He had me completely trapped, his victory inevitable. No Pettigrew. No Barty Crouch Jr., and yet events had still unfolded to this very point. A true genius of heist, Dakes plotting, each step calculated, each snare tightly woven. With nothing but his own cunning, he stripped away every chance I had of overturning fate. Before my eyes appeared a massive cauldron. Cedric flicked his wand twice, his face expressionless. With a thunderous blast, a skeleton rose into the air. Tom Riddle S.R.'s grave torn open by Cedric's spell. The cauldron filled swiftly with liquid. Flames roared high, green bubbles hissing and popping upon the surface with an eerie light. Cedric turned to me, voice quiet. Sorry, this may hurt a little. The bone of the father. The blood of the enemy. The flesh of the servant. Everything was now complete. In the original tale, Voldemort's servant had been Peter Pettigrew. He had traded an arm for his master's return. What was Cedric about to sacrifice? Severus, are you planning to betray me too? Cedric didn't even look back. He had actually discovered Snape's whereabouts. Snape paced slowly. I was dumbstruck, unsure how to react. He godfather? I asked tentatively. Masters, Snape suddenly knelt, pressing himself at Cedric's feet and kissing the hem of his robe. Fetch me some of her blood. Every time I try to harm her, it's difficult to control this body. The diadem manipulated Cedric's arms, which trembled violently. Snape approached me with an expressionless face. Godfather. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Are you really going to do this? Forgive me, Aurora. You promised my mother you'd always protect me. I spoke with double meaning. At this moment, Harry was also testing Snape's reaction, deliberately mentioning his mother to awaken whatever conscience remained. I've already repaid what I owed Narcissa, Snape replied. My fingertip was cut by something sharp. Master, please do not harm yourself. I can provide the flesh of a servant. Snape rolled up his left sleeve. Snape's hands, meant for brewing potions, how could they be wasted like this? The diadem looked down from above, speaking slowly. I will take your hands another time. They serve an even greater purpose for me. I understood Snape's intention. He wanted the resurrection ritual to fail. If he used Harry's blood, Snape's flesh and old Tom Riddle's bones, it would mean the blood and flesh of an enemy and the bones of a father. The materials needed for true resurrection were not truly complete. Chapter 502. The Flesh of a Servant. The diadem did not fully trust Snape. It brewed the potion itself. Truly a fragment of a soul stored in the Ravenclaw diadem. Whether it really enhanced intelligence was unknown, but it had fooled everyone. Old Tom Riddle's skeleton had long since been immersed in the cauldron. The diadem took the small vial from Snape, shook it gently, and the liquid shimmered a beautiful platinum color. The blood of a unicorn king, as expected. It opened the vial and tasted a drop. My heart nearly leapt out of my throat. Strange markings appeared on Cedric's body, spreading over him in moments. The unicorn's curse does not disappoint. Unfortunately, the first to suffer is this young fellow. Cedric's face turned ashen. He was clearly showing symptoms of poisoning. In my eyes, there was nothing but the thrill of vengeance, no trace of guilt. The girl you've always tried to protect doesn't seem to hold you in her heart at all, the diadem murmured. I thought she'd at least spare you. Miraculously, the dark markings on Cedric's face seemed to fade a little. Oh, a curse springs from the caster's heart. For the rest of your life, you'd best pray for Aurora's forgiveness. The diadem's words were artful, almost elegant. His brazen arrogance was astonishing. He had lured Cedric into the scheme to kidnap me. If Cedric died from the curse, the blame would be shifted onto me. Whatever Cedric's intentions might have been, the moment he sided with the diadem, I stopped seeing him as a friend. From what the diadem hinted, he had retained fragments of personal will like Professor Quirrell in the original tale. Cedric had bartered me away to help the diadem resurrect. But before that, the diadem had already reached out to Snape, revealing his plan. The moment Snape pieced it together, he helped Harry and me switch identities, drawing some of my blood to keep up the disguise. Aurora, your power has grown stronger. Even without taking on your unicorn form, you can still wield the strength of a curse, Draco explained quietly. The diadem tipped a vial of platinum liquid into the seething cauldron. The liquid shifted through colors before settling into a deep, blood red. Only the servant's flesh was missing. Master, let me be the one. A hissing voice slithered from the shadows. It was Nagini. Snape instinctively raised his wand across his chest. Relief softened the diadem's expression. His feelings toward Nagini were not like those toward anyone else. In Fantastic Beasts, she had once been a woman, cursed by her bloodline to live trapped in a serpent's form. Nagini coiled close to him, then opened her jaws wide and tore a piece of flesh from her own body. The wound was raw, bloody, grotesque. The thought that she had once bitten into Snape like that, I could never forgive her for it. She bore the pain, then carried the bloody strip of flesh to the diadem. Nagini, you will be rewarded. Unlike the transparent arm Voldemort once conjured for Wormtail in the original tale, Nagini's wound closed almost instantly, leaving her body outwardly whole. But the great snake looked weakened, drained by blood loss. She curled in place, subdued. Master, it's ready. Snape leaned closer, studying the potion in the cauldron, his voice low. Inside, the blood-red brew churned and roiled, smoke rising in thick coils. Chapter 503. You killed her. Aurora, do you really want to keep watching? The diadem taunted, unfastening Cedric's buttons. You. I turned my back hastily, flustered. Cloth rustled. Then Cedric, stripped bare, stepped into the boiling cauldron. He curled his toes, fighting the scream that threatened to escape his throat. The scarlet liquid grew viscous, rising up to engulf him whole. Though the cauldron was only half a man's height, somehow the level climbed past his head, drowning him completely. Snape flicked his wrist, wand cutting the air. A flash of green light streaked through the air. Nagini was struck by the Avada Kedavra curse, dying silently before our eyes. He hurried over to me in a few quick steps and released the Jinsong Lixie binding. Snape produced a small vial and held it under my nose. Professor Snape, the Polyjuice potion is about to wear off. Harry's bones began expanding. Snape took out a backup potion and poured it directly into Harry's mouth. Cough, cough. The boy's black hair quickly reverted to platinum curls. You'll have to return under Aurora's identity. Snape explained. I understand. I won't cause her any trouble. Harry stood, brushing dust from his clothes. Professor Snape, Voldemort is at his weakest now. Shouldn't we? Not yet. Snape scrutinized the patterns on Cedric's face. The strange markings seemed like parasitic worms, crawling within the boy's veins. Finally, Cedric could no longer contain himself and groaned. His lips were bloodied from enduring prolonged pain. Soon after, old Tom Riddle's skeleton began growing flesh. Ridiculous. Voldemort, who had despised his own father, now used his father's bones to gain new life. Nearby, Cedric had fainted completely, the markings on his face vanished. The unicorn's curse would cling to the opponent's soul. The crown slowly opened its eyes. It was not the noseless monster from the original story. Now he appeared as Voldemort in his prime. Mature, striking, with obsidian-like hair, perfectly sculpted features, and piercing crimson eyes. He moved his hands experimentally, closing his eyes to feel the circulation of magic within him. Then he opened his eyes, frowning. "My wand!" he shouted, splashing water as he struggled upright. Snape watched from above. "Master, is something wrong?" "My magic, it's not the right time yet," the crown muttered to himself. "Give me my wand," he barked in frustration. I stood behind Snape, Nagini already lifeless beside me. "It's you. You betrayed me." The crown laughed rather than became angry. "Why have I become a dud?" He began to calm down. "Perhaps it's the curse in Aurora's blood." The once flawless, pale skin began crawling with strange patterns, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat. "Why?" He seemed to accept the outcome with astonishing speed. "Does it matter?" Snape murmured. "I was almost dead, and you wouldn't even let me know the truth." The crown smiled, a look of relief in his eyes. Cedric, lying nearby, seemed to hover on the edge of consciousness. "You killed her. Lily Evans, you swore you'd spare her." "The Potter woman?" The diadem's voice faltered. "I did intend to spare her, but she insisted on throwing herself in the way." "All for that woman? You betrayed your own creed?" Black blood seeped from the corners of the diadem's mouth and nose. He was spent, his strength nearly gone. "I never understood you, just as I never understood the boy I was at 16. Looking back on my life, I was never loved, nor did I ever truly learn how to love. Severus, you were far luckier than I. I was born Tom Riddle, and it seems I will die as Tom Riddle." Merlin must be laughing at the cruel jest he played on me. He was at his end. "Aurora, come closer, won't you? Forgive me for disappointing the hopes you placed in me. Somehow, I always felt you longed to change my fate, but alas, after all these years, I am no wiser than the boy I once was at 16. I gathered my courage and stepped forward, but Snape's arm barred my path. "He is the Dark Lord. Never lower your guard." The diadem only smiled faintly, unmoved by the insult. "At this point I don't even have enough magic left to shield myself. You once lost your body and still clawed your way back. Professor Snape has every reason to be wary," I shot back, unable to hold my tongue. The diadem lifted a trembling hand to his brow, laughing bitterly until tears pricked his eyes. "How could I not have noticed? You're not Aurora." My grip tightened on my wand, every line of me alert. "You're Harry, aren't you? Of course. Only you would Severus dare expose in front of me. A clever ploy." The diadem's eyes slid shut forever. Snape moved in, examining carefully, then straightened. "The Dark Lord is dead." Yet no relief touched his face. "The boy who slays dragons will one day become a dragon himself. And after Voldemort's soul shards were gone, what then? A Dumbledore wielding all 3 Deathly Hallows might prove even more dangerous than Voldemort ever was." "Stop pretending. I know you're awake." My voice was cold as ice. Cedric's face drained of color. He pressed his lips tight, then whispered, "Could you pass me something to wear?" "Just step out and put it on. We're both men, what's there to be shy about?" I sneered. Cedric dragged himself out of the massive cauldron, snatched up a pile of clothes from the floor, and quickly turned his back to me as he dressed, though he knew well enough it was Harry beneath my face. "Sorry," he murmured. "If I were Aurora, I'd regret ever risking my life to change your fate, ever revealing myself to save you. If an apology were enough, Azkaban wouldn't exist. Diggory, I'll tell Aurora everything. And I suggest you keep your distance from us. After all, your father seems to have placed great hopes in you. He wouldn't want to learn his only son once willingly betrayed everything." Cedric's face, pale as parchment already, blanched even further. His expression shifted through a storm of emotions before he finally bowed his head in defeat. Harry kept a sharp eye on the clock, then downed another flask of polyjuice. "I imagine you've no desire to fight me for the Wizard Cup now." With a flick, he disarmed Cedric. "Of course not." Cedric raised his hands and clasped them over his head in surrender. His entire bearing had changed, his youthful fire smothered, leaving only a weary shadow of a 17-year-old boy. Why did Cedric choose to betray me, to trample on my true feelings? At this moment I was still in Harry's form, holding Harry's wand in my hand. I always thought, after everything we went through, we could have been friends. My eyes felt swollen and heavy. A hand lightly patted my back. Draco, a little stiff, tried to comfort me. Everything that had just happened we had only observed. We can't control others. Maybe Cedric, like me, couldn't bear the shock of falling from such a height. I never expected Draco to speak in Cedric's defense. Just not being able to have you drove him crazy. I've been there too, when you withdrew from the memories of the past, and I no longer held hope for us. Draco held me tightly in his arms. Both Harry and Draco were tall. There was no way I could nestle like a delicate bird. I pulled my hood down, covering my entire face, feeling tears stream down my cheeks, dripping onto Draco's robe. You too, the results aren't even out yet. You don't need to worry about Aurora like this. Sabine, his voice piped up behind us again. A wave of melancholy within me softened. Sometimes, it really takes his teasing to help me detach from the frustration of being manipulated by fate. You think the future sarcastic posts will all be about you and Harry as a couple? I felt like a lot of people were secretly watching just now. I tried to lighten the mood. Maybe, look, you came back with the trophy. Cedric followed behind, stepping forward to offer sincere congratulations to me. Snape did not appear. He had surely reported everything in detail. Watching me receive congratulations from the other champions, pride shone in Draco's eyes. I feel like this victory isn't entirely fair. I clapped while muttering softly to myself. Don't be so rigid, even if you weren't there in person, we still destroyed 2 crucial Horcruxes, Draco said, brimming with satisfaction. Tracking Nagini had been extremely difficult, yet this time, she had essentially delivered herself. Effortless victory. The remaining Horcrux is only the Hufflepuff Cup, which is now also stored in Gringotts' vault. But what about the Resurrection Stone? Did Dumbledore destroy it? I clearly remembered that Dumbledore, too, had been seduced by the Gaunt Ring. The gem embedded in the ring was the famous Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. His lifelong dream had been to resurrect Ariana. But according to current interpretations of the Resurrection Stone, resurrection is not true resurrection. What it produces is only a body without thought, like a zombie in traditional Chinese tales. To summon Ariana's soul, the other 2 Deathly Hallows would be required. So you mean the Resurrection Stone isn't safe in Dumbledore's hands? Yes, because he has desires. I watched Dumbledore present the trophy and prizes to me, patting my shoulder with full acknowledgement in his eyes. Ludo Bagman forced a smile, announcing the results. He shot a sharp, frustrated glance at Cedric standing nearby. I, on the other hand, met the gaze of the brown-haired boy. Chapter 506, Strike First. He already knew behind Harry's face, it was my soul. He waved faintly in our direction, then turned away, rubbing his eyes without realizing it. He actually dares to go back like that, Draco sneered beside me. Whatever he does, it has nothing to do with us anymore, I murmured to soothe him. With the last fragment of Voldemort's soul seeping out of Cedric's body, he would never again fall under that control. And with that, the slate between us and the Diggory family was wiped clean. Lucius had, of course, collected a heavy toll from Amos in exchange. Harry pulled the memories and poured them into the pensive, every detail of Cedric's betrayal preserved. Amos all but begged to claim them, desperate to erase that stain on the Diggory name. Especially now, with Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix at the height of their influence, such a record was poison. Fortunately, with the Malfoy family who valued profit above all, everything could be negotiated. Ced must have been possessed by Voldemort's soul fragment, otherwise, he would never have done something so deranged. Amos sobbed in Lucius's presence, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lucius looked away in distaste, but after a few hollow words of comfort, he still managed to trick a few more Diggory heirlooms into his possession. The Diggory family's wealth ends here, Lucius remarked as we left their ancestral home. As for how Dumbledore and Snape struck their bargain, I didn't know, but the truth of Voldemort's brief resurrection was buried forever. On the surface, everything seemed to be moving toward a brighter future. Yet, unease still gnawed quietly in my heart. Aurora. Draco slid his arms around my waist from behind, exhaling softly. Finally, you're back again. What? Even when I looked like Harry, it was still me inside. I know, but you can imagine how inconvenient that was. His voice turned teasing, his touch bolder. You! Now that I had returned to myself, Draco's clothes were absurdly oversized. Even cinched with a belt, the trousers still dragged along the floor. Draco chuckled. Aurora, you look like a child playing dress up in stolen grown-up clothes. It reminded me of when we were little, sneaking into Narcissa and Lucius's wardrobe. We used to play house like that, Draco playing father, me playing mother. The memory softened my heart. Let me help you change out of them. I remembered it had been Draco who helped me into them in the first place. The broad, masculine frame had now given way to a slender, curving figure. I watched as he slowly undid my buttons. Beneath the shirt, I wore only a cotton vest. The fabric clung close, outlining the fullness of my chest. Aurora, don't tell me you wore this just to tempt me, Draco teased. Nonsense. You were the one who picked these clothes for me. I swapped places with Harry, yet I ended up in your set. His long fingers traced downward, brushing against the waistband of the men's underwear that hung loose on my narrow waist. The elastic had no grip, slipping precariously, saved only by the curve of my hips keeping them from sliding down completely. With a mischievous smack to my backside, he kept at his shameless fumbling. Oh, so you believe in strike first to win? You're really committed to that strategy. A knock came at the door frame, Harry's knuckles rapping lightly. Harry stepped forward and gently pulled off my trousers. My long, straight legs were barely covered by the loose hem of my top. Why is Aurora wearing something so loose? Draco frowned, asking knowingly. I won't have the front part. Of course it's loose. He was deliberately leading me to say something scandalous. I tried to free a hand to stop them, but it was held down. It's going to be changed anyway, Harry said matter-of-factly. He had just returned from outside, still carrying a chill. This time, Draco, and I will help you. Last time when I changed into your clothes, no one helped. I had no idea girls' clothes were so hard to put on. Harry tugged at the neckline. The fabric around the chest is so tight and uncomfortable. His fair skin was flushed pink. Draco smirked beside him. Interview time, first time wearing girls' clothes, how's it feel? It's really hard being a girl. Harry made a face that said it all. When running, the chest bounces, it feels weird. He said this while lifting the hem of my top. It's so different when it's on someone else. Why make Aurora wear so much? Draco frowned slightly. If the polyjuice potion fails, at least it prevents exposure. Draco ignored Harry's complaint and focused on me, wrapping his large hands around my chest. Of course it bounces, one hand can't control it. He teased in my ear. Did you take the chance to explore after drinking the potion? Draco asked casually. With Aurora here, why bother? Harry countered. I just didn't realize how possessive you are over Aurora, that inside her. Harry hesitated mid-sentence. I immediately realized, Harry, after taking the polyjuice potion, would replicate all my physical traits. That means he knew about the spirit fruit core growing inside me. Oh no. It had taken me years to adapt. Does this mean, during the competition, Harry could feel it the whole time? As long as I don't connect to your consciousness, the spirit fruit core won't grow, Draco explained, trying to ease my worry. You two are really bold. Didn't your cousin and cousin-in-law care? Harry sounded slightly annoyed. How do you know our parents didn't back then? Draco seemed to know something. Harry narrowed his eyes. Anyway, don't bully her one-sidedly. Not a chance. You don't know how much Aurora likes being teased by me. Draco increased his grip. You two don't agree on things in front of me. Our services are both for you, Draco soothed. I've never met anyone so unreasonable. Competition's finally over. Time to relax. We've been running around worrying about you. Don't we deserve some reward? Harry and Draco exchanged a glance. These flustering words had become second nature to them. Oh, what do you want to do? I whispered weakly. Two light laughs came in my ear. Look how scared she is. Just don't resist our closeness. Draco's kiss landed on my back. Up front, Harry took care of me. The next morning, watching the two of them looking bright-eyed and refreshed, I began to question my very existence. Why was it that they put in the effort, yet I was the one left exhausted? Aurora, you really need to work on your stamina, Draco said with a shake of his head, sounding every bit the disappointed taskmaster. What was that supposed to mean? Who's the one fainting halfway through every time? He teased, giving my nose a playful pinch. And without even a real battle yet, Harry chimed in, you're already worn out. What'll you do in the future? Their eyes lingered far too long on my flushed cheeks. Aurora always turns into an ostrich at times like this. Draco tried to pull me out from under the covers. She looks more like a drunken shrimp to me, red all over, he added. Clutching the blanket tight, I refused to surrender. Aurora, you know resistance is useless, Draco murmured, his fingers suddenly attacking my ribs beneath my arms. Harry's hands found my sides at the same time. They had seized upon my most sensitive spots. You can't do this, I burst out laughing, gasping for breath. Maybe you were a little too hasty in agreeing to take us both in, Draco whispered against my ear. Of course he couldn't resist saying it. When I refused to answer, he pressed kisses down my back, leaving mark after mark. Careful, Harry reminded, we're going home today. Don't leave them anywhere Aurora can't cover up. For once, the two of them were perfectly united. All I could do was sigh in defeat. Aurora, sometimes I feel time flies and sometimes it crawls, Harry murmured, his tone oddly thoughtful. It's just perception, I answered. During exams, those 2 hours feel precious beyond measure, but when we're idle, time slips away without notice. During the tournament, Harry said softly, those 2 hours felt endless. My chest tightened with both guilt and tenderness. Here we go again, the master of tragic tales, Draco mocked. How do you know I'm no good? The only one who'd know that is Aurora, Harry shot back, sending heat rising in my face. Their shameless banter followed us all the way until we boarded the Hogwarts Express. Only then did it truly sink in. The 4th year had passed, thrilling but safely behind us. Draco sat to one side of me, Harry to the other. It's a bit hot, I muttered, protesting faintly. They'd clung to me the entire morning even while I was packing, and now, even on the way home, they wouldn't let go. How could it be? Our private compartment has air conditioning, Draco said smoothly. To hide the marks on my legs, I'd been forced into long trousers. I cast a grateful glance at Crabbe and Goyle, the two massive lamps who provided me at least some reprieve. Finally, a little peace. Vincent, Gregory, step out for a bit, Draco ordered. Don't. I grabbed his hand quickly. What is it? He asked, a sly smile playing on his lips. Don't make them leave. Please, just let me rest, please. I was only going to have them pick up some food for us. You've worked so hard after all. Draco backtracked hurriedly at the sight of my pale face. I tugged my collar up protectively, glaring at him in suspicion. You'd better mean it. I won't tease you anymore, but while they're not back yet. I naturally understood what he meant. Harry pressed a kiss to my eyelids. As I closed my eyes, I saw my reflection in his vivid green eyes. The outer corners were tinged with a faint pink, as if swept by eyeshadow, and a glimmering mist clouded them. It was obvious I'd been bullied quite a bit. Aurora, looking like this just makes people want to bully you even more. Draco's sharp voice rang in my ear. His platinum hair glimmered in the sunlight, his gray eyes clear as crystal, but as a person. All right, don't go too far, otherwise, our cousin will separate us from Aurora again, Harry cautioned. Draco gently draped his arm around my shoulders. My body had already formed muscle memory, finding a comfortable position leaning into the hollow of his shoulder. Sleep will wake you when we arrive. Draco's voice seemed hypnotic, or perhaps my energy and strength had already been completely drained by the two of them. I vaguely sensed the train compartment door open again. Keep it down, you two. Don't wake, Aurora. Draco lowered his voice intentionally. Draco, now is Aunt Narcissa really the head of the Malfoy family? Or is it just a rumor? Crabbe whispered. Crabbe and Goyle weren't as foolish or simple-minded as they appeared. On the contrary, they were far more perceptive in judging situations than many families. Having long followed the Malfoys, they had benefited greatly and fully understood the principle of seeking shade under a great tree. Plus, without the Malfoy family's blood curse affecting them, their direct and collateral lines were numerous. Crabbe's question was really a reassessment of me and Draco's value. If the Malfoy family might choose a female heir, then the point of revolving entirely around Draco. What is it that you want to know? Draco could naturally discern their implication. I couldn't see his expression, but I could feel the previously pleasant atmosphere vanish entirely. Draco, don't misunderstand. It's Dad who asked me to inquire. Crabbe quickly clarified. Narcissa was First Lady Malfoy, and only then the head of the family. Do you understand what I mean? Draco said coldly. Just repeat my exact words to Uncle Crabbe. Understood. Thank you, Draco. Crabbe exhaled in relief. Goyle remained silent, carefully tearing open a candy wrapper without making any noise. Draco didn't respond further. This was the inevitable path of a pure blood heir. To be questioned, tested, crowded, slandered, even stabbed in the back. In the original story, after the Malfoy father and son were abandoned by Voldemort, Crabbe refused to follow Draco's orders, even openly challenging him. You and your father have fallen. I closed my eyes, quietly reaching out to intertwine my fingers with his. Our hands were hidden beneath the wide sleeves of our robes, a method we often used to give each other strength. Not asleep yet? Draco whispered under the cover of his hood. I don't want you to be sad. I kept my eyes closed, avoiding looking at him. As long as you're by my side, I'll be much stronger. Chapter 510 Malfoy's Study. My heart softened completely. I realized I was always undone by Draco's and Harry's tenderness. Am I too easily swayed? Always letting you two coax me around? That only proves how well we fit together, Draco declared shamelessly. Why else would you soften for us without reason? My champion, welcome home! The moment we stepped through the door, Narcissa swept me into a warm embrace. A pang of guilt rose in me. Victory hadn't been mine alone. Even becoming the unexpected fourth champion had been an accident, not design. It was everyone's effort. I cast a pleading look toward Harry for help. Lucius is waiting for you both in the study, Narcissa said smoothly. The Malfoy family never relinquished control, everything outward was for show. But this was the first time Harry had been invited to attend one of their inner councils. Cousin, should I step aside? Harry asked cautiously. There's no need, Narcissa assured him warmly. Aurora winning the Triwizard Tournament is tied closely to you. Both Lucius and I are deeply grateful for what you've done for the Malfoy family. She embraced him with maternal affection. In the original story, Harry had always envied Draco's closeness with his parents, one of the reasons their relationship soured so badly. What they each lacked, they envied in the other, and that envy curdled into hostility. Harry had lost his mother so young. He longed for a life like Draco's, surrounded by love. If Lily Evans had lived, Harry too would have grown up wrapped in such warmth. In this life, though the Malfoys had taken him in and given him a home, there was still a distance foster parents could never fully replace the real thing. How much Harry craved family life was plain even in the original story. It was why he chose Ginny Weasley in the end. He couldn't let go of the warmth of the burrow, that bustling hearth. And here I was, binding him to myself with the same dishonorable tactic. The dark-haired boy didn't miss the flicker of guilt in my eyes. Aurora, every choice I've made has been thought through. In the end, the one who benefits most is me. Don't burden yourself with responsibilities that aren't yours to bear. Before Narcissa's eyes, he pressed a kiss to my brow. His hand trembled faintly. It was the first time he had shown such possessiveness over me in front of her. Narcissa said nothing, only brushed aside the stray locks that had fallen over my forehead. Draco was already walking ahead. I hurried to catch up, slipping my hand into the crook of his arm. But after such closeness with Harry, facing Draco always left me a little guilty. He didn't resist letting me hold on. From the curve of his lips, I could tell he was in a good mood. Aurora, you care more about me, don't you? It wasn't a question, it was a statement. A deadly one. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Vile. He caught my hand tighter. Gullible Aurora, that's my favorite version of you. He kissed the back of my hand. I turned helplessly toward Narcissa, who was watching the whole thing unfold. Aurora, she said with a small, knowing smile, Harry was right just now. You must bear the weight of your own choices. I had never realized that my gentle, elegant mother could also be so sly. How is it I was only just recognizing it now? Then came a few crisp knocks. From the study drifted Lucius's clear, commanding voice. Come in, Dad. The door opened from the inside, and I timidly stood at the entrance. For a brief moment, Lucius looked startled. Don't be afraid, I'm not going to eat you, he said, adjusting his posture. Remember the first dance with Sissy? Back then, Father did the same. He called your mother into the study, broke us apart, and forced her to choose another partner. Lucius seemed lost in thought. And now this? This time, we were the ones why, died and speechless. Yes, back then, we were about your age. Now I suddenly understand how Father felt all those years ago. Lucius's lips curved into a smile. A good cabbage in the garden, taken by pigs. Two who were clearly being called pigs, turned green in the face. Dad, you can't say that. You and Mom have always supported us, haven't you? Draco argued firmly. Times are different now. Seeing you with Aurora, really seeing it happen, feels nothing like what I expected. Lucius shook his head. Dad, I will definitely treat Aurora well, Draco added, and so will Harry. Harry nodded solemnly, unbothered by Lucius's scrutinizing gaze. Lucius looked toward me. I won't interfere in your affairs. As long as Aurora is happy, that's enough. He paused. All right, I didn't call you here today to talk about your colorful love life. My face burned. Lucius really didn't hold back with his words. It was a stark contrast to how he spoke with Narcissa. Harry, Draco told me that you can no longer feel any link with the other Horcrux fragments of Voldemort. We still can't judge if this is good or bad news. Perhaps they've gained self-awareness and no longer wish to be controlled by the main soul. And, Lucius paused thoughtfully, is his disappearance truly beneficial to us? A whale falls, and life blooms anew. Previously, under Voldemort's protection, the Malfoys had advanced further. Now, after careful assessment, the family adjusted its direction. Given past experiences, joining the Order of the Phoenix was never an option. In recent years, Lucius had been one step ahead, quietly expanding in the Muggle world, combining magic with technology and earning substantial rewards. The Malfoys now had a presence in several emerging industries. Navigating a massive ship requires multiple safeguards. Beyond the Ministry as a protective umbrella, Grindelwald's wizard, Purity faction, and his sphere of influence, including Durmstrang, were merely grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Over the years, Dumbledore remained suspicious of the dissolution of the wizard, Purity faction, focusing entirely on Hogwarts. Now actively seeking the three Deathly Hallows, yet showing no progress, it seemed more like the calm before a storm. Cousin-in-law, I cannot foresee the future, but I can guarantee I will never betray the efforts the Malfoy family has made over the years, and Aurora, my love for you surpasses life itself. Lucius's gaze was playful as it lingered on the hands we held together. I never imagined that Aurora could become the deciding factor. Harry's choices and position were all influenced by me. The world calls me the Golden Boy, the Savior. That's their misjudgment, the Savior in my heart. Harry's gaze lingered on me. You mean, me? The so-called honor of being the Savior? No thank you. In the original story, Harry had been dragged through the mud endlessly. If not for his outrageous luck, he never would have survived to see the war's end. First year he had to face Professor Quirrell, not only a fully grown wizard, but also a brilliant Ravenclaw graduate, and with Voldemort riding on his back as an added curse. Second year he encountered the 1,000-year-old basilisk left by Salazar Slytherin, along with a 16-year-old Tom Riddle, already skilled in swaying hearts. Third year was relatively light, though uncovering Scabbers' true identity brought danger. It also reconciled him with Sirius Black. Fourth year, this very year, he met Moody, played by Barty Crouch Jr., whose lessons were exceptional, and whose loyalty seemed absolute. But in the end, that man only wanted to deliver Harry to Voldemort, and it was this year that Voldemort regained a body and the ability to touch him. Aurora, you've changed everything, Harry whispered against my ear. Am I wrong to think you came here for me? Draco cut me off. Aurora came to change my fate, not yours. You? Harry sneered. What about you needs changing, pampered little prince? In any case, don't flatter yourself. Draco didn't argue further, only tightened his grip on my hand. He knew the truth, the fate of the Malfoy family as I remembered it. Harry's face darkened. They were allies and rivals both, each knowing the other too well. If Draco argued fiercely, it would only mean Harry's suspicion was correct. If Draco stayed silent, then Harry had the upper hand. Aurora, is it true? Harry brushed aside my bangs, tilting my chin with his other hand. Those green eyes of his felt like they could pierce my very soul. I'm the result of my parents defying fate, I blurted, unable to stop myself. My birth wasn't my own choice. You used legilimency on me? My voice shook with disbelief. I'm sorry, Aurora, Harry said softly, pity deepening in his eyes. I only wanted the truth. Aurora, who told you that? Lucius asked with a frown. She once told me herself. She remembers even the moment of her birth, Draco explained. You must have overheard something when you were discussing her origins. Pull me close, his arm protective around my shoulders. Aurora isn't a servant bound to the Malfoys. She's one of us. There's no need for you to tell me that, Lucius muttered, rubbing his forehead. Here's something else you must know. Karkaroff is dead. Karkaroff? Draco and Harry exchanged a confused glance. The current headmaster of Durmstrang, Lucius clarified. Once a Death Eater, who in the original story fled upon learning Voldemort had returned. Yet here, even without Voldemort's successful resurrection, he still hadn't escaped his fate. Thought chilled me to the bone. Could it be that no matter how the course twisted and turned, the story would still snap back to the original thread? Father, do you know the cause of Headmaster Karkaroff's death? I could feel my heart pounding wildly. It hasn't been made public yet, Lucius said with a slow shake of his head, but the examiner reported that while his body had gone cold, the dark mark on his arm was still burning hot. Dad, you mean his death is connected to Voldemort? Draco asked, cutting in. There's probably some connection. It said he was completely drained, Lucius replied. Then is Godfather in danger? Anyone bearing the dark mark would inevitably be in the line of fire. Surely, the Order of the Phoenix would soon learn of this as well. Former Death Eaters were all on edge. Lucius pressed his lips together. I've informed him, but I also respect his choice. What do you mean? He wants to keep the dark mark, only then can he serve effectively as a spy. Of course, without the dark mark, how could he gain Voldemort's trust? Severus had endured years of hardship, and he wouldn't risk everything at the cusp of success. But the risk is enormous. Hasn't he considered what would happen to those of us who care about him if something went wrong? I stammered. Perhaps he never imagined that anyone would truly worry about his safety, which is also why he has always chosen to remain single, never to start a family. As the youngest head of Slytherin and Potions Master, Snape had reached heights in his career that ordinary witches and wizards could only dream of. I had once seen bold women at the Hog's Head approach him with proposals for a night of passion. His aura of impenetrable authority didn't stop these opportunistic women from trying, one after another. Draco had even speculated that Snape might have remained faithful to Lily Potter. Had I not read the original story, I would have scoffed at such a notion. Snape was a mature man in his prime. Though only a Hogwarts teacher, everyone knew that potions brought not just fame and wealth, but also life-restoring powers, referencing the potion Voldemort brewed for his resurrection. His talent in potions, though not comparable to Voldemort's, was still extraordinary. His love for Lily Evans endured, from childhood into death. Yet Draco, having witnessed the corruption and decadence of pure-blood families, still harbored lofty dreams of love. Aurora, if you weren't by my side, I might have followed in my mother's footsteps, finding a way to continue the Malfoy bloodline. Don't say such ridiculous things. I quickly pressed my hand over his mouth. That's an unimaginable ending. I could never let that day come, Draco said resolutely. Whether it's protecting you, or our love, I will give everything I have. Enough, I regret even calling you all into the study. This has turned into a full-blown display of P-Day, Lucius said, exasperated. Dad, this is just how our lives have been for the past 10+ years. The three of us laughed together. Narcissa and Lucius showed their affection openly, regardless of who might find it awkward. No wonder Abraxas and Tom, after every crisis, immediately retreated to Malfoy estates in scenic locations across Germany and France. Chapter 514. Private Talks in the Study. I suppose I really am getting old, Lucius said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Once a source of pride, the dark mark has become a nightmare. Figuring out how to remove it is now an urgent problem for many Death Eater families. Dad, do you mean there's an opportunity for us to benefit from this? Draco's eyes glittered. Any chance to expand Malfoy resources and wealth was thrilling to him. Don't alert anyone yet. The mastermind behind this is still unknown. We need further information. Karkaroff's death may have been just a signal, Lucius explained patiently. Impressive. The helmsman of the Malfoy family for over 20 years, having weathered countless ups and downs, his life experience was beyond ordinary comprehension. We listened as attentively as if we were back in a Hogwarts classroom. I have one more hypothesis. Lucius glanced at Harry. I intended to reveal it only today. Sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, Harry. I understand, cousin-in-law. You needn't worry about where my loyalties lie, Harry replied. I suspect Dumbledore may have had a hand in this, Lucius offered. But Dumbledore isn't Voldemort. How could he control the Dark Mark? Perhaps even the power of the 3 Deathly Hallows isn't guaranteed. Whether the Resurrection Stone still preserves a fragment of Voldemort's soul is unknown at present. Cousin-in-law, I'll be careful, Harry promised. I could hardly remember how I'd left the study. Lucius's view shattered every assumption I'd held about Dumbledore. Still, I had to admit, there was logic to it. The 4th year had passed again with peril and narrow escapes. I watched Hermione and Krum say reluctant goodbyes and agree to visit Bulgaria during the holidays. Krum was proud Karkaroff's protege. Karkaroff's sudden death, what effect would that have on Durmstrang and Grindelwald's networks? You've probably noticed that the Malfoy signet is now on Sissy's hand, Lucius pointed out. So this was deliberate on your part, cover and conceal. I realized. Karkaroff's death had put former Death Eaters on edge, and the fact that Lucius no longer bore the Dark Mark remained a secret. Entrusting the Malfoy household temporarily to Narcissa made the situation credible. If Lucius had done nothing, he would have invited suspicion. It's been hard on Sissy, having to be the public face lately, but she's done very well. Whenever Lucius mentioned Narcissa, tenderness lingered in his eyes. You two are inseparable. Changing places wouldn't make much difference, I teased. In the original tale, when Voldemort demanded Narcissa confirm whether Harry was alive, Lucius raised his wand and stood protective through lifetimes. Their devotion had not changed. Lucius walked out of the study with us. Narcissa had already sent the house elves to prepare tea and pastries. Luke, are you finished talking? Narcissa murmured, nestling into Lucius's arms. Draco, Harry, and I exchanged a look and discreetly slipped away. How did they get away so fast? Narcissa called after us, half reproachful. They probably couldn't bear to interrupt your private time, Draco murmured. Chapter 515. 2 minds, 1 heart. Aurora, what are you thinking? That night, long before bed, Draco pulled me into the bathroom. What? It's too early to sleep. I hurried to protect my collar. What are you implying? Draco grinned wickedly. Harry's still outside, and you brought me here. What am I supposed to think? I protested. Some things I don't want him to hear, Draco said, locking the door and casting a charm to block sound. You could tell me in your head. Saying it out loud here will just make him think we're hiding things from him. How awful would that be? I tried to resist his closeness. Aurora, is this you playing coy? He teased, pressing my hand down against the basin. Perhaps only this way will he not suspect. We can speak freely. Draco left fleeting traces along my neck, light as a dragonfly's touch. You really are quick to pick things up. Lucius pretended to step back, avoiding trouble. Draco, on the other hand, used the excuse of closeness with me to exchange thoughts freely. As everyone knows, Harry is Dumbledore's secret weapon, he began seriously. The more Horcruxes Harry carries, the more dangerous he becomes. Dumbledore could very well tempt him to absorb them all, ultimately putting him in mortal danger, Draco said after a moment's thought. Why can't we tell him this? I asked, finding Draco's reasoning plausible. Our position, I worry Harry might think we have ulterior motives. Draco hesitated. How could he? I was surprised at Draco's concern for Harry. We are parents, and my past self regarding you. Draco's expression grew guilty. Ever since you and he recovered your memories, we've been worried he might harbor resentment toward the Malfoys. You know how much he cares about you. Draco bit lightly at my neck, provoking a chain of reactions. To him, being used by the Malfoys or by Dumbledore makes no real difference. But we wouldn't take his life. For Dumbledore, a Harry carrying all the Horcruxes could easily become a second Voldemort. That's true, unlike Dumbledore, we don't aim to exterminate. A small smile tugged at Draco's lips. The so-called White Wizard of Justice is actually the cruelest, he continued. He treated the Godfather as nothing but a tool, exploiting him completely. Just because he was once a Death Eater, does that give him the right to oppress others? Look at the other members of the Order, they show him little respect. Draco's words cut sharply. In canon, the Weasleys, Moody and others scrutinized him. Even when Snape killed Dumbledore and feigned allegiance to Voldemort, their reaction was always, I knew he'd be a traitor. Alone without family or friends, standing firm in silence, only vindicated posthumously. So we cannot let him touch Harry. If you're talking about me, how can I not join in? When did you? Harry walked in. I've been here for a while, he said. My face went pale, and I immediately glanced at Draco, silently pleading. Just ignore his nonsense, I've been keeping an eye on him, Draco said. You're with Aurora, and still trying to multitask, Harry teased. Harry's tone carried a hint of provocation. He reached out, lightly touching the speckled marks on my neck. Left these when I wasn't looking? His fingertips were cool. I shivered involuntarily. Sorry, he said, but the apology held no sincerity. Am I interrupting your private conversation with Draco? His emerald eyes seemed ready to summon a storm. Everything we talk about is still you, I said, leaning in to appease him. Is that so? He raised one eyebrow, glancing toward Draco. Aurora never lies, you know that. Every time she tries, she gets caught right away. Draco poked my cheek lightly. Harry tilted my chin upward, studying me intently. My gaze darted everywhere but him. Why are you blushing so hard? You are lying. Harry's voice dropped to a murmur. He brushed his lips against the back of my neck, seizing the chance to claim my mouth in a sudden kiss. Oi, who said you could put your hands on her? Draco scolded with a laugh. Yet, instead of pulling Harry away, he joined in on teasing me himself. Now you understand why Draco chose to bring you here, Harry whispered in between my ragged breaths. And you're one to talk, shameless as you are. Don't forget you're an accomplice in this. The two of them traded playful barbs back and forth. Then Harry sobered, his tone shifting. I didn't catch everything just now, but I'll treasure the life my mother gave me at the cost of her own, and I'll treasure the time I share with you, Aurora. Harry wasn't an elf, nor a bloodborne. One day, he would return to the earth as all mortals do. What's wrong? Don't want to lose me? He seemed to notice the melancholy in my eyes. There's dark elven blood in me. I could easily be turned into bloodborne. His gaze locked onto mine, deep and unflinching. Becoming one of them comes at too high a price, I whispered. Losing the taste and scent of all human pleasures, surviving only on blood. An immortal life, but shackled as a slave to it. Fearing the sun, reduced to a creature that prowled only in darkness. I shook my head. Don't sacrifice so much for me. Besides, bloodborne and elves can't bear children. What's this? You've thought about having a little Potter? Harry's green eyes burned. Aurora, don't lie to me. I might believe you. And why shouldn't you take me seriously? I met his gaze, steady and unflinching. But the first child must be Malfoy's heir, Draco declared, staking his claim. Not necessarily. What if they're all black-haired, green-eyed Potters? Harry refused to back down. Enough, both of you. Why are you arguing about children who don't even exist yet? Matisse felt like it was on fire. At last, the two of them let the matter drop. Every Hogwarts fifth year had to sit for their OWLs, the ordinary wizarding level exams, and in seventh year came the Newt, the nastily exhausting wizarding tests. In the original timeline, only the most brilliant students could manage 12 outstanding marks on their Newt. Voldemort had been one of them at least. The 17-year-old Tom Riddle. The 16-year-old sealed inside the diary didn't count. He had never sat his Newt, a lifelong regret of his, and one Abraxas never missed a chance to mock. He even sneered at Riddle, calling him a mere dropout. To label one of the greatest magical prodigies in history a dropout, only Abraxas would dare such a thing. Although the three of us had already mastered Hogwarts' 17th-year curriculum, we weren't particularly experienced in taking OWLs and Newt. The Malfoy and Potter families, managed over generations, weren't fabulously wealthy by the world's standards, but through family trusts, enjoying a comfortable life was effortless. In the official fanwork Harry Potter and the Cursed Child, it's noted that the Malfoy family's wealth was such that Draco, even after graduating, could live as a gentleman of leisure without ever working. So these exam results for us weren't that critical. Still, it was said that both Narcissa and Lucius had achieved 12 outstanding grades, a proud tradition of the Malfoy family. Lucius, unlike Amos Diggory, didn't flaunt his only son to everyone he met, but as a parent, he naturally wanted his child to demonstrate real talent in addition to the family's wealth, a point of pride among peers. Over the years, our achievements, Draco and Harry's Quidditch skills, the Triwizard Tournament Championship had added considerable prestige to the legacy of the Malfoy heirs, as Lucius liked to frame it. Narcissa once joked, "Every time Luke goes to the ministry, he struts around like a proud platinum peacock, showing off his magnificent feathers." Yet in front of us, she would sternly remind him, "Keep a low profile." Appearances can be deceiving. Whenever Lucius was exposed in public, he would quietly make up for it in private with Narcissa. To ensure we didn't squander our potential and to close our academic chapter successfully, our study group was formally established once Hermione joined 3 Slytherins and 1 Gryffindor. What an eye-catching combination. Even after Hermione repeatedly clarified to her roommates and classmates that our group existed solely for studying, it still attracted its share of criticism and suspicion. "Aurora, why is there such tension between the 2 houses?" Hermione tugged at her hair in frustration. I quickly held her hand. "Watch your image even if Victor isn't around," I whispered. Hermione and Victor Crumb had made their relationship public. Many of Crumb's fans found it hard to believe he would choose a plain-looking bookworm as a partner. They suspected that Hermione's exchange to Durmstrang in 3rd year gave her a first-mover advantage. Some even speculated that the top student had secretly developed a high-concentration love potion to win him over, hence this mismatched romance. The divisions between the houses probably weren't the founder's intention. I recalled Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff, and sank into a deep reverie. Even the so-called betrayal by Salazar Slytherin contradicted legend. It was simply that he had set out on a quest for the Deathly Hallows. That's why the Resurrection Stone became a Slytherin heirloom, passed down through the Gaunt family for generations. "You mean Dumbledore orchestrated this?" Hermione furrowed her brow. I exchanged glances with the other 2. "It's only speculation. Just as wizards are divided into purebloods and muggle-borns, and wizard factions into the Order of the Phoenix and Death Eaters, most members of the Phoenix come from Gryffindor, while the Death Eaters are almost exclusively Slytherin. The headmaster is grooming his own faction. How is that different from what Voldemort did back in the day?" Chapter 518, Whose Cake Got Moved. The only difference is that the headmaster has claimed the moral high ground. Even in proclamations, during uprisings in China, the tyrant's misrule and the people's suffering had to be recounted, framing one's own actions as morally justified. Voldemort rallied a small circle of the elite to his cause, but never cared to preserve his reputation. One could argue that showing cruelty toward Muggles was, in part, a political calculation, an expression of accumulated resentment after centuries of wizard oppression. But unite all forces that can be united is more than just a slogan. Pooling strength, protecting one another, and ensuring one's own side reaps the benefits, that is sound political strategy. Wizards are few in number to begin with, and Voldemort only drew in a narrow slice of elites. 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. And let's be honest, if a Muggle launches a nuclear weapon, no magical shield can hold forever. The killing curse may be devastating, but it's cast one. Can it outpace bullets in a firefight? I remember Lucius bowing his head, rare humility for him, when he first encountered the latest of Muggle technology. Fortunately, the Malfoys are masters at reading the winds and shifting their sails. Heavy investments soon brought them access to more than a few technological achievements. History, after all, has a way of repeating itself. Humanity is endlessly prone to stumbling into the same mistakes. Hermione, with her deep reading in Muggle history, grasped the parallels quickly. She understood the cause and effect. So, after Voldemort's disappearance, with his so-called heir of Slytherin gimmick, he dragged the name of Slytherin down with him, she reasoned. For more than 10 years now, Slytherin has admitted the fewest students each year, and every one of them faces prejudice, branded the children of Death Eaters at every turn. But Uncle Lucius, Hermione stopped short, realizing such words were ill-timed. "My father's arm bears no dark mark," I answered her calmly. "Then why was he still put on trial?" Hermione pressed, unwilling to leave the route unexamined. "If he were truly guilty, there's no way he'd have escaped punishment for crimes against Muggles." I hedged. "The truth isn't always so clear. Mainly because Grandfather Abraxas was far too close to Voldemort," Hermione caught herself, quickly smoothing over the gap in my explanation. I gave her an approving glance. "Would you put all your wealth into a single basket? A wise investor diversifies to minimize risk." Without Lucius and Narcissa awakening to reality, Voldemort would indeed have dragged them into the abyss. But in this life my presence has already changed their fate. The dark mark is gone without a trace. No one, no group, not even Dumbledore with all his scheming can define the Malfoys any longer. So the headmaster really does sort people into categories, looking at them through tinted lenses. Hermione frowned. "How is that any different from pure-blood supremacists?" She cast us an apologetic glance. "Sorry, I didn't mean it that way." "It's fine. We're used to it." In the original tale, Hermione and Draco's animosity had roots deeper than schoolyard rivalry. Hermione's Muggle-born background, her top marks that outshone the pure-blood heirs, her crusade for house self-rights that threatened pure-blood privilege, all of it clashed directly with the Malfoys and families like them. She touched their cake. Chapter 519. Nepotism at Hogwarts. Hermione, perspective changes everything. Where you stand shapes how you see. Hermione, who would one day be elected the second Muggle-born Minister for Magic after the war, had her reasons. Britain's wizarding world needed to shake off the toxic image of Voldemort's era. They needed a commoner figurehead. Someone whose very existence was the opposite of Voldemort's vision, someone who embodied a milestone, the triumph of revolution. Hermione couldn't have agreed more. The Gryffindor in her blazed. She didn't care how others looked at it. When questioned, she deflected it all onto students helping one another. After all, nowhere in Hogwarts' charter does it say Gryffindors and Slytherins must be enemies for life, forever divided. Occasionally, in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, it was easy to sense her concern for her favorite student Hermione. Hermione sat among a group of Slytherins, calm and composed, drawing furtive glances from the Gryffindors around her. The lesson that day was to transform a plate into a mushroom. Transfiguration at Hogwarts demanded rigor and precision. A spell only counted as successful if executed perfectly. It was like the first-year beginner's task of turning a matchstick into a needle. If the object retained the shape of a matchstick or its wooden composition, the attempt failed. Of course, adding intricate patterns to the needle counted as extra credit. I had an unusual passion for transfiguration. Its branches were vast, including, but not limited to, animagus transformations, cross-species transfiguration, summoning human transformation, and more. The Malfoy family were natural animagi. My own curiosity and drive to explore made me consistently enthusiastic about this subject. I hoped to earn outstanding on my OWLs to continue studying it in my 6th and 7th years. I transformed the plate into various types of mushrooms, some remembered only from old texts. They had long since vanished from history. "Miss Malfoy, 10 points for Slytherin," Professor McGonagall said approvingly. She cast a sidelong glance at Hermione, who had also produced mushrooms. We often spurred each other on academically. "Miss Granger's excellent work, 10 points for Gryffindor." Hermione and I exchanged a smile. "Seech, a Gryffindor traitor. What is she showing off for?" I only caught that a Gryffindor boy was muttering behind me, though I couldn't tell who. "Mr. Weasley, what do you have to add?" McGonagall always defended her prized students. "Nothing." Professor Ron's face turned bright red. I noticed the prefect badge pinned to his chest. The Gryffindor female prefect was Hermione. No wonder she had looked so sullen when she found out. The male and female prefects of the same house needed to work closely together. Ron, as her counterpart, left much to be desired. The appointment had more to do with Dumbledore's intentions, a sort of compensation to the Weasleys, after having persuaded their youngest daughter, Ginny, to step aside. It was obvious to anyone paying attention. The Weasleys, barring the unusually reckless like Fred and George, were generally chosen as prefects or student council presidents. In other words, no matter how incompetent Ron seemed, he would likely follow the original path and become the male student council president in 7th year. Professor McGonagall, frustrated by his shortcomings, pressed Ron to sit down. She probably didn't understand why her superior, Headmaster Dumbledore, cared more about compensating the Weasleys than the candidate's actual merit. To her, Ron was far inferior to her, Hermione, not only average academically, but also lacking in magnanimity. The ones at the bottom always complain about each other, hoping to drag others down to their level. It's their inherent flaw. Draco, observing the classroom scene, muttered this to Harry and me as he passed judgment. He toyed idly with the prefect badge in his hand. Gryffindor choosing a Weasley will just make everyone think becoming a prefect is easy. What's this, regret already? I teased him lightly. After all, Harry had been one of the top candidates for Slytherin prefect, the fiercest rival Draco faced. I still didn't know how Draco had managed to persuade Snape to hand the badge over in the end. Quietly, I studied Harry, a strange unease gnawing at me. In the original story, Harry's resentment toward Dumbledore had grown from being passed over for prefect. Like watching one's own follower rise to the role of master, while oneself was left with nothing. Aurora, what's wrong? Harry finally asked, noticing my silence as I stared at him. Well, maybe it was just because Draco and I are his godchildren. That's probably why our godfather didn't choose you. It was favoritism, not your fault. I was trying to reassure him, but somehow it came out sounding more like salt on the wound. I didn't mean it like that. The harder I tried to explain, the deeper the hole I dug. Aurora, what exactly are you saying? Harry's face was unreadable, though his green eyes narrowed slightly as he stepped closer, pressing in. Are you boasting to me? A bitter smile twisted his lips. Of course not. I just don't want you overthinking it. Prefect isn't really about ability anyway. Look at Gryffindor picking a Weasley. With that one sentence, you've insulted two people. Harry turned his head toward Draco, the implication obvious. Hadn't I just said Draco didn't earn his place, but only got it through family ties? Perfect. Not only had I failed to comfort Harry, now Draco's face had gone pale with anger too. I can't explain my way out of this one. I groaned, blurting out a line straight from some cheesy TV drama. In my mind's eye, I saw the ridiculous image. Wide, innocent eyes, lips puckered like a sausage that could hold a soy sauce bottle. Draco suddenly burst out laughing. All right, stop scaring her. You're the one who gave up the prefect badge in the first place, Draco said, smirking at Harry. What? So Harry had chosen to step down? Then everything I just said was completely off the mark, self-important nonsense. Mortified, I wanted nothing more than to sink into the floor. Don't be embarrassed, Aurora. I know you were worried for me, and that makes me happy. Harry stepped right up to me. I dropped my gaze to the polished tips of his shoes. Both Harry and Draco had grown used to wearing tailored suits early, due to family obligations. The sharp cuts only emphasized their tall, lean frames. Harry fingered the prefect badge pinned to my chest, looking down at me with laughter in his eyes. And yet, against my will, my mind strayed, imagining the well-built physiques that lay beneath those suits once they were stripped away. What are you thinking about? You're blushing like that. Harry's words seemed directed at me, but his gaze was actually on Draco. The boy was already laughing uncontrollably, utterly abandoning any semblance of a highborn, composed image. Not suitable for young years, he teased with a grin. Oh. The dark-haired boy lifted my chin playfully. It's a shame we have lessons this afternoon, otherwise we could. I quickly turned my head. Stop teasing. I'm relieved to know you haven't taken this to heart. You two have already made amends, Draco muttered, taking the initiative, and here I am, your so-called prefect in your eyes, needing some special comfort. He leaned close to whisper, your imagination. I'll help bring it to life later. My embarrassing moments, you have to keep them secret, I hurriedly warned. That'll cost extra, Draco replied with an annoyingly smug smile. Just out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's lair. Snape remained as steadfast as ever in potions class. Ever since Sirius took over as the defense against the dark arts professor, it seemed that Voldemort's curse on the position had finally broken. Sirius had now held the post for several consecutive years, during which defense against the dark arts had become the most popular course, bar none. Female students came in droves, each eager to become Mrs. Black. Each year, we also visited 12 Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Blacks. Madame Black, whose portrait hung on the wall, had become far more approachable. She had regained the elegance and poise of a refined lady. Her face bore the classic beauty of the Black family. Cascading black curls, thick lashes, an oval face, and large, bright eyes. She was Bellatrix Lestrange's aunt, and the resemblance between the two was striking. Setting aside the family's volatile tempers, the beauty factor likely strengthened by intermarriage within the Black lineage was a major perk. Bellatrix had been sentenced to life in Azkaban. What would happen to her Gringotts holdings a century from now remained uncertain, though they were likely to be seized by the Ministry. She had married into the Lestrange family, and both she and her husband were imprisoned in Azkaban. They had no children. Thus, the ownership of the Hufflepuff cup in Bellatrix's vault remained a mystery. It was the last wandering Horcrux, its fate unknown. The pressing question was whether to destroy it preemptively or wait and observe Dumbledore's next move. Life often presented such dilemmas. A single misstep could lead to total loss. I probed gently. Madame Black, have you considered reclaiming the Black family's scattered assets, such as heirlooms? A faint sadness crossed her brow. That ungrateful boy of mine, Sirius, never cared about such things. He tossed the family crest around like trash. It was Creature who picked it up. The next generation of Blacks will eventually be born, if they discover that the marks proving our ancestors' existence were lost. I guided the conversation carefully, leaving the thought unfinished. That's putting the cart before the horse. So, does Sirius have someone special at Hogwarts? Is she pure blood? Madame Black asked urgently. He tells me nothing. Chapter 522. Sirius's illegitimate child. The greatest wish of Mrs. Black in life and in death was for her eldest son to marry, settle down, and carry on the Black family line. But the strained mother-son bond twisted her concern into something sharp, almost hostile, offering emotions opposite of what she intended, pushing Sirius further and further away. In truth, Sirius's frequent visits to Malfoy Manor were all in preparation for that very matter. Lucius and Narcissa had been teaching him all kinds of invaluable knowledge about caring for newborns. I caught the fleeting panic on Mrs. Black's face, and emotion she quickly tried to cover up. It told me enough. She was not entirely ignorant of Sirius's plans. For the foreseeable future, there would be no second Lady Black. At number 12, Grimmauld Place, the top floor, Sirius's own room was already locked tight, forbidden to anyone. And each of our recent visits had been strange. Creature showed his face once, then vanished, replaced by a newly born Black family elf who attended to us instead. Creature, Mrs. Black's most trusted servant, had no reason to hide away in the kitchens. Aurora, what you said, I'll keep an eye on it. Mrs. Black finally conceded before our departure. She was clever enough to understand exactly whom I meant. Bellatrix Lestrange, once Bellatrix Black. Now, imprisoned in Azkaban, with no chance of ever regaining freedom. Better to reclaim her inheritance under the Black name now than wait a century for the Ministry to swallow it whole. And with Cornelius Fudge as minister, bowing to Lucius's every word, there was no request of Mrs. Black's that would ever be denied. Aurora, what scheme are you plotting this time? Back home, Draco wasted no time interrogating me. Don't you think Grimmauld Place feels a little too quiet? I deflected. Isn't that normal? After all, it's only our cousin living there, and he's just reconciled with his mother, Draco answered matter-of-factly. A castle, similar to the Black ancestral home or Malfoy Manor, would naturally have some non-human residents living with the owners, like house elves. You mean they're forbidden from making any sound? I thought Madame Black's obsession had eased a bit. Turns out it's even worse, Draco said, suddenly realizing the truth. I suspect their silence may be for another reason. The Black family tree has changed. Harry, who had been quiet until now, suddenly interjected. What do you mean? Apparently, Godfather's portrait had a hole burned through it, but now it's restored, and Harry left the suspense hanging. Spit it out, Draco urged. Now, beneath his portrait, a branch has appeared, a baby's portrait, named Alfred Black. It was well known that Alfred was Sirius's uncle. During Sirius's most difficult times, when Madame Black had cast him out and provided no financial support, the only people who helped him were the Potters and his uncle Alfred. Alfred Black had long passed away. This little Alfred, as he was being called, was Sirius's son. Uncle's illegitimate child? And it's on the family tree? That's absurd. You're blood families placed immense value on their reputation. Illegitimate children rarely received the Black name, and even fewer made it onto the family tree. The Black family tree had always been guarded by Madame Black. She could even remove her own son from Gryffindor if she wished. And now, after her death, she allowed an unknown bloodline to merge into the eternally pure Blacks? Unless she knew who the mother was, and she couldn't afford to cross her. "Looks like we won't be able to report at Grimmauld Place for a while," Harry said, understanding the implications. "This child is very likely connected to us somehow. Otherwise, our uncle wouldn't have kept it hidden even from us," Draco added, looking at Harry. "Yes, if I hadn't accidentally seen the Black family tree today, I'd still be in the dark," Harry said, a hint of disappointment flickering in his emerald eyes. "Unless this child has something to do with the Malfoys?" "I thought of Narcissa and my own origins, an alchemical creation, kept secret from the Malfoy family. Could it be Sirius used the alchemy his mother taught him to create a child with Narcissa's bloodline?" I exclaimed. If this were true, it was a cruel twist of fate. Lucius and Narcissa had helped Sirius clear his name and keep him out of Azkaban, yet the eldest Black son, how had he repaid them? Even the method of producing heirs had been shared by Narcissa herself. This child carried Narcissa's genes. If it became known, her reputation would be ruined. I needed to warn Narcissa and Lucius. "Aurora?" Narcissa was at her vanity, carefully arranging her seaweed, like waves. "Did Draco bully you?" she asked, noticing my reddened eyes, and quickly pulled me to sit beside her. "Mother, why is it that whenever Aurora is wronged, the first person you suspect is me?" Draco protested, shooting Harry an indignant glance. "Harry shows far more restraint than you do." Narcissa had no qualms about scolding her own son. "Is father around?" I glanced about, but Lucius was nowhere in sight. The two of them were rarely apart. Even when Lucius left for business, he often took his wife along. Luke said he was choosing a few gifts for me. A faint blush touched Narcissa's cheeks. Even after so many years of marriage, their bond remained as sweet as newlyweds. Clearly, this gift was of the grown-up variety. "Is there something you can't tell him?" Our hesitant expressions unsettled her mood. Her hand came to rest against her abdomen. She had been carrying this child for years now. How much longer, no one could say. Her figure had never changed, no baby bump showing, and she was spared the inconvenience of the monthly cycle. The words caught in my throat. What was done. Even if I told her the truth, nothing would change. It would only burden her with needless worry. "Aurora." Noticing my dazed look, she pulled me gently into her arms. "Mother, it's nothing. I just missed you." "What's this? Suddenly so clingy?" Narcissa chuckled softly. But then her gaze sharpened, flicking between Draco and Harry. "Speak." Her tone turned severe, her gentle air vanishing as her presence surged like a velvet sheath suddenly stripped from a blade. Mother." For the first time, Draco saw her like this. Like a lioness, ready to fight to the death to protect her cub. In the original story, Narcissa had dared to deceive Voldemort himself, prepared to die for her son. A Slytherin, yes, but her courage was no less than a Gryffindor's. "Cousin, please don't be alarmed." Harry tapped the table lightly. A steaming cup of cocoa appeared. "Today, the three of us went to number 12 Grimmauld Place. We discovered something had changed in the Black family tree." He watched Narcissa closely for her reaction. "Truly?" he succeeded. She looked overjoyed. "Mother, you knew?" "Of course. I was the one who taught him how to ensure heirs in the first place," Narcissa said proudly. I studied her expression with care. "Well, then you already know. I just wanted to share the news with you." I quickly cut the subject short, frantically signaling Draco and Harry to follow my lead. "Let's celebrate for him. I haven't even seen it yet." Narcissa began to busy herself. "Mother, perhaps we should wait until cousin himself tells us. After all, we only stumbled upon it by chance." "All right, Aurora, you're very thoughtful." Her voice softened again, and just like that, she was the Narcissa we knew. After a few more words of small talk, we slipped out of the master bedroom. Lucius stood at the doorway, looking worn out, as if he had just emerged from a grueling negotiation. We quickly escaped the scene. "Dad must have used the time," Turner Draco murmured thoughtfully. Lucius was the inventor of the time, Turner. He could bypass the Ministry's restrictions and travel far into the past or far into the future. Time travel was extremely dangerous, so he rarely used it and always warned us never to do so lightly. This time, there had to be a reason that left him no choice. He told Cousin it was to prepare a gift, probably just to trick her, Draco added. Both of them, unwilling to worry the other, tried their best to conceal the truth. Aurora, I understand your concerns. Right now, we have no absolute proof that Alphonse is truly part of the Malfoy bloodline, Harry interjected. And from Draco's perspective, it might be better if this child doesn't formally acknowledge the lineage, Harry added, glancing at Draco and me. Outsiders would only assume there's something shady between the Malfoys and the Blacks. Draco understood immediately. Besides, our uncle has fully grasped this, which is why he dares to use Mom's genetics without restraint. There's really no way to punish him. I have to tell my dad about this. Draco paused thoughtfully, then suddenly brightened as an idea struck him, loudly declaring his intention. In the original story, my catch-phrase "my father will hear about this" runs almost continuously. Draco revered Lucius, seeing his father as his only idol, always referring to him as my dad. You finally get it. Only, Cousin's husband seems very busy. Are we bothering him with this vague, uncertain matter? Harry voiced his worry. Whenever it involves the Malfoy family or Mom, he'll be the first to act, Draco said with unwavering confidence. Dad just fought a battle outside, and you're really giving him no break, Harry muttered. Lucius's travel-worn appearance made me feel a twinge of pity. Opposing the Black family again meant another tough fight. Maybe Cousin has already figured something out, even if we don't say anything, Harry said, barely finishing the sentence when Lucius suddenly dashed out, throwing a handful of flu powder and shouting his destination through gritted teeth. 12 Grimmauld Place. Should we follow? I worried Lucius might be heading straight into destruction or violence. Narcissa threw on a coat and hurried after him. Mom, it's better to stay home and wait for Dad to come back. I quickly blocked her path. Lucius will kill Sirius. Narcissa was beside herself with worry, wrenching my hand away in panic. He deserves it. At least he's left an heir behind. Creature can raise the child well enough, Draco said carelessly. Narcissa's brows knit tight. That may be true, but still. I understand your concern, Harry soothed. The Black name is your foundation. Let's go with your cousin-in-law and keep him from doing anything rash. Narcissa had married into the Malfoy family by virtue of her status as one of the Black sisters. Now, debts of blood and name circled back in kind. By the time we arrived, the sight before us was nothing I had imagined. I'd expected wreckage, chaos, maybe even blood. Instead, Sirius and Lucius were sitting together, reading the paper and drinking tea. The air still crackled with tension, but no spells had flown. Sirius's impossibly handsome face, however, was marred by 2 enormous black bruises under his eyes. Cousin, is your animagus form a panda now? I mocked lightly. Everyone knew he was a black dog. The so-called battle damage, as far as we were concerned, was nothing more than consequences catching up with him. Mr. Malfoy. Creature approached, trembling, clutching the swaddled infant as though marching to his death. From her frame, Mrs. Black's portrait gave a low, mournful wail. Lucius, no, Lord Malfoy, please forgive us. The Black family needs an heir, and Sirius's heart already belongs elsewhere. She faltered, watching Lucius's face closely. At last, she exhaled in relief. Sirius has chosen solitude over compromise. He would rather die alone than take a bride he does not want. His choices have nothing to do with me, but a child carrying Malfoy blood, cast adrift. That does concern me, Lucius said, flicking his hand dismissively. You're taking him? Sirius demanded, instantly on guard. He nearly raised his voice, but checked himself for fear of waking little Alphonse. He drew a deep breath, forcing down his wild temper, lowering his tone instead, shielding both child and elf behind him. In the original tale, he had loathed this wizened house elf, treating him as a relic of a rotten era. Now, Creature was his ally. I stole a glance at the child Alphonse. He had inherited the best of Narcissa and Sirius. Even with his eyes closed in sleep, he looked like an angel painted in soft strokes, a vision slowly unfurling. A thick crown of black curls on his brow, a fine nose, rosebud lips, cheeks round and full. He was destined to be spoiled into becoming another Draco. Relax. I've no interest in the other half of his bloodline. But a Malfoy heir left without protection? I need guarantees he'll be properly cared for. And this business of taking without asking, you've gravely crossed the Malfoy family's bottom line. Chapter 526. Malfoy's Research. This matter is indeed our fault. Lady Black lowered her proud head at last, casting a glance at her son too busy cooing over the baby to notice her face, drained of dignity. These years, with no one to properly manage affairs, the Black holdings have withered our estates, shrink year after year. I wonder. She shot Sirius a scathing look. Only then did Sirius stir, belatedly realizing her reproach. During his years in Azkaban, the burden of the family had fallen entirely on her shoulders. He hadn't even been able to attend his own mother's funeral. Meanwhile, Regulus had vanished, and all three of his cousins had married away. It was no longer a matter of talent fading away. Without successors was a more accurate description. The Black family today, though not entirely destitute, has little of real value left. Sirius glanced around, a self-deprecating smile on his face. The Malfoys, now the richest in the wizarding world, still act as if they're coveting everything in sight, he teased, trying to lighten the mood. I have no interest in the Black ancestral home. Creature let out a quiet, relieved breath nearby. What I want isn't in your hands either, Lucius said calmly. Don't keep me in suspense, Sirius urged. I need an item that Bellatrix Lestrange has stored at Gringotts, Lucius replied, exchanging a knowing glance with me. What item? The one that once harmed Regulus, Lucius admitted openly. Madame Black teetered on the edge of collapse. If Orion were still alive, he would surely regret ever supporting the Dark Lord. Voldemort had torn the Black family apart. The youngest son had died as a consequence. Bellatrix, driven mad, followed Voldemort, tormenting members of the Order, driving the Rumbatons insane, admitting her crimes and ending up in Azkaban. The eldest son also languished for over a decade in wrongful imprisonment. All of it stemmed from choices of allegiance. I agree. I'll cooperate in submitting the request to the Ministry of Magic. Madame Black wiped away her tears. Though she existed only as a memory of Walburga, she still carried the will of the matriarch. And I'll give you all the items that woman left at Gringotts, Sirius said, turning his face away with disgust. Bellatrix was his older sister. Perhaps they had shared happy times long ago. The Black family had lived together at 12 Grimmauld Place, mischievous Sirius shielded by his elder sisters. But those days were gone. Father, you really don't blame Uncle? Draco asked curiously. If anyone created a child without Aurora's consent, I would never forgive them lightly. What? You want me to fight Sirius again? Lucius raised an eyebrow. Of course not. I want him to pay a far greater price. Draco deliberately glanced at Harry. I won't forgive him just because he's your godfather. Of course. I feel the same way, Harry quickly agreed. Interest doesn't need to be paid all at once, Lucius shook his head. Bellatrix's Gringotts collection is only the first step. Father, you really carry the Malfoy spirit to the fullest, Draco said. Of course. I've studied Platinum Glory thoroughly. Platinum Glory had been written by Legras, Draco's previous incarnation. Lucius mentioned it deliberately, partly to tease his own son. Every Malfoy heir had spent their childhood reciting and copying Platinum Glory. Father Draco explained dryly, I had no idea it would become so widely known. Back then it was mainly meant to control Armand. The result, Armand copied it until his hand cramped. And so, every generation was made to endure the power of Platinum Glory. With each passing heir, the punishments only grew harsher. Draco, who would have thought you were such a petty miser back then? Legolas could assume the form of a dragon, and his fierce attachment to treasure was simply a dragon's nature. Aurora, you know me. I was never as extreme as father. All of that nonsense is just the result of generations twisting things out of proportion, completely distorting the true spirit of Platinum Glory. Draco protested, looking utterly wronged. Even Mother probably wouldn't side with you. He must have been forced to copy it out when she was little too. I couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. No wonder I always got punished the worst. Clearly they were just taking personal revenge, Draco grumbled angrily. Aurora actually received her interest in advance, didn't she? Lucius abruptly shifted the subject. The Slytherin locket is in your possession. Lucius spoke it as a statement, not a question. Father, when did you? A chill ran through me. The head of the family holds the highest authority, Lucius said simply. In other words, when I retrieved the locket from number 12, Grimmauld Place, and hid it away in Malfoy Manor, both Lucius and Narcissa had already seen through me. Father, I never meant to keep it from you. I stammered out an explanation. We don't blame you, Lucius cut me off gently. I'll hand the Slytherin locket over to you for safekeeping. As Thranduil's reincarnation, Lucius carried the gift of purification. I had just never figured out how to confess to him that I already knew the secret of the locket. Now that they had stepped in to smooth it over for me, I couldn't be more relieved. Father, the matter with the diadem has taught me my lesson. It was I who let myself be deceived, thinking there might be a chance, just as with Tom, trapped in the diary, that Voldemort could somehow regain his humanity. The truth was, that flicker of goodness had only existed in the 16-year-old Voldemort. What truly swayed him then was Tom's love for Abraxas. Every other shard of his soul felt nothing but possessiveness toward the Malfoy family and toward Abraxas. We were nothing more than stepping stones for his ascent. The very first blade he raised after returning to shore was to cut down the one he loved. That was why, in the original tale, Voldemort's resurrection was followed by Abraxas's tragic death from dragonpox. Lucius merely smiled. Every day we're faced with countless choices. We all act in ways that feel right at the time, so there's no blame. Even I once saw my godfather in him. Your godfather? I gasped in surprise. Voldemort was my godfather. Lucius had never spoken of it before. To me, he was like another father. I admired him, looked up to him. But later, everything about him changed. He grew crueler, more tyrannical. Even my father had to tread carefully around him, as though walking on thin ice. Voldemort was a master of persuasion, Lucius said softly, trying to reassure me. So none of this is your fault. I'll return the Slytherin pendant box to you once I've purified it. Lucius seemed to know what I was thinking. Really? Aurora, you're even more obsessed with treasures than I am? Draco teased. The Slytherin pendant box. It's not really what I want, I said, glancing at Harry. That's a Slytherin heirloom, Harry murmured, tied to countless threads of his past life. Aurora, are you doing this for me? A warm weight pressed against my back. Harry, like an octopus, wrapped me firmly in his arms. The Slytherin pendant box, after all its twists and turns, has returned to your hands. I'm merely returning it to its rightful owner. Just like this wand eventually returned to you, our connection spans thousands of years. He held my wand. I felt, faintly, as if he were touching me through it. It was once a part of you, now you're finally connected to your past, Harry said with awe. Draco and Harry, across my past and present life, were deeply intertwined with me. Aurora, the Slytherin pendant box goes to Harry. What about me? Draco's tone was sharp and mocking. For the first time, I felt sympathy for ancient emperors. It's truly impossible to keep everything fair. Well, Voldemort left the notebook to the Malfoy family. Are you joking? Grandpa would never hand over the notebook for me to keep. Draco's eyes widened, clearly wounded by what he perceived as my favoritism. Draco, what's yours is yours. You don't need to compete with Harry, Lucius said, awakening him from his sulk. Draco's grin stretched almost to the sky. Look at you, so useless, not a trace of my brilliance inherited here, Lucius muttered, exasperated. The Ravenclaw diadem, the Hufflepuff cup, one day they will belong to the Malfoy family. Lucius never hid his ambitions from us. Cousin, can the Slytherin pendant box serve as Aurora's betrothal gift? Harry suggested. You really are scheming. Take everything for nothing and even pick up a wife for free. Draco's face flushed crimson. All right, enough. The stars haven't even written our fate yet, Harry said with a laugh. Aurora, time flies. In just 2 years, we'll reach the age for marriage. Draco pressed. You need to make a decision. Surrounded by 2 towering boys, I felt the weight of their presence. Aurora, you must always keep the initiative in your own hands, Lucius reminded me. Did you let Mom choose back then? I asked curiously. Of course not. Your father had everything prepared long in advance, just waiting for your mother to jump into the trap herself. Draco unflinchingly exposed Lucius's usual tactics. Lucius chuckled casually. The method doesn't matter as long as the goal is achieved. Draco's eyes glimmered with admiration. When it comes to Aurora, you aren't at all a typical Malfoy, so simple and straightforward, like a naive boy, Lucius sighed. Draco's expression darkened visibly. I knew how deeply he yearned for Lucius's approval. My heart softened. Yet that very night, he skillfully proved to me that Lucius was wrong. I couldn't help but suspect that Draco, masterful at playing the clever fox, had used my empathy to make me willingly cooperate with him. After the diadem and Nagini were destroyed, the members of the Order of the Phoenix seemed to puff themselves up with pride, as if Dumbledore had revealed everything to them. Though in truth, the victory had little to do with them. The biggest change was in the Weasley family. In their minds, as long as Voldemort could never rise again, it meant they finally had the chance to trample the Malfoys underfoot. Where they got that courage and confidence from, I had no idea. Liang Jingru perhaps? Dumbledore only added fuel to the fire when, as a sort of compensation, he appointed Ron as Gryffindor prefect. Completely ridiculous, Hermione muttered to us in private. Ren had made no secret of his displeasure with her, despite her also being a Gryffindor prefect. He called her a traitor to Gryffindor for spending time with us. He mocked her enthusiasm in class with nicknames like Know-It, All and Show Off. Even her boyfriend, world-famous Quidditch star Victor Crumb, he accused of being shallow and vain. Petty men always get drunk on scraps of power, Draco sneered. I'd say he knows very well how far beneath you he is, so he drags you down, smears your name, hoping that way he can close the distance between you. In the original story, Ron only realized his feelings for Hermione in 5th year. Could it be that losing over and over has finally forced him to figure it out? Some boys only know how to chase attention by pushing others down. I hinted at my suspicion to Hermione. Could it be he just wants your attention? Aurora, are you out of your mind from too much reading? With Victor Crumb right in front of me, how could I ever look twice at a weasel? Draco scoffed. Of course not, but that doesn't stop a toad from dreaming of swan meat, I said with a smothered laugh. Well, I for one don't see it that way, Aurora. I'd prefer my encounters with him to grow fewer and fewer. Then treat him like a mismatched coworker, Hermione. Nothing more, I advised. In the original timeline, Ron and Hermione had 2 children together, Rose and Hugo Weasley. Rowling's choice made sense. A revolutionary sort of friendship slowly transformed into love. Hermione's Muggle-born status made marriage into a pure-blood family unlikely, and the Weasleys, always sympathetic to Muggles, were her most natural fit. But here, Hermione and Ron shared nothing beyond being classmates in Gryffindor. If anything, her closeness with us only deepened the rift and sharpened his prejudice. And Ron was no Hogwarts heart, gangly, awkward, freckled, never quite graceful. In the original, his less defined personality allowed him to absorb Hermione's sharper edges. Day after day, as she faced life and death with Harry and Ron, there'd been no chance for her to meet other boys. Beside the equally strong-willed Harry, Ron's softness had turned into an advantage. But this time, without Voldemort's Horcruxes wreaking havoc everywhere, Hermione lived in relative peace. Even the destruction of the diadem and Nagini was kept quiet by Dumbledore. There was no looming sense of Voldemort's return. And with Crumb standing so far above Ron in every regard, the comparison wasn't even close. Hermione and Ron had become 2 lines running forever parallel, never to cross. Chapter 530, Our Own. Ron's various antics could only deepen Hermione's dislike for him. Without Hermione's help, even as a prefect, Ron had little chance of joining the Quidditch team. In the original story, Ron became Gryffindor's keeper because Hermione had cast a Confundus charm, causing his competitor Cormac McLaggen to miss a goal. In the Western world, holding a minor office at school doesn't prove popularity. On the contrary, athletic talent tends to attract more attention from girls. Thus, in the original, the scene Ron saw in the Mirror of Eris showed him holding the House Cup and leading the Quidditch team to victory. Now, apart from being a nominal prefect, Ron had accomplished nothing noteworthy. Ron is just a signal released by Headmaster Dumbledore, Harry summarized. Those who follow me will flourish. As for the second part, those who oppose me will perish. Dumbledore's style as a white wizard wouldn't make it obvious. Otherwise, how would he differ from his former lover and rival Gellert Grindelwald or Voldemort? Every leader's rise follows the same rule: eliminate opposition. Just as Dumbledore kept Slytherins at a distance, he's still affected by the Resurrection Stone. In the original, Dumbledore had expended immense effort to obtain the Gaunt Ring. Once in his possession, he felt an overwhelming desire for it, forgetting it was a Horcrux, and put it on his finger, triggering the curse. Returning to Hogwarts with Snape's help, he paid the price with a hand, and his lifespan shortened to less than 6 months. This time, the Gaunt Ring, untouched by the Gryffindor sword, still carried Voldemort's curse. The Elder Wand also amplified a wizard's hunger for power. Was Dumbledore still true to his original intentions? After all, as a 16-year-old, he had been seduced by Grindelwald to build a new wizarding order for the greater good. Perhaps only his closest confidants can truly sense his changes, Draco mused. You mean, the Godfather? I guessed. Do you really think Dumbledore trusts him? A former Death Eater? Draco's expression betrayed disbelief. Many things the Godfather has been deeply involved in. In the original, Snape acted like Dumbledore's sharpest blade. That's just Dumbledore using Professor Snape as a tool, Harry interjected. Their views aligned perfectly, and I was almost convinced myself. Snape had never received any tangible benefits from Dumbledore. The stark contrast was Hagrid, a half-giant, a Gryffindor dropout. Yet despite expulsion, he retained a Forbidden Forest keeper position, essentially a paid post without exams. And later promoted to full Hogwarts professor, a clear example of looking after one's own. Then there was the Weasley family, pure-blood Gryffindors, generations of prefects and student council leaders. Meanwhile, Snape's repeated applications to teach defense against the dark arts were consistently rejected. When Dumbledore sought death, Snape had to carry out the act, bearing the unimaginable burden. Was this Dumbledore's idea of treating Snape as one of his own? The ones who can truly be called allies are those who share their interests with you. Everything else is just a facade. Even if someone makes promises with their lips, it's nothing more than empty words. I agreed wholeheartedly. Such core truths could never be drawn out of Snape. But weaker groups like the Gryffindor-born werewolf bitten in his youth, Remus Lupin, the half-giant, Rubeus Hagrid, or the Black family's prodigal son, Sirius Black, were far easier to approach. In the original story, Sirius had turned number 12, Grimmauld Place, into the Order of the Phoenix's temporary base. And with Dumbledore's order gathering people from every walk of life, the quality of its members varied greatly. Take Mundungus Fletcher, for instance, a petty crook and black market dealer whose hands were anything but clean. During his stay in the Black ancestral home, he pilfered plenty of the family's heirlooms. The Slytherin locket was among them. But now, with Alfred at his side, Sirius would never dream of bringing strangers into the house. And because Sirius now had a soft spot in Alfred, he was far less reckless than in the original timeline, no longer throwing himself blindly into danger for the Order or for Harry. Especially since Harry, sheltered by the Malfoy family, was enjoying a life of luxury. The conflicts were nowhere near as fierce as before. Maybe our whole line of thinking has been wrong from the start, Draco declared loudly. What do you mean? Sure, members of the Order are closer to Dumbledore and might know more of his secrets, but their loyalty is unquestionable. As for the ones outside the fold, they'd never be entrusted with anything critical. Doesn't that mean we've hit another dead end? I frowned, frustration tightening my chest. Not necessarily. The enemy of our enemy is our friend, Draco reminded me. Of course. The one who knew Dumbledore best was none other than our great-grandfather, Grindelwald. No one would pay more attention to Dumbledore's movements than him. Once lovers, now adversaries. How could I have forgotten him? The solution had been sitting right in front of us. Father must have already reached out to him, Draco added. Lucius's connection with Grindelwald was far closer than ours could ever be. All the schemes we've been struggling to come up with, Father has likely been setting in motion for some time already. Draco lifted the letter in his hand. The gap between Lucius and us wasn't just a matter of skill, it was an entire world apart. Aurora, this should be good news, but you don't look all that happy, Harry said gently. I just feel the difference between us and our parents is still far too great, I murmured, lowering my head. We live in an age of peace. It's nothing like the turbulent times our uncles faced. Back then, with Voldemort growing more erratic by the day, serving him was like living beside a tiger. Naturally, they grew sharper and faster. Draco nodded in agreement. Aurora, the very reason Father is sharing all this with us is so we can lean on them with peace of mind. He thinks that ever since you recovered your past life memories, you've been wound far too tight. Draco's eyes clouded with worry. It's me. I've made them anxious. In their past lives, they weren't parents, so they treated you differently. I'm not trying to excuse them. Draco stumbled over his words. I understand. So, Aurora, try to judge them by what they do now. Will you? Chapter 532. Sirius resigns. All right, I met Draco's gaze. I understood their choices, but I did not forgive. I had only let go of the past. I won't let anyone hurt her again. Harry's hand rested on my shoulder. Draco drew in a deep breath, as if ready to retort, but when our eyes met, he chose to stay silent. Draco, we shouldn't live in past regrets. My arms circled his waist. Aurora, his voice betrayed a flicker of delight. Our time is long. Dwelling on the past only erodes our love. We still have so many beautiful moments ahead to experience together. The last trace of resentment inside me vanished with the wind. I felt light, unburdened. He stroked my back gently. Gellert also mentioned something else in his letter. Draco continued, he said. Besides Dumbledore, we should pay attention to the movements of the British Ministry of Magic. The situation was shifting. With the 3 Deathly Hallows in Dumbledore's possession, he might very well counter Lucius's Souls, dealing curse on Connolly Fudge. In a world where the strong dominate the weak, Fudge's subordinates like Umbridge would stop at nothing to climb higher, if following Dumbledore could solidify or advance their positions. Sure enough, the moment we returned to Hogwarts, we were informed that the Ministry had sent senior official Umbridge to conduct a full assessment of the school's teaching standards. In the original story, Umbridge was sent because of Cedric Diggory's death and Voldemort's return. But this time, the true reason for her arrival eluded me. In canon, Umbridge became the defense against the dark arts professor, but prohibited practical lessons, insisting students merely read from the textbook. Now, Sirius Black was the most popular defense against the dark arts professor hands down. He had been fully vindicated. What reason would the Ministry have? Aurora, at the school board meeting, Dumbledore announced that cousin has resigned. Draco relayed the news from Lucius, his eyes narrowing. In the canon, it seemed as if an irreversible force was righting the wrongs. No matter how carefully I tried to reshape the fates of those around me, a sense of helplessness crept in. Cousin, why is Sirius resigning? I asked casually. Because of Alphard. He doesn't trust leaving him in the care of Mrs. Black and Creature. Sirius wanted to raise Alphard personally, not wishing his son to repeat his own path. I could understand his decision, but it all seemed too coincidental. At the board meeting, Dumbledore claimed he had tried to persuade him to stay, but he could not override Sirius's decision. A millennium-old family suddenly has an heir. It's only natural to be cautious, Draco said with understanding. Looks like from now on, our defense against the dark arts lessons will mostly be self-study. Why do you say that? Aurora, who do you think will replace him? You really don't want to know. I gave him a look that said more than words could. Really that bad? Harry didn't believe me. Eventually, they'd understand small seeds cannot grow in coarse soil. Suddenly, the clinking of glasses came from the classroom table. Students, Professor Black has resigned from his post as defense against the dark arts professor, citing personal reasons. The hall, quiet only a moment before, erupted into a wave of chatter. Some of the girls even began to cry at their seats. Our dear cousin's irresistible charm, Draco muttered with a shrug. Dumbledore had to raise his voice to restore order. To ensure classes continue without disruption, the Ministry of Magic has graciously intervened. Madame Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, will take over Professor Black's duties. Not temporarily, dear Albus, Umbridge corrected primly. She cleared her throat, brushing imaginary dust from her immaculate pink ensemble, chosen specially for today's grand entrance. Dumbledore only twinkled back at her, unbothered by the correction. Umbridge launched into her introduction with well-practiced official pomp. Hogwarts has a long and glorious history, and I myself had the privilege of spending 7 precious years here. Her gaze, brimming with counterfeit affection, swept deliberately across the Slytherin table. She's a Slytherin too? Doesn't seem like she was very popular back then, Draco whispered under his breath. Quiet, popular or not, She looks like the type to hold grudges. I gave his arm a warning pinch. Oh, all right. Trying to murder your own husband, Aurora, Draco teased. Sage, just listen, Harry cut in with a sharp gesture for silence. I had to admit he was surprisingly politically astute. Umbridge's voice carried a strange effect, half spell, half cursed song lilt, almost soporific. Still, I forced myself to pay attention. In recent years, with the increasing turnover of Hogwarts staff, the Ministry has deemed it necessary to involve itself in both the appointment and the annual evaluation of professors. At once, eyes across the hall darted toward certain figures. Professor Binns, droning endlessly through history of magic, Hagrid, struggling to manage his care of magical creatures classes, and the ever-erratic Sybil Trelawney in divination. Umbridge caught it all, and let the corners of her mouth curl upward. On the surface, the Ministry's move seemed beyond reproach. For too long, Hogwarts had essentially been ruled by Dumbledore's whim. And his choices in staffing had often left students to pay the price. Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. Lockhart, a fraud wrapped in peacock feathers. Lupin, a werewolf. Moody, who had been no Moody at all, but Barty Crouch Jr., a Death Eater in disguise. Each one a danger to students. And even setting aside those extremes, there were others plainly ill, suited to teaching. Hagrid, a dropout. Trelawney, a charlatan. Binns, whose greatest gift was lulling students into slumber. Even Snape, brilliant as a potions master, was better suited to research than to the classroom. The only professors rarely criticized were McGonagall in Transfiguration, Sprout in Herbology, Flitwick in Charms, and Madame Hooch in Flying, 3 of the 4 being women, who truly carried half the sky at Hogwarts. Here, professors were never tested, never reviewed. Tenure meant a lifelong iron rice bowl, and for some, it had become little more than a meal ticket. Though the Ministry's intervention seemed not only justified, but overdue. After all, Hogwarts charged no tuition. The Ministry paid every galleon. Whoever footed the bill had the right to call the tune. The only reason they hadn't done so before was fear deference to Albus Dumbledore himself. Chapter 534, Passing the Message. Now it stemmed from a growing wariness of Dumbledore. The original Cornelius Fudge had both relied on and respected Dumbledore. After all, the previously favored candidate, Bartemius Crouch, lost the position of Minister for Magic because his son was a Death Eater. Fudge became the fortunate fallback choice. He was completely unprepared to assume the role of minister. Yet, as time passed, the British wizarding world experienced a relatively peaceful era. Old wounds healed, and humanity's forgetfulness took over. Fudge credited all successes to his own leadership, day after day praised and flattered by his inner circle. Gradually, he lost his sense of self. He began ignoring Dumbledore's advice, his mind swayed by the sugar-coated appeals of pure blood families, and started to let things slide. After all, the aristocracy, led by the Malfoys, offered genuine wealth. His appetite grew larger, and he even began trying to elevate himself above everyone else, completely forgetting the history of his own rise. Worse still, he even harbored ulterior motives toward Lucius. Just thinking about my father's stern gaze, I had crossed out Fudge's name in my letters countless times. It was precisely because Fudge was so vulnerable to jealousy that Lucius had the opportunity to manipulate and further control him. Whether Umbridge's arrival at Hogwarts was on Lucius's orders remained uncertain. Yet, based on Grindelwald's hints, it seemed highly possible that Cornelius Fudge had sent his confidante Umbridge to Hogwarts as a subtle appeal for Dumbledore's help. If that pink toad's teaching ability matches her propaganda skills, there's nothing to look forward to in defense against the dark arts, Draco complained. His movements were minute so subtle that, apart from Harry and me, almost no one would notice his lips moving. Outwardly, he nodded and listened attentively, lending support to Umbridge on stage. He appeared engrossed, yet only those beside him knew the rich inner commentary playing through his mind. I couldn't help but recall Lucius over a decade ago, also a Slytherin prefect. Was his outward performance equally flawless? During the Triwizard Tournament, Umbridge had represented the Ministry and scored me highly. Logically and emotionally, I had to align with the Malfoy family's interests, showing full support for her policies and strategies. As expected, that very evening, Umbridge summoned the 3 of us to her office. Cornelius told me I could meet the most outstanding student representatives here, she said, her voice pitched with a high, cackling tone. Her large eyes flicked between Draco and Harry. As for me being female, I sensed a faint hostility beneath her gaze. Miss Malfoy, your performance in the Triwizard Tournament impressed me greatly. Thankfully, my surname earned me at least the basic courtesy. I quickly expressed my gratitude for her discernment and subtly pledged my loyalty. Her eyes narrowed into a slitted smile, and then she moved to the main point. She needed inside eyes, trustworthy students to help her understand every aspect of Hogwarts. This every aspect was broad. It went beyond teachers' origins or past experiences, extending to deeper investigation and intelligence gathering. She represented the Ministry's will, and at the same time, through us, she sent a clear message back to the Malfoy family. Chapter 535, The Special Action Investigation Squad. Umbridge pulled out a few gleaming badges, her entire face blooming into a sugary smile. Etched on each one were the initials, Special Action Investigation Squad. She selected 3 and reached out as though to pin them on our chests. Professor Umbridge, I can do it myself, Harry said awkwardly, taking the badges from her hand. Umbridge gave a coy little giggle, the sound disturbingly girlish. It was a far cry from the Umbridge of the original story, who favored secret punishments in dark corners. Oh, the poor boy who lived, your life has been so tragic, she said, dabbing at imaginary tears at the corner of her eyes. Harry fought to mask the disgust flickering in his gaze. That was the one memory he despised, being dragged into the light. The long folds of our school robes hid our arms. I gave a discreet tug on the hem of his cloak. Some of the tension drained from his face. So during the Triwizard Tournament, you were Miss Malfoy's sweetheart? Umbridge's sharp eyes seemed to notice our quiet exchange. Harry flushed even redder. Professor Umbridge, Harry grew up with us, Draco interjected gently. Ah, childhood companions then. Her smile widened, but it was the sort that never reached her eyes more masked than warmth. For the sake of her career, Umbridge had always longed for a romantic entanglement with someone influential. Unfortunately, her appearance was not one of her assets. Marriage itself mattered little to her, which was why, despite being of the same generation as Lucius and Narcissa, she remained unattached. I've heard Headmaster Dumbledore holds you in very high regard, Umbridge said suddenly, turning her calculating gaze on Harry. Yes, the headmaster has always shown me special concern, Harry replied evenly, without hesitation. Well, both Cornelius and I could never understand why he placed you with Muggles, she said, her tone shifting to something more probing. At the time, we did our best to persuade him otherwise. This was a classic case of sowing discord, crude yet effective. A spark of sharpness lit up in Harry's eyes. Good thing the Malfoys took care of me. He glanced at Draco and me. Even when I was very young, I was pulled out of the abyss. I was in Slytherin too back in my day. Strictly speaking, that makes you our senior. After a round of heartfelt pleasantries, they finally got down to business. You know, Dumbledore has served as Hogwarts headmaster for many years and wields absolute control over the school. Umbridge silently observed our expressions. Dumbledore casts a shadow over everything. My father often complained to me that the Board of Governors is essentially powerless, Draco said, his indignation clear. So the Ministry wants to change the status quo, Umbridge said, her tone growing increasingly genial. So that's why there's a special task force. But how are we supposed to explain the origin of this medal to others? Just like Hermione's House Elf-Welfare Society in canon, there would always be critics who didn't understand. This emblem also chooses its rightful owner. I believe that one day Hogwarts students will be proud to receive it. Umbridge patted Draco on the shoulder. Harry, where she couldn't see, gave a look of clear disdain. Still, your concern is justified. Hogwarts remains Dumbledore's domain for now, but I believe more sensible students will join us soon. She adjusted Draco's dark green tie. I hereby assign you the responsibility of developing membership, Draco. Draco was overwhelmed with pride. To be entrusted with such responsibility. It is an honor for me and the Malfoy family. Thank you for your trust. He bowed respectfully, kissing the back of Umbridge's hand. The new defense against the dark arts professor was clearly pleased. After another long, seemingly sincere conversation, she finally said, talking with you takes me back to my student days, Draco. You and your father truly resemble each other. Hard to imagine, you look so radiant, Yet you are the same age as our parents, Draco echoed in admiration. She escorted us to the door and scheduled the next discussion. The moment I stepped outside, I took the badge off and inspected it in my hand. This is an alchemical device. It works like a muggle listening bug or a camera, I murmured. What's going on? The Ministry's stance toward the Malfoys, Draco's face, darkened. The facade he'd been keeping up just now had been exhausting. I glanced at the Special Operations Investigation badge pinned to my chest. Harry made a gesture to clamp his mouth shut. I produced a small vial from my pocket, took the badges from Harry and Draco, and dropped them all inside together. The little bottle was one of Narcissa's creations, inspired by the way, in the original tale, Hermione sealed Rita Skeeter's animagus beetle. It could nullify an opponent's animagus form. This bottle, however, could block all kinds of alchemical devices. I tightened the cap until there wasn't the slightest gap and finally let out a long breath. Aurora, you done? Draco asked, checking once more. When I nodded, he spat once and said, I've never had to lie so blatantly in my life. So, does this make you admire Father more? I teased. I can't believe I had to say those words against my conscience, he muttered. You should have recorded how obsequious you were just now, Harry chipped in. Aurora, I was only playing along. Don't let Harry egg you on, Draco hurried to explain. I know, you shifted the spotlight. Umbridge really likes female rivalry, I said, still shuddering inwardly. Worse than her malice was how lost she was in her own world. Pride and insecurity twisted together in a tangle. In Muggle terms, Umbridge was a sort of legendary phoenix woman, a half-blood who clawed her way up. Her father had been a ministry cleaner who never advanced. Her mother was a Muggle. She had a younger brother who turned out a disappointment. Her mother and brother had long since left the wizarding world. She'd cut them off. She'd handed her father a purse to hide her origins and broadcast herself as pure blood to everyone else. Deep down she despised the family that had raised her, blaming all her hardships on bloodlines. Like Voldemort, she would stop at nothing to climb higher. She rose fast at the ministry head of a department before 30. Anyone who knew the truth of her background had been squeezed out or pushed aside for various reasons, turned into obstacles and kicked away. At last, she stood in the ministry, second to none. Strictly speaking, Lucius might even have to report to Umbridge. I'll post our badges to Mother and ask her to study them, I suggested. Yes, try not to spook anyone, Draco agreed. We shouldn't wear them on our chests or leave them in the dormitory. If Umbridge gets suspicious, Harry hesitated, weighing the risk. Don't worry, she's not that naive, Draco said casually. She knows that, as the heir of a pure-blood family, it's only normal to inspect gifts from others. But she's a half-blood, so she might not understand fully. Harry has a point. Let's hope she doesn't take it out on us, I added. Aura, keep that one, Draco said. No curse could affect me, and that naturally included alchemical objects. The badge worn on me had no effect. If Umbridge received no feedback, she'd only send us more. Then, it would just be a matter of distributing them. Maybe Mom can add a function to make the badge work intermittently, turning on and off, I suggested, like a Muggle pinhole camera switch. Great idea, Draco agreed immediately. Soon, many Slytherins wore badges marking them as part of the Special Action Investigation Team. Some Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws joined too. Gryffindor remained Umbridge's unconquered stronghold, reinforcing her belief that Dumbledore's base of operations was there. Professor, most Slytherins fully support the Ministry's reforms, Draco pledged. But we're still few in number. The appointment of teachers remains in the hands of Headmaster Dumbledore. The basic information on the teachers, Cornelius has already shown me. Umbridge's trust in us deepened. She was willing to exchange information as well. Dumbledore even wanted to hire a werewolf once, as expected. Umbridge's eyes widened in disbelief at the mention. You may not know, but this matter caused quite a stir at the time, though it was suppressed by extreme measures ultimately. It was your Uncle Sirius who returned to teach defense against the dark arts, Draco explained. Oh, I nearly forgot. You're related to the Blacks, Umbridge said, a sharp glint in her eyes. During his time at school, Sirius Black was quite the star, she murmured, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks and her voice softening. Could she have once been part of Sirius's fan circle? Very likely. A pure blood heir and the school heart. Rob, truly a toad dreaming of swan meat. Do you know why your uncle resigned? She asked, her tone hesitant. If one didn't know her true age, her shy, timid demeanor might make her seem like a naive young girl. course, it was to take care of the next generation of black heirs, I replied. It was practically an open secret among pure blood families. We didn't believe the ministry was completely in the dark, and the black matriarch was actively involved in securing Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringate's assets. Sirius got married? The black family has a new lady of the house? She fired question after question. That's not certain. We still haven't met our uncle's wife. Draco and I exchanged a glance. Umbridge really did seem invested in the former defense against the dark arts professor. Though, the black family would actually allow, Umbridge prodded, hoping to guide us into saying more. All we know is that the other person was pure blood as well. Umbridge's face visibly darkened. To think, someone once so dazzling, now reduced to a stay-at-home father. Everyone makes their own choices. We were just as shocked when we first heard the news, I added, echoing the sentiment. Enough about him. Whatever else, Sirius was one of the top students of his year, but as for some of the other staff members. She paused, her eyes drifting toward the distant Forbidden Forest. Headmaster Dumbledore seems especially fond of wizards who are not fully human. Back when Hagrid was only the gamekeeper and not yet taking care of magical creatures, his sheer size was already beyond what we'd call human. Umbridge gave an approving nod. In the original story, she had been dragged into the depths of that same forest by centaurs. When she returned, her mind seemed dulled. She carried a deep-rooted hatred for anything that lay beyond her control. And then, in his very first Care of Magical Creatures lesson, Professor Hagrid introduced a hippogriff buckbeak which ended up injuring a Gryffindor. Yet the matter was simply brushed aside. Oh, that's a grave teaching incident, and the teacher wasn't punished at all? Umbridge perked up with interest. Indeed, the Gryffindor student was named Ron Weasley. At the mention of Ron, Umbridge's eyes lit with glee. The Weasley family has always been under Dumbledore's wing. By rights, an accident like that should never have happened to a boy named Ronald. That only shows Gryffindor recklessness got the better of him, Draco said with a smirk, trading a knowing glance with me. It had been Draco's deliberate provocation that pushed the red-haired boy into disaster. I'll be looking into this further. Talking with you both has been most enlightening. Then, as though offhandedly, Umbridge added, the Special Action Investigation Squad is nearing full capacity. Perhaps it's time to tighten things up, bring in some variety. Her meaning was unmistakable. Understood. We'll follow your instructions, we replied. Umbridge's face glowed with smug satisfaction. Tell them this. Joining the squad will mean extra credit on their defense against the dark arts exams, as well as on their daily marks. He had struck the snake at it 7 inches straight to the weak spot. At last, I understood how this plain, even homely woman, without the backing of family or lineage, had managed to rise so swiftly through the ministry's ranks. She knew how to pinpoint the heart of a problem. She persuaded with reason, cloaked it in sentiment, and sealed it with profit. Just as in the original tale, within a year she would force Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. But when it came to uniting her colleagues, her skills were sorely lacking. Not to mention, most of Hogwarts' professors except for a few bags and sinecures were formidable in real combat. Leaving Umbridge's office, I murmured, this kind of temptation, I wonder if Hermione will be able to withstand it. Don't even bring it up, Draco snorted. The Gryffindors are already on the verge of open war with Umbridge in defense against the dark arts. Why is that? Because of her teaching, of course. Nothing but reading from books, no practical training at all. Add in the fact that her looks, compared to her dear cousin, are downright tragic. Draco wore a thoroughly smug, schadenfreude-laced grin. Chapter 539, The Bird That Sticks Its Head Out Gets Shot. Hermione could not, in any way, accept Umbridge's methods of teaching, especially with Sirius's brilliance still fresh in everyone's memory. The students had been spoiled for choice. This was their 5th year, and defense against the dark arts was a required OWL subject. There was no room for even the slightest laxity. Her Gryffindor sense of justice would not allow compromise. In canon, Hermione, hating Umbridge so much that she shared the same middle name Jane, went so far as to legally change her own. Good thing you told me ahead of time, I nearly clashed with her, Hermione admitted, still shivering at the memory. The first bird to draw the gun always gets shot. With Harry no longer the target, the spotlight naturally fell elsewhere. You're our friend, of course we can't let you take the hit. I quickly dissuaded Hermione from openly confronting Umbridge. Her methods of retaliation were cruel. Carving words into students' hands was merely the mildest of punishments. Malice had to be met with cunning but not with direct confrontation. Meanwhile Ron, also a Gryffindor prefect, was left roasting on the metaphorical spit. The anger of the Gryffindors demanded an outlet, and Ron became the first to take the plunge. He raised his arm shakily in class. "Mr. Weasley, do you have a question?" Umbridge adjusted her glasses and fixed her gaze on Ron's red hair. She scrutinized his second-hand uniform and offered a perfectly fake smile. Professor Umbridge, may I ask?" He glanced around, as if searching for allies, only to find that the Gryffindor students who had been egging him on had all bowed their heads, deliberately keeping their distance, afraid of drawing fire to themselves. "What is it, Mr. Weasley?" Feigning ignorance, Umbridge prodded. "I was wondering, could we have more practical exercises? In past years, our defense against the dark arts classes included them. Mr. Weasley, I am a teacher appointed by Headmaster Dumbledore and am responsible for my own curriculum. I do not need a fifth-year student at Hogwarts instructing me." Whispers rippled across the room. Some students could barely suppress their laughter. Ron's face turned crimson. His voice dropped lower and lower. "I didn't mean it that way, Professor. I was just thinking about the practical part of the exams." Umbridge's eyes glinted. "Then, Mr. Weasley, let's first see how well you know your theory. What is the theory of basic defense?" The room fell utterly silent. Ron stammered incoherently. He had never opened the textbook. Feigning disappointment, Umbridge said, "I specially chose Chapter 2. As expected, I've always doubted Headmaster Dumbledore's standards for selecting people." Her gaze deliberately lingered on the prefect badge on Ron's chest. "Whether teacher or student leader." "Miss Granger, you will answer." Hermione was called up abruptly, startled. As if on autopilot, she recited the content of the basic defense theory nearly verbatim. "Looks like Professor McGonagall doesn't always miss her mark." Umbridge pondered briefly, but still awarded Hermione points. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then chose not to pour oil on the fire, picking up on the topic Ron had tried to broach earlier. Ron's face was pale as paper, the contrast highlighting his embarrassment in front of the Slytherins. His role as prefect had already been mostly in name, and now Umbridge had publicly confirmed it. His eyes were bloodshot, especially after Umbridge awarded Hermione extra points. Then, out of nowhere, as if Felix Felicis had just kicked in, or Merlin knew where he found the courage, he blurted, "Professor Umbridge, as a Gryffindor prefect, I have a duty to gather feedback from students about the class and pass it on to you." "Oh, and the Gryffindor body you claim to represent, who exactly are they?" Umbridge asked with feigned surprise. She swept her gaze around the room. Nearly every Gryffindor avoided her eyes on purpose. Word had it that other Gryffindors in other years had already tried the same thing, which was exactly why the red hourglass for Gryffindor was almost empty. Within a few days, the rubies would turn black. That meant their points total had dropped into the negatives. Ron stood there, all alone, staring at nothing but the backs of his housemates' heads. No one supported him. Quite the contrast to the scene before class, when people had egged him on to confront Umbridge. So much for share the good, share the bad, eh? To be blunt, Ron had just been used as a pawn. But so what? Charging in without assessing the risks, sticking his head out like a fool, the bird that sticks its head up is the one that gets shot. I did feel sorry for him, but in the end the choice had been his. He'd have to swallow the consequences. "Mr. Weasley, my office at 7 o'clock tonight," Umbridge said sweetly. And of course, the sweeter her smile, the nastier her trap. After class, Ron slumped down at the Gryffindor table, looking utterly dejected. I overheard one of his brothers tease, "What's the matter, little Ronnie?" "We heard all about your heroic performance in class. The Pink Toads invited you to a secret rendezvous tonight. Think you'll have a night to remember?" They winked at him, leering. "Leave me alone," Ron snapped, batting away the twins' hands. "Oh, our dear little Ronnie's angry now. She's just a lonely old woman, sleepless at night. We'll teach you how to handle her." The three of them leaned close, whispering and plotting. "What do you reckon they're up to?" I murmured to Harry and Draco. "Who cares?" Draco said airily. "Either Gryffindor dies off in silence, or it explodes in rebellion. One or the other." Harry shoveled food into his mouth, casting a quick glance at Professor McGonagall's darkened expression. Umbridge wasn't just teaching defense against the dark arts, she was sitting in on every class as the Ministry's High Inquisitor. I noticed a conspicuous absence at the staff table, the big, scruffy figure of Hagrid. I heard his class got abysmal marks, people whispered around me. Not surprising, is it? Who actually wants to muck about with blast-ended scroots? It's more than that. He's always looked so unsure of himself. Remember last year? His textbook nearly bit our hands off. I heard he was expelled from Hogwarts ages ago. Stories about Hagrid's past abounded. Before, Dumbledore had always managed to keep them buried. Now, they were all bubbling to the surface. They say they're already recruiting a new care of magical creatures, Professor Draco said with a sly grin. He held up an envelope, a big calligraphicum stamped on the front. Word is, the Board of Governors already approved the motion. Dumbledore argued for Hagrid to have one more trial lesson, but Umbridge has the final veto. Is this one of Father's doing? I asked quietly, though I already suspected the answer. For Dumbledore, Hagrid may not be strong, but he's utterly loyal, his right-hand man, and judging by the rewards he receives, he's clearly among the beneficiaries. Draco paused before continuing. Oftentimes, those in power care more about loyalty than ability. Dumbledore once sent Hagrid to approach Harry, but it failed. What does that mean? Hagrid is Dumbledore's hand. So, driving Hagrid out of Hogwarts could be like Dumbledore cutting off his own arm, I agreed. This worked to our advantage. However, Hagrid leaving Hogwarts means he'll be operating in the shadows. Draco snorted. He's too conspicuous to work undercover like that. No, Harry interjected. With his half-giant status, he can use the opportunity to contact the giant clans and become Dumbledore's strength. Draco considered this, his expression grave. That's possible. There are many possibilities. We can't predict his actions. No need to worry, as long as we have a tracking charm. Yes, activate the surrounding plants and animals, everything under control, I added. Even as a post-nightly awakened elf, I hadn't fully adjusted to the shift in my identity. For some reason I'm worried, could Umbridge turn against the Malfoys? I mused. The relationship was delicate, cooperative, yet mutually wary. Umbridge was no friend, and neither was the Malfoy family. Both operated on self-interest. If everyone's goals aligned for a time, we could share the same ship, but once it sailed a certain distance, divergence was likely. Aura, what do you think? Draco asked. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. As for what Umbridge wants, eventually, she may never be satisfied with being just below one person while above everyone else. She's far harder to control than Fudge. In the original timeline, Umbridge enforced her reign of terror, persecuting Muggle-borns and half-bloods. She was little different from a second Voldemort. The person she wanted to kill was the insecure version of herself facing the truth she couldn't bear. She had no shred of goodwill. Compared to her, Fudge was mediocre but still had a measure of conscience. Umbridge could be a blade, useful but reckless, capable of killing 1,000 while injuring herself 800. She was a predatory beast. She must never be fully trusted. Father saw right through her long ago. Draco nodded in agreement. Sure enough, in the letter, Lucius had told us of Narcissa's research on the badges. During dismantling, she discovered a miniature explosive device. If triggered, the badge would self-destruct. Umbridge had anticipated that we wouldn't wear them blindly and would investigate. She had set a trap. Any witch or wizard lacking mastery of alchemy could have been fatally injured. I shuddered at the thought it had almost endangered my family through my carelessness. The letter, however, made no mention of blame. Instead, Lucius and Narcissa praised our awareness of safety. Don't worry, Father and Mother will always have our backs. That's what family is for, I murmured. I just feel so guilty. I nearly got her hurt, I murmured silently, thanking Merlin for his protection. Hard to guard against every angle, Harry said, narrowing his eyes. She's using us and we're using her. That makes it fair, I replied. Or perhaps, Draco said slowly, as though something had just clicked, Umbridge anticipated from the very beginning that we'd send that thing home. If it injured someone while being taken apart, we'd have no defense. If we found nothing unusual and left the badge at the manor, it would spy on every move of the Malfoy family. Such cunning. You think this was Umbridge's plan? Or Fudge's? Fudge doesn't have the wits for that, I said, picturing the short, plump man with his puffed-up vanity. I shook my head. Still, everything Umbridge does reflects the Ministry's will. He's given her full authority. As expected, the appetite only grows larger, Harry muttered. She's gathering evidence. Once Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix is no longer a threat to the Ministry, their former allies, us, will be next on the list. There would be no rewards for service rendered, only silence once you knew too much. The higher one climbs, the colder it gets. The only question is whether one follows the natural order or defies it. Everyone envies the Malfoy family for its wealth. Few realize each step is taken on the edge of a blade. One slip and everything is lost. Draco's handsome face was tight with solemnity. We were growing through all of this as well. Once pampered heirs and sheltered children, we were now tempered by life and death trials, by the shifting alliances of power. Experience was stripping away the last of our naivety. For now we pretend ignorance and continue working with her. We'll let her have scraps of information carefully filtered, of course, so she believes her schemes are paying off. A self-satisfied person will always reveal their flaws. It's when mistakes slip in. I don't even know which side deserves more caution, Harry admitted, shaking his head. Dumbledore, with all 3 Deathly Hallows in his grasp, or the Ministry, reaching for dominion over the wizarding world. For now, the odds seem to favor Dumbledore. Such is the danger of bearing treasures, too great possessing them invites envy and fear. No one could guarantee such power would always be wielded on the righteous path. Every faction sought to protect its own interest, to claim one more advantage. Our temporary alliance with the Ministry did not mean we would forever stand against Dumbledore. Just as in the original tale, Narcissa would one day betray Voldemort by hiding the truth that Harry still lived. Harry, do you ever feel that what we're doing goes against your values? I asked carefully. Harry carried both Slytherin's cunning and Gryffindor's honor. Justice ran through his very bones. I had altered his circumstances, but I could never change who he was at heart. Aurora, Harry said gently, this only helps me see the world more clearly for what it is. That's all. He was the one to comfort me. Everyone must take responsibility for their own choices. Draco took my hand. First we are ourselves, only after that are we Malfoys or Potters. Chapter 543 Parallel Timelines. In canon, when Draco introduced himself, he proudly stated his surname first. Other boys and girls his age would start with their given names. This was because every Malfoy took immense pride in their family name, even if the meaning behind it wasn't particularly pleasant. I finally understand why in Platinum Glory it says, "A Malfoy wants, a Malfoy gets," Draco said wistfully. Many had translated it as "whatever a Malfoy wants, a Malfoy gets." Because Legolas never got what he truly desired in his lifetime. He was telling his descendants that if you miss your chance, regret will follow you forever. And so the Malfoys threw themselves into wealth and power, a pursuit of gold and influence. After all, in human society, only sufficient wealth could buy relative freedom. Generation after generation, the Malfoys misinterpreted Legolas's meaning, creating the increasingly money-obsessed family we know. Looks like we got it wrong from the very start, I teased. Much of history is just later generations' forced interpretations. Take Hogwarts' motto, for instance, Draco said proudly. Draco dormiens nunquam titulendus. It represented hiding the dragon's body here, and it corresponded to his later name, Draco, Latin for dragon. By the way, what happened to you in the parallel world? I asked. Draco had taken control of the dragon's body. He went back, Draco said, unwilling to elaborate. Along with that world's pansy, Harry added. You, Draco glared. Weren't we supposed to keep that a secret? How long were you planning to hide it? Harry frowned. Aurora has the right to know that the fickle version of you has already left. That's not fickle, that wasn't me. Our environments were completely different, Draco said anxiously, staring at my face. All right, it's over now. Harry was just defending me, I said, feeling like a pristine, untouchable lotus. So the pansy who returned is the version from another parallel world? I realized. No wonder my memories of her were slowly being overwritten. A shiver ran through me. Draco had triggered cross-dimensional travel between parallel versions of people. Where there is an arrival, there is a departure. It was very possible that other Harry Potter characters were also moving between parallel worlds. If they successfully swapped, they could replace the original. Meanwhile, the memories of the others could be altered. Everything would follow the so-called Law of Merlin. Or, in Chinese terms, the Way of Heaven. It was terrifying to think about. I couldn't even tell if my own memories were real or if the people around me had been replaced. Aurora, where does that little brain of yours even wander to? Draco said, half laughing, half exasperated. Dimension hopping isn't that simple, I replied. If that's the case, wouldn't Voldemort still be running rampant in our world? Harry joked, thinking of the one already split into 7 Horcruxes, finally defeated, and imagining him resurrected through parallel world travel. It would basically grant him immortality. Aurora, don't scare yourself, Draco said gently. You worried too much. Draco looked genuinely uneasy. Or maybe, I sighed, it's because I know too much. The original storyline, what I remembered of it, was both my greatest weapon and my heaviest burden. Every move I made was built on the idea of changing the fates written there. Anyone who might play a decisive role in that script became my primary target. Like a perpetual motion machine, I kept spinning forward on this so-called gift of foresight, desperate to rewrite destinies. But after so much grinding effort, once the plot diverged and I no longer had a script to follow, I found myself hesitating, afraid of every step. Aurora, you have to believe in yourself. Remember? In the Tri-Wizard tournament, you carried it on your own and won. Draco's voice softened. But the final task, Harry fought in my place. And besides, the story's true protagonist was always Harry. I'd only been able to prepare ahead of time because of what I knew of his trials. We're in this together. Shared risk, shared reward. Don't worry if the outcome isn't perfect, we'll still push it toward the best possible result. Think about me, I've been walking uphill every day. Draco, Harry, I swear your ways of comforting people are unmatched. Tears slipped down, but I laughed through them. You're my only treasure. Of course you come first. A flush spread across Draco's pale cheeks and ears. Draco, who taught you to talk like that? That's so greasy. The moment Harry spoke, Draco's composure cracked. Honestly, couldn't you let the mood last a little longer? Draco shot Harry a look, and the two exchanged a glance full of unspoken mischief. Sorry, my bad, Harry admitted smoothly.